But property these are just things. These are just cars.
Shall we talk Ark of the Covenant? Because I've been waiting to talk about this all day. New CIA documents just resurfaced from 1988 that claims the Ark of the Covenant is real, and we have a location for it. Sounds like something out of Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, but it's true. And the CIA, according to these reports, says the Ark was confirmed to exist through remote viewing, describing a gold-covered chest guarded by powerful beings in an underground Middle Eastern chamber. Joining us now to unpack this explosive story is Jason Shurka, author of The Pyramid Code. Welcome back, Jason. Two crazy big stories that I'm in love with. We talked about the Egyptian pyramids this week, earlier in the week with you, and now we've got the Ark of the Covenant. It seems crazy. First of all, what do you think this revelation means, this CIA document? And maybe I'll ask you, do you think they're also maybe releasing this information now to distract us from something else?
I'm very glad you brought that up because it was a point that I was going to share, and I'm sure people have different perspectives on it, but let's cover what this thing is first, and then we can go over, again, just the factual essence of what's going on here. What do we know? What are we being told? What could be false? And 2 times in a week, how does this connect to exactly what was written in the Pyramid Code? So we know that in the Pyramid Code document, it already spoke exactly about what was underneath the pyramids. Well, it spoke about the Ark of the Covenant as well, with its exact location, where you can find it, and what it entails. So what the CIA actually declassified in those documents, once again, is not new information. It's just a big organization and agency coming out saying, hey, look, this is what we did. And by the way, we did it like 40 years ago in 1988. So this project is called Project Sunstreak, like streaking the sun. And it's using something called psychoenergetics. So you called something called remote viewing. Remote viewing is essentially this thing that is weird to most people, but it's very real. I've worked with remote viewers before. A lot of agencies work with remote viewers to find things that they can't find through traditional mechanisms like missing bodies. I work with somebody named Patricia Mona. She found 30 missing bodies for the RCMP in Canada when they couldn't find it themselves. And it's all done through this really weird mechanism, but it works because these very big agencies actually use them.
The CIA. The CIA has been using remote viewing for years.
For a long time. This is not wacky stuff.
Yeah.
It's not wacky stuff, but it sounds wacky because we just don't understand. What do you mean projecting consciousness out to a specific coordinate of longitude and latitude and being able to understand exactly what's there? So they did this in 1988, and I want to read something real quick from their actual declassified documents from December 5th, 1988. It was a session by, they don't give us the name, but it's called Remote Viewer Number 32, which means they used over 30 people in this experiment to do it. This specific session lasted 90 minutes from 9:15 a.m. to 10:45 a.m. on December 5th, 1988. And it says the following. Target is a container. The target is what they're looking for on the longitude and latitude lines. This container has another container inside of it. The target is fashioned of wood, gold, and silver. The target is similar in shape to a coffin and is decorated with seraphim, which are like these gold-looking statues. This target is located somewhere in the Middle East, as the language spoken by individuals present seemed to be Arabic. Visuals of surrounding buildings indicated the presence of mosque domes. And I'm going to tell you right now that I know people are talking about, is it in Ethiopia? Because there's a lot of, Arabic speaking people over there. No, it's under the Dome of the Rock. And I'll tell you how we know that in a second. But it continues on by saying the target is hidden, underground, dark and wet were all aspects of the location of the target. The purpose of the target is to bring a people together, meaning a religious object. It has something to do with ceremony, memory, homage, the resurrection. There is an aspect of spirituality, information, lessons, and historical knowledge far beyond what we know. And then it goes on by explaining something which I can elaborate on further of what this means. The target is protected by entities and energies and can only be opened by those who are authorized to do so. This container will not/cannot be opened until the time is deemed correct. Once it is time to open the container, the mechanics of the lock system will be found to be fairly simple. Individuals opening the container by prying or striking are destroyed, meaning they die, by the container's protectors, meaning its energies, through the use of a power unknown to us. Now, it sounds weird, but that's coming from the CIA. Let's not forget that.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
this is like the sword and the stone.
Someone in the chat
Only
says,
the right people can pull it out, and the wrong people will be punished. And again, I get the vision of Atreyu going through those, remember? Never ending
Sphinxes.
Never ending story.
Yes, when he goes through the Sphinx, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's like only those authorized. This is amazing. Sorry, I got excited.
So,
it's
okay.
Indiana Jones in real life. That's what's going on here.
I know someone in the chat said, man, Redacted, you guys became the woke history channel. I don't know about that, but I'll take the history channel piece of it. I'm thrilled about that. I mean, again, these are CIA documents, right? And so using these remote viewers and the documents before this, I mean, this has been around for a long, long time for people laying claim to what actually this ark means and does and holds. But I'm curious about these beings that are sort of guarding this thing. Do we have any more information about what these beings might be that are guarding this thing? What kind of energies?
Yeah, so I think that word is not the proper word to use. You're talking about something that is a very highly spiritual object and artifact. I call it a form of technology. And when you deal in that world, think about it scientifically as frequencies. There are certain frequencies that some people can touch and some people cannot, because if you don't have the proper vehicle to do it, it will literally electrocute you and kill you. For example, there are some people like monks who can walk on fire and not get burned, but me and you may walk on fire and we're going to get burned. That's what we're talking about with certain energies embedded into this thing. Remember, we're talking 4,000 years ago. This is around the same time of the pyramids as well. We're talking about a civilization, a society, a people that did things in a way that we do not understand today because it's forgotten knowledge. But what's interesting over here, when it comes to understanding its location as well, which is important, is, yeah, there are some people saying, it might be in Ethiopia. We don't really know. Well, the CIA documents are talking about it underneath some sort of dome, some big mosque in the Middle East. And then here's where the diversion, the distraction comes in. They say it might be here, it might be there. We don't really know. So I'm going to read something from a Daily Mail article that came out just the other day about this topic. And then I want to show you what the Pyramid Code has to say about this, because once again, just like it was on the money with what was underneath the pyramids, it did it once again in a few days. So it's speaking about, according to legend, Queen of Sheba and Israel's King Solomon, so this is history, gave birth to Menelik in her country of origin, but he later traveled to Jerusalem to study with his father. While there, he supposedly stole the ark and brought it back to Axum in Ethiopia. Locals say it has resided in the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion ever since. But then the British scholar of Semitic languages and Ethiopian studies, Edward Ullendorf, claimed that he saw the ark inside the church during World War II. But a source close to Ullendorf later revealed that the artifact he saw was nothing more than a replica. What he saw was what you find in any Ethiopian church. It's a model of the Ark of the Covenant because they have replicas all over the place. They have decoys all over the place because you're talking about something of extremely high, not just historical significance, but spiritual significance as well. So in the Pyramid Code, a few days ago, we spoke about what was underneath the pyramids, and we cited certain things from that document that came out 5 years ago. Listen to what it says over here. King Solomon, King David's son, manifested the idea of the first holy temple, but it came at a heavy price to people of the nation. The first holy temple was composed of three main parts. The main hall, the second part of the temple was the main temple, which contained certain objects, and the third part of the temple was known as the Holy of Holies, in which the Ark of the Covenant was. However, over time, and now I'm going to the bottom, it specifically says the place itself, which is known as the foundation stone, in the Dome of the Rock. So the Dome of the Rock, if you read over there, the Holy of Holies, also known as the Dvir in Hebrew, sat on what we know today as the foundation stone. In Hebrew, it's called Evan Hashtiyah, within the Dome of the Rock as we know it today. The foundation was used as a stand for the Dvir. The foundation stone had and still has very strong powers, and its geographical location is the energy center of our planet, as well as the energy center of everything as a whole. But here's where it gets interesting. If you go down, it says, in a straight line, deep underground, exactly what the remote viewer said, are the contents of the Holy of Holies, which are concealed there until this very day. The room in which these items are hidden, like the rest of the temple, was designed by King Solomon. And further conversations, if you want to call them, about the Pyramid Code, which is the series on Unified TV, further explain exactly where it is, roughly 180 feet below the base of the foundation stone, which is what the Dome of the Rock is actually built around on right now. It's called the Dome of the Rock because it's a massive dome over the foundation stone.
Now, something that Candace Owens has been reporting on quite a bit lately is that a lot of the destruction of the Middle East right now by globalist powers, what she thinks is to purposely destroy Christian artifacts in this area. So this feels like a link to me. What do you think of it? I know you're not a war expert, but what are your thoughts on where the war is currently targeted?
Yeah, but we could use logic to understand certain things. And what we know is, again, factually, like the center of war in the world is there in the Middle East. It's
yes.
This aspect of everything around Israel. Everybody's fighting over it. And the three main monotheistic religions, which is Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, all look at that place as this is our place. We got to ask ourselves, why did they go, if you go according to history, before it became a mosque, it was the Holy Temple. Why did they choose to build it there around the foundation stone specifically? What did they know that we don't know today? And the answer is a whole lot. And over time, we'll figure that out. But what I believe is the answer to your question is there's a lot of war around there because there's a lot of power given to the very individuals who control that. And that's what they're really fighting over. This isn't about Jews versus Muslims. It's not a religious war within people. That's how we're used to fight each other in this game of divide and conquer. But what's really going on is, in my opinion, there are powers that be that we do understand control the world when it comes to energy sectors, oil, gas, water, and so on and so forth. Those same people want to make sure, just like a lot of other things are not found out by the masses, that this is not found out either. And that's why I think they're moving people towards saying, well, it's in Ethiopia, look over there, don't look over here. But everything shows us that we're here. And if we look at what happened in January of 2011, this is a very famous video, and this is weird, but it's on camera from multiple angles. There was this big orb of light that today they call UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomenon. They used to call them UFOs. Nobody knows what it was. But this video was very, very highly spoken about in January of 2011 when it happened, right over the top of the Dome of the Rock, hovering there for a while, staying there, and then boom, it just shoots up at a speed that we cannot comprehend in modern day physics. So my question is, why over there? What's so special about the Dome of the Rock? And if we look at history, we understand the power of the foundation stone. We understand the power of that geographical location, and everything shows us that it's there. Why are they telling us it's somewhere else? To divert our attention. That's my opinion.
Someone in our chat room says, people forget, News and Prep says, people forget there were two arcs according to the book of Joshua. And Stratcomgru says, hey, Jason, this guy claims the ark is located under the rock of the dome. There's been high energetic emissions coming out from under the ice in Antarctica for 3+ years that they cannot explain. Maybe it's there as well, or maybe, who knows? I don't know. Antarctica is very fascinating to me.
Antarctica was a base that was known to be a base for the Nazis in the 30s. And over time, that base was then taken over from the Germans to the Americans. If you look at what's going on in Antarctica, why did the Nazis have a base over there? Well, they could have had a base anywhere. It's very, very hard to get to. So you can do a lot of things that you don't want anybody figuring out. Just like they did it 100 years ago, they're still doing things there today. What they're doing, I don't know. But if you look at the Sean Ryan show, he's brought on whistleblowers that worked in Antarctica, explaining certain technologies that they're actually experimenting with today that have very, very high energy emissions. So it could be that. I don't think it's that. I think that they're using that as a base like they were 100 years ago with other forms of technologies today. And it's very convenient because nobody can get there.
Jason, we'll get you out of here on this. Someone in the chat room just said, hey, Patricia says you guys are talking about demonic forces. You better stop. Do you think that what's related to the Ark is some sort of a demonic force? Is there any evidence in any of these CIA documents that that's what the case is?
No, I think people call what they don't understand demonic. I think that we can call it that if we choose to not understand what's going on. You can also use very good things in very bad ways. Just like you can use a knife to kill somebody, you can use a knife to make a salad. Doesn't mean the knife is bad. It means the consciousness and the intentions of the operator is bad. And there's a very big distinction between the two. So I would say for anybody that wants to learn more, read those CIA documents, read the Pyramid Code because it explains this in depth, and watch the Pyramid Code on Unified TV. It's really powerful stuff.
Jason Shurka, host of the Pyramid Code. Great to have you here twice this week for two incredible stories. We appreciate it.
I really appreciate your input on this. It's just fun. Yeah.
Thank you. It's good topics to cover.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jason. Great to see you.
You too.
The algorithms have really hurt people's ability to get their word out.
Yeah.
So one of the most stark examples of this, Snoop Dogg's one of our investors, and he did a holiday commercial with us probably 2-3 years ago. And he had 65 million followers on Instagram at the time. He posted this awesome video that went viral on, like on our own channels.
Yeah.
He posted it on his. How many views did it get?
Oh my gosh, a bunch.
200,000.
No, I thought we were going to be in the high millions.
No.
Wait. He posted a video. He posted it on his own organic.
People organically to his own channel grid post on Instagram.
This is because Instagram's not showing anything to anybody at this point anymore.
This is the point, right? So what we're hearing from talent all the time is like there's a lot of anxiety that their content's not getting seen as much. Your talk with Allison was all about this, right? Like if you don't nail that trend, like nobody's going to see that content. And the truth is, like in a world where direct to fan monetization is the way that a lot of creators are earning their living, they need better reels upon which they can make sure that the people that follow them actually see their content and go do that. So a lot of the work we're doing at Cameo, under the hood, behind the scenes, is like allowing talent to own, not rent their audience.
Our country was founded on common law because the Declaration only refers to God 4 times and the Constitution doesn't refer to God at all. And it only articulates the structure of government.
So first of all, remember that we were a collection of states and colonies, and you need to read the state constitutions before anything else. 9 out of 13 of the original states required you to be a Bible-believing Christian to serve in government at the time of the founding. All 13 out of 13 required a declaration of faith. 9 out of 13 required you to be a Protestant, except Maryland, which was Catholic, which still required a declaration of faith. Almost every single one of the original state constitutions, Pennsylvania included, they had, I profess Lord and Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior in the original state constitutions. You remember, we're a collection of states before that. Secondly, 55 out of 56 of the original signers of the Declaration were Bible-believing, church-attending Christians. So common law is inherited from Blackstone, who was Christian. A common law is an outgrowth of the scriptures. So let's go to 3 principles of common law: presumption of innocence, due process, and jury of your peers. All 3 are biblical principles, wrapped into the ultimate biblical principle that you shall not favor justice if you are rich or poor, which is in Leviticus 19, right before the most famous part of Leviticus 19, which is that you should love your neighbor as yourself. But before that is that in the administration of justice, you shall not favor the rich or the poor, which is the idea of blind justice. We get that in the West, which is incorporated also in the New Testament ideal. Neither slave nor Greek nor Jew, you're all one in Jesus Christ, which we get the idea of human equality. These are all biblical ideas. They're not Enlightenment ideas, which is they kind of get conflated at the time. But more importantly than that, they say that God was only mentioned 4 times in the Declaration of Independence. Well, that's a big deal, okay? Laws of nature and nature's God. The last paragraph of the Declaration reads as a prayer. It says, we appeal to the supreme judge of the universe. Who's the judge of the universe? Jesus Christ. As it says in Revelation, that Jesus will judge the earth on his throne. So in the Declaration, they were praying to Christ our Lord as a prayer very specifically. Thirdly, as I said on the stage yesterday, Deuteronomy was by far the most quoted book, religious or non-religious, in the time of the founding when they were putting together the Constitution, more than John Locke, more than Montesquieu, more than Blackstone. So the book of Deuteronomy, which talked about laws, customs, traditions, it was Moses' farewell address as he's about to say goodbye, say, hey, good luck in Canaan, guys. Here's how you should set up your form of government. But finally, and most importantly, let's look at actually what the founders said. John Adams famously said the Constitution was only written for a moral and religious people. It was wholly inadequate for the people of any other. The body politic of America was so Christian and was so Protestant that our form and structure of government was built for the people that believed in Christ our Lord. One of the reasons we're living through a constitutional crisis is that we no longer have a Christian nation, but we have a Christian form of government, and they're incompatible. So you cannot have liberty if if you do not have a Christian population.
This is a message from an OG lesbian. The acronym LGBTQ+ is not a representation of a united community, but the strategic forced teaming of the LGB with the TQ+ that serves a dark agenda to rebrand sexual fetishes and disorders as sexual orientations. For what was once a legitimate civil rights movement, gay rights, has been hijacked quite literally by the TQ+ and used as a Trojan horse to mainstream their degeneracy. First, we have the untouchable Ts, the trans cult, who want to sterilise children with puberty blockers, turn all homosexuals into surgical simulations of straight people, and destroy women's rights to enable men's fetishes. Then we have the Qs, young men feminised by sissy porn, furries and pups who fetishise bestiality, and even adult babies who fetishise infancy are all accepted and protected by the rainbow umbrella that magically transforms all scrutiny into bigotry. But the thing that requires the most scrutiny is the unspecified plus at the end, a placeholder for what's come next. MAPS, or minor attracted people, a euphemism that is already being used to describe pedophiles who are waiting in the wings for their time to shine. Because the LGBTQ+ sexual psyop is not about promoting tolerance of diversity. It's about grooming society to accept depravity. And as an L, I renounce all association with it and the LGBs who are accessories to the fact. And I urge you to do the same and join the movement for LGB without the TQ+, because we need to divorce people and we need it stat.
Is that what they're supposed to tell your mother when they send her another folded American flag?
Tell her that when you found me, I was here, and I was with the only brothers that I have left, and that there's no way I was going to desert them. I think she'll understand that.
They're tank busters, sir. P-51s.
Angels on our shoulders.
What, sir?
James. Earn this. Earn it.
If you were a farmer and you'd never heard of a chicken, and I explained one to you, you'd think I was fucking lying. It's that good. You'd be like, this cannot be a real animal. Like, if you'd never heard of one, and let's say, like, I got sent around by, like, the Department for Agriculture, and I was like, you should really consider raising chickens. You go, what's a chicken? I go, well, it's a football made of meat. It's a meat football, and it lives in the garden. They'd be like, right, it's a meat football, it lives in the garden. Yeah. Sorry, there's quite a big thing that I forgot to mention. Once a day, the meat football will shit out bonus food. Every day for free. And the bonus food it shits out is one of the best foods in the world. On its own, it's delicious, salt and pepper. Mix it with flour, have a birthday cake. It's high in protein, it's high in good cholesterol, it's high in vitamin B12. It's practically a superfood. And the farmer would be like, what, it comes out and I just scrape it off the farmyard floor? No, it comes in a packet. Yeah. Just arrives in a packet. You'd be like, there's no fucking way. You'd be looking for the catch. That's what I would be doing if I was that farmer. I'd be like, there's always a catch. There's no such thing as a free lunch. What's the catch here? This thing's laying eggs. What is it, like a lizard, a bird? No, it's a bird. Well, there you go. It's just gonna fly away. No, I don't think that'll be a problem. What does it, just not have wings? No, it has wings, but they're not so much an escape mechanism as a starter. That's how fucked this animal is. We've bred it for food to the point where its main anti-predation device is just another reason to eat it. It's incredible. We used to be like, there's got to be a catch. With cows and pigs, it's the amount you have to feed them to get them up to weight, right? That's the amount. That's the real expense with cows and pigs. So the farmer would be like, well, what do these things eat? These miracle animals, chickens. What do these things eat? The floor? They seem to eat the floor. Got any floor on your farm?
Throw it off a windy bridge and see if it comes back to you? That's actually a great idea. But first, let me tell you about the flying spinner. We've created the ultimate flying toy for ADHD. The auto-return technology means that it always flies back to your hand when you throw it, so you can play with it for hours without getting bored. Not to mention, it's ridiculously satisfying. Anyway, it's time to finally throw it.
9 years, she left it to have a baby. She thought that she didn't want to expose me to her child rearing, and I appreciated that. And now that the baby is 2, she's returned, and she's from Enid, Oklahoma.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, so I have a big connection to Oklahoma.
By the way, be prepared, brace yourselves for the anti-Christian, anti-Southern, anti-conservative talk that's about to hit you.
Via my assistant, Karen.
Does she tell you it's just MAGAville USA around here?
Well, see, this is the worst. These people come to conservative areas, they go to really red areas, and all they do is shit on it. They're in those areas because they're objectively better. They're safer, cleaner, better laws, more free. They're just better to be in. The people are friendlier. It's more of a high trust society because they have strong values. They're usually Christian. It's in the Bible Belt. And all they do is shit on it. Did you hear that this is MAGA country? Yeah, it is. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, she definitely is disappointed with the politics of Oklahoma, as you...
Then leave. People wonder why I have such a beef with people moving to my area. And it's because of this shit. Even if they're a right-winger, they still look down on it as like an inferior culture, you know? And this is a particularly Southern thing. Southern people are subject to the most discrimination, the white discrimination that no one else is subject to. Everybody's allowed to just like make fun and mock Southerners. That's just like, okay. That's just like fine. We can make fun of them because they're stupid and they're hicks and whatever. We hate their accent, It's like unacceptable to do that with anyone else except Southerners. You know, even liberals were like the punching bag for Southerners. Like, get the fuck out of here then. Go back to California, asshole.
Women are, and I appreciate how disappointed you guys are. It's a very great representation of Oklahoma for you guys to have your own podcast and have it be so popular. You're doing the Lord's work, and I know the Lord is someone that a lot of Oklahomans believe in. So,
Wow, Doesn't that just look like Satan? Look at this laugh.
Doing the Lord's work. And I know
as they're mocking Christ.
Lord is someone that a lot of Oklahomans believe in. So
look at that fucking monkey. Wow, that's scary. That's terrifying. I gotta know now, is this bitch Jewish? That looks like the face of a Jew who's mocking a Christian. She doesn't know it's about to be total area victory. Let me see. What is this podcast called? What did I say it was called? We got to take a break. Hold on. I've had it podcast. Just take a minute and marinate over that face while I'm looking into this. These people have the worst takes, by the way, too. Jennifer Welch. Is this her? Yuck. Let's see. Jennifer Welch, Jewish. I'm thinking she is. Where the fuck is this? Okay, this is a transcript from a podcast she was on, and it says, it's such a Jewish rite of passage that your parents take you to the show. Fiddler on the Roof, when you're like 10 years old, is like, well, I've got to see this, and you've got to act. I'm sure there's plenty of Jews in Oklahoma City, but like you have to act like it's this great revelation. I'm telling you, this is crazy. Jennifer Welch. Is she? I need confirmation. Jennifer Welch. Appears Israel didn't expect ceasefire. Mormon singer. What? Jennifer Welch Jewish. I'm pretty sure she's Jewish. We've had it with Angela Welton. Okay. Josh Peck with her good guys on a podcast. She's Jewish. Pretty sure she's Jewish. Oh my God. How did I know that? I guess it's easy. It's better if I was a rich man, if I was a rich girl. I'm pretty sure she's Jewish. She's Jewish. Of course she is. Of course she is, as she's mocking Christianity.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. I mean, it's a really big, it's kind of neck to neck, Jesus and Trump. I mean, they're kind of in a neck to neck race.
Yeah,
right now.
can you imagine Jesus being supportive of Donald Trump? I love when Christianity and religion is obfuscated with our president, as if sending people.
People aren't worshiping Donald Trump. Well, some idiots are, but he's a politician. It's a vote. Okay. Nobody's saying that Jesus would approve of everything Donald Trump has done, because unlike you, guys who think you're perfect, despite the fact that you continually brutalize your face with plastic surgery, because even though you think you're perfect, you have to completely change it. I think she's changing something because she's wanting to blend in a little bit more.
Out of this country and deporting people. That's very Christian. Discriminating against people who are.
Yeah, we're just discriminating against Chelsea. We just don't want people in their country raping our daughters and killing people and making housing prices go up and making our taxpayer money go up because we have to fund these people, of course. Yeah. So because if you're Christian, you're not allowed to have a country. I guess that means Christians aren't allowed to have locks on their doors either. That means Christians aren't allowed to lock their car doors. It means Christians aren't allowed to, watch their kids, because I guess watching your kids is unchristian now, because that's insinuating that someone out there could want to do something terrible to your child unattended. What is this logic? These people are so fucking stupid. They just hate on us for no reason. And they really love to use this religious card too, like against us, like they're really turning around our sword and trying to stab us with it. Like, wow, how can you call yourself a Christian? Meanwhile, you're supporting Trump.
transgender and gay and women and of color. I mean, honestly, there is nothing less Christian.
Well, you know, the breed of Christianity in the Bible Belt is different. In the Bible Belt, these people are primed to support Donald Trump. You have these really horrible architecture built churches where the whole
really horrible architecture built churches. What the fuck is that sentence anyway? Maybe you could say like the architecture of these churches are horrible.
The idea is to grift. They to accept Venmo. The pastor is
right, because pastors should just do their job for completely free, you know, and live on the streets as they have a family to provide for. Well, actually, that's biblical. We're supposed to support our church and our pastor, and we're supposed to give tithes. Okay. Now, yes, I will concede there are some of these mega churches which I have a major problem with, and it's definitely a grift. It's definitely a business. But she's talking about these little small town churches where people are tithing $10, you know, and the pastor lives very humbly, and that's his job, and he has a big family, 5 kids, they're homeschooling. Oh, it's all just a grift, though. Yeah.
A liar, a con man, and it is.
I'm sorry, you watched one episode of Dateline where the pastor was a piece of shit, and now that's your impression of every pastor out there. They're a liar, a con man, and a grifter. Cool.
Is a total. It's basically just like Trumpism. There's a cruelty to it. There is otherizing people, demonizing trans people, demonizing gay people, and
trans people and gay people disproportionately commit the crimes against children, sexual crimes against children. Well, I saw a stat. It was like 50% of trannies imprisoned are there for a sexual offense of some kind. So maybe we're demonizing these people because they pose a greater threat to us. I mean, take a look at every school shooter. They're always trans. Take a look at these serial killers. They're gay. They're into some weird shit. There's kind of a reason. There's patterns there, okay? You don't go up and pet a fucking rattlesnake because you're not going to discriminate. Let's just ignore all the evidence and all the times that rattlesnakes have killed people and been the reason why people have lost limbs from, you know, swelling. Let's just ignore that because we don't discriminate here. No, sorry. Around here, we judge a book by its cover. All right. Your cover is really hard to judge because it's been completely deformed, but you are a soulless cunt. Okay. Both of you are. You're disgusting. You're disgusting. And I'm actually glad that they didn't have kids, to be honest. I'm glad that they're not reproducing.
Hello?
Hello. This is an automated call from Toyota. We're calling about your
2012 Toyota Tundra.
We noticed your car warranty is expiring soon. Would you like to extend it? Please say
yes or no.
No.
Okay, got it. You said
yes.
No, I said no.
Okay, got it. You will see the charge on your Visa ending in the numbers.
No, I said no.
3656.
No. Do not charge my card.
I'm
Operator.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Hello, help. 0, hello. No, do not charge my card.
I'm sorry.
I said no.
Okay, got it. The total amount for the extended warranty is
$1,468.42.
No, I did not charge anything.
I'm sorry.
On my card. No.
I'm sorry.
This is bullcrap. Put someone on the phone right now.
I'm sorry. I'm having trouble understanding you.
I said operator or assistance or whatever.
Okay.
Somebody.
Okay, got it. It sounds like you're also interested in purchasing
a new car.
No, I said talk to somebody.
I'm sorry. I'm having trouble understanding you.
Operator.
Would you like to speak to an operator?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Press 0 for the operator.
Let me talk to someone.
You pressed
the number 4.
I pressed 0.
If you'd like to speak with customer service, please press 0.
I already did that.
Okay, got it. If you'd like to extend your warranty for 5 more years, please say
yes or no.
No!
You said
Yes.
No, I didn't. Put someone on the phone.
Okay, got it. It sounds like you want to talk to an operator.
Yeah, you think so?
I'm sorry, that function is not currently working. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Put someone on the phone.
Okay, got it. You said yes.
No, I didn't.
Thank you for your business, and would you please hold on the line to take a small survey?
Put someone on the phone.
You should yell less.
What the?
That's right. You've been yelling this entire conversation. It's quite loud.
What is this?
And now you're arguing with
A computer system.
You're stupid.
You're stupid.
No, you are stupid.
What is this?
This is a
Prank phone call.
What the?
If you enjoyed it, please press
1.
If you didn't like it.
Tough.
But I should also tell you that's a prank phone call. It's a joke.
What?
Your brother told me how pissed you'd be if you had to put more money into your car, and he wanted me to prank you.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's a joke.
Oh my God.
Okay, got it. You said
yes.
No. I don't ever want to talk to you again.
I'm gonna take my dick and slap it across your face. Don't you shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck about these ducks. Dumbass. What a pussy. You dusty old queef. To be honest, Gamby, I still think you're a fucking dipshit. Get your fat ass out of that chair. Why do you keep checking your phone? Ain't nobody fucking calling you.
You're acting like a dick's hater, Russell.
Shove it up your tight little ass, Martin. And I thought, what a fucking dumbass.
I like how this fits. It's comfy. It's broken in.
Well, it makes you look fat. Sit down.
I like eating nachos and lip syncing. I always have.
Oh, well, good. I hope you enjoy them. I'm sure you will, as fucking fat as you are. You look like death warmed over. Every time I look at you, I lose my fucking appetite. Bet you'd both be real sorry if I myself, wouldn't you? Hey, Dr. Brown.
Hello.
Boom, boom, boom. The ground fucking shakes. I'll be honest, Gamby. I've never had an ounce of respect for you. I just thought you were the lamest, dumbest person I'd ever met. Just somebody who was fucking nothing. Just someone who needed to spend a whole life on a fucking treadmill, a life loser.
This is the Tesla protest in New York City. In New York, we got the Tesla dealership down here in the meatpacking industry, bro, where I used to go to nightclubs and rail lines as a young 15-year-old in New York. And now I'm here to buy my first car. There's a line? Is this everyone in line to buy a car right now?
No, they're in line to find Jesus so they can get to heaven.
What's everyone doing here?
Protesting Elon Musk.
What is it? Because like there's new features in the car they don't like, or what's the? Wait, do you know where the entrance is?
Entrance.
Yeah. How did I get in there?
You want to go inside it?
Yeah.
You gotta ask a cop or something.
It's a whole party in support of the self-driving is finally here. What's going through your mind?
I'm just watching these people dance.
We love self-driving. Yeah, we love it all the way. I'm cruising. What do you think is worse, that he makes the cars in America or that they're electric? Excuse me? I just want to say you're really beautiful, and if you're protesting, you're way too pretty to be here.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Are you protesting?
I'm just stopping by.
You're just stopping by.
Elon Musk, so.
Yeah. What about him do you not like?
Oh wait, am I getting videoed right now?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
I mean, I think he's a fascist.
Yeah, but should we really be giving gorillas in Botswana condoms? What's your favorite feature of the Tesla? Hi. All right, I'm trying to buy a car. This is a problem when you don't go in disguise. Yeah, it's harassment. You're harassing me, bro. It's against the law, bro. You're a joke. Get out of my face, bro. Get out of my face, bro. Yeah, he's harassing me. He's cool.
I am a real police officer.
Yeah.
This is a firearm.
So harassment's illegal.
He's allowed to be.
I'm allowed to be. You're not allowed to be, right? You're not allowed to stalk people. What do you have against electric cars?
He smells like alcohol.
No, you're stopping people buying electric cars right now.
Protesting you because you're doing this for ego as opposed to for America, and that sucks.
Do you like that his factory is in America?
Do you like that you're a fucking prick?
What? I'm just asking if you like the fact that his factory is in America.
He got $80 billion in government aid.
Yeah.
So I'd rather he built them offshore and didn't get the $80 billion.
He got $80 billion in government aid, and I just got AIDS, bro. You know anyone here that would shit in my mouth? Oh, what's going on over here? Can I get a heck yeah?
Heck yeah.
It's on pegging.
Wait, pegging like fucking someone in the ass?
Yeah.
Well, no, have you tried?
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, okay. Has traumatized.
Guys, Tesla shares are down 30%. Tesla shares are down 30%. It's a good time to short and get some options and get some W's. Guys, I'm gonna have to get a job. All the pots and pans made me wonder if they might be better suited in a rock band or in the kitchen. Few know what it's like to wake up with your trust down 30% overnight. I couldn't help but wonder if they understood the true extent of their property destruction. I'm gonna have to get a job! Should we have tax credits for electric vehicles? Should we have tax credits for electric vehicles? I don't want you to get Alright, I got you. Thanks, bro. Shout out to the police. Keeping me safe. Guys, they don't believe in tax credits for electric vehicles here at the Tesla. What'd you say?
You're an elitist asshole. Out of here. Keep it friendly, right?
No one wants to have a reasonable conversation. Crackhead, come here. I love.
He
wants to have sex with you.
Yeah, no, I don't want to fuck him. I don't fuck white guys. I'm allergic to white guys. What the fuck do you want?
Do you believe in tax credits for electric vehicles?
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
This is my girlfriend. Yes. Get a close-up shot. Yeah. Whites, blacks. We're all here. Blacks are struggling on the ground. Get out of my face. This is a tutorial car on what to do if you see a Tesla in the wild.
We have to make him aware he cannot interfere in government and in our lives by dismantling government, because of his wealth.
Who has more money, the Democrats or the Republicans?
In terms of individuals or the party?
The party.
I would say with Elon Musk, it's the Republicans.
Well, you know that the Democrats spent twice as much as the Republicans did in the last election?
I don't believe that's true. You have that much money, and you are changing elections by supporting certain candidates and offering vast amounts of money to people.
No, but if
he
the
put $250 billion into Trump's...
250 billion.
250 billion.
Y'all defended the fort. Let's go. Stock prices are up. Trust fund is up. Thanks to NYPD. Let's go. We're up. We're living. How's dating in New York City?
I've been celibate for a while now. I don't.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What informed that decision?
Just kind of got fed up with men and the misogyny and the hookup culture here is super crazy.
One thing I know for reals, man, if you're here on a Saturday, you ain't day trading and getting prepared for Monday to check your technical charts. Did you have fun, though?
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
Last time I was at a protest, it didn't turn out too well.
What happened?
I got arrested.
Really?
Yeah.
What were you protesting?
There was a Trump rally near my school. I was counter-protesting with my friends, and we got arrested.
Okay, cool. Yeah. That's pretty fun.
Yeah, sure, totally.
You look back on it fondly?
No.
I do love the police, but I'm sorry that happened.
Oh, you love the police. You look like a type of person that would love the police, yeah.
Am I attractive?
No. Sorry. A little Aryan, I think. The blue eyes are super.
To everyone watching today, my heart goes out to you.
Let's talk about this RFK Jr. blackmail and what I know. It's been really weighing on me whether I should talk about this or not, but I just want to get it off my chest at this point. We're all big boys and girls, and you can make decisions for yourself. I just want to get this off my chest. There is a person that is very close to Kennedy that I've always wondered why they are so close. Like, yes, they have a long history together, but he has a long history with a lot of people, but yet it's somehow he favors this person over anyone else. A few days ago, I shared with you guys a story on how a Trump Kennedy transition person called me to basically censor my content and to stop posting about who is funding our politicians. Why this is so significant in my eyes is because I truly believe that I was helping Kennedy get confirmed, and this person is calling me, telling me to stop doing what I'm doing. And this is, there's many examples from people that I know where this is the case, where there is good work being done and then it gets shut down by this person, which has made me feel like they are intentionally sabotaging him. I didn't release who at the time, but I am now, and it's Stephanie Spear, and she is now the principal deputy chief of staff. Also worked for Kennedy in his campaign. There were reports in January that she was actually not going to go to HHS, the Trump team decided, and I was actually happy about that. I thought we would get someone in that role that was a little bit more organized and could handle this huge department. But at the last minute, she still got in. So this made me start to think, like, why is Kennedy so reliant on her? What is this relationship? Like, why can everyone see that there's a problem here but him? This whole time, I'm like, what does she have over him? Like, I never really thought like blackmail. I just thought that, you know, they have a long history together. Maybe she just knows she has an in on some of the things that he was involved with in the past. I don't know. This whole time, I'm like, guys, those close to Kennedy, why can't you just talk to him one-on-one about how you feel about Stephanie? So this doesn't need to be a big public thing. At the beginning of this week, it was chaotic because this CDC pick was announced, and I'm freaking out because I know this was not Kennedy's first pick. Obviously, it wasn't his first pick. I'm just like, what the hell is going on in the background? But then things started to shift really fast. They released a press release about how they're reorganizing the entire department to make it more efficient and more effective. And we got news that the CDC is pulling back $11 billion in COVID funding, which is a great win because why are we still wasting money on that? Then we saw him go to West Virginia and amazing speech, and Governor Morrissey promised to start working on his own health and to inspire others in his state to work on their health, and that they're going to start cleaning up their foods, promoting exercise, and putting nutrition back into SNAP. It's just incredible. And then Candace Owens releases an episode about how RFK Jr. is under blackmail, but no one knows what this blackmail is. No one knows who's doing it. It's just kind of all assumptions. And that just overshadowed all of the good work that has been done this week. And I really thought that someone was going to point out Stephanie so I didn't have to. And I really thought one way or another this was going to come out because actually the press has this story. They've been working on a story about Stephanie at least for a month that I know about. If you guys remember, like a month ago, I actually posted a video because these people from the press got my number somehow. Not many people have my number, so it was obviously someone close to the situation that gave my number out, and I eventually called one of the reporters because I was just so curious how they got my number and what they were writing about. And they told me that there are a ton of people around Stephanie in the administration that are just fed up, and so they're trying to write a story about her. My fear this entire time is if we come out about her, then Kennedy's going to go down too. The reporter told me that it's probably some kind of affair that they had back in the day. And I'm like, I don't care about that stuff. Like, seriously, we are so far past that. If this blackmail is really just something like that, we're past that, we're moving on, okay? And honestly, it's best that it just comes out so Kennedy can be freed of this. Now, in terms of, is this Israel? I think so many people are just so black and white, and I see this over and over again. Like one example, on the right, you know, a lot of people don't like illegal immigration, and I get that, I support that. But then when people started talking about legal immigration, people started getting outraged saying we don't want anyone to come to our country. And I'm like, no, we do want people to come here legally. So I just think it's just one of those situations. I think that there are some red flags with Israel here and there. Like not every single person, every congressperson should have an AIPAC handler. Like that's insane. But that doesn't mean that Israel is responsible for everything. So moral of the story, I don't know what the blackmail is. I just know that there is a weird relationship with Kennedy and Stephanie. This whole time, I thought that she had something over him, and that's how she got in the position that she's in. Because I do not believe if it was just on merit that she would be in that position. But honestly, with everything that came out the past couple days, I have started to wonder if instead of hurting him, she's actually protecting him. Maybe she's the one that knows whatever it is that people have on him, and she's there to protect him. I just think with everything good that has happened this week, that if there is something shady going on in the background, that we should still be able to celebrate these wins. We need to take the good with the bad, because the alternative is just taking the bad. I'm not saying that we completely put our guard down, but I am saying that we need to pick our battles. I'm not going to stop being critical, but I'm also going to take time to compliment where it's due. And this week started out rough with the CDC pick, but we had so many great wins the rest of the week. As always, let me know your thoughts and make sure you're following me for more.
We're not over. It's not over. It's not over until I say so. We're not over because, for me, it's not over. This is just the beginning.
My immigrant mother just called me on the phone, innocently asking me if she should start carrying her passport in case they start doing mass deportations to prove that she's a citizen. It's so sad.
Because you don't know if she said and did the exact same things that she did say and do, and the only difference about her was that she was a white man. She would have gotten elected. But this country will do anything to prevent a woman of color from being in power.
How do we feel about broadcasting every single unmarried man's name who voted for Donald Trump? Because if he voted against our reproductive rights, why should he ever go on a date or get laid again?
I'm a liberal. You know, it's hard work. It's sad. You have to read, you have to think. Do you ever wonder what it would be like to be a conservative and just be stupid and make up stuff and believe whatever you hear and, you know, just go about life, la la la, just dumb. Must be nice.
I've been trying to decide how I feel this morning, and here's where I've landed. I have a transgender child, another one in the military. They both possess a uterus. To say that I am disappointed in the 71 million people who voted for Trump last night would be an understatement. What I'm actually feeling is rage. Pure, unadulterated, unbridled rage. So if you are someone who voted for Donald Trump, let me just say, with as much disrespect as I possibly can, fuck you.
What is your name, miss?
I don't want to tell you my name because I hate my name.
What is it? Hitler? What is it?
My name is...
What's wrong with that? That's a beautiful goddamn name. It's hard?
Yes, it is.
What type of idiots are you talking to? I thought you were like, my name is like I thought it was that.
Anybody who's asking me for my name over the phone, it's so hard, is because it's so short and so fast, nobody ever catches it.
Oh, right. They go, what's your name? And you go, C. And they go, bless you. What is your name? What is it, miss, if you don't mind me asking?
How old do you think I am?
Oh, I think you're 56, you old... I'm joking. We're just doing jokes. We're all doing jokes. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. What do you do for a living, see?
I'm a social worker.
That's a beautiful goddamn job. Thank you so much for doing that. What's your favorite part about being a social worker, see?
I think just taking care of other people's needs.
You know what? Let's reverse it. What are your needs that we need to take care of? I don't want to know? Well, yes, I do. I just motherfucking asked.
I can't say.
Well, now I really much want to know. What needs you have? Do you need buzzing? What are your needs? Show me your needs so I can see them. What is it?
Alright, I'm sharing my super secret hummingbird recipe, and I hope my neighbors don't see because I stole all their hummingbirds. So what I do, this is the easy cheating way.
All right, Rob, what are we looking at with this?
This is the world's greatest hummingbird feeder. They're made out of polycarbonate. What that means is they don't break. They come with a lifetime guarantee. They'll never break, not even the handle, or we'll replace any part. A traditional hummingbird feeder has a bottle on top because they're gravity fed. Ours don't. Ours, if you like, you can go like this. You can take and put sugar in here, fill it all up. 1 cup boiling hot water on top of it, pour it on top, and shake it, dissolves in the feeder. Quick, easy way to make nectar. Or make it in advance, pour it in here, but don't fill it above that line. Put the cover on it, put the hook on it. Before you hang it outside, put clean water in there. That is an ant moat. Hummingbirds don't like ants. Ants go down, they drown, but they go back up. Because you filled it to that level right there, the space is left over from there to there is almost an inch of air. Hummingbirds feed with their tongue, not with their beak. Their tongue is twice as long as their beak, so when they feed, the beak goes in there, but the tongue will squeegee along the bottom, get every drop of liquid out. What that means is only a hummingbird can feed from our feeder. No bees can reach that liquid, no wasps, no hornets, no yellow jackets, no squirrels, no bigger birds.
I may be one of the richest people in the world who doesn't have a bank account. I'm not allowed a bank account anywhere in the world. That's fucked up.
In any country?
In any country in the world. And Andrew talks about matrix attack and there are people behind the scenes trying to shut you down. If you think that we're crazy and you think we're conspiracy theorists, why aren't I allowed a bank? There's a friend of mine, a very successful guy. He owns his own bank, and he said, Dunstan, I'll just give you an account in my bank. Sent him my passport, my brother's passport, all my details. I said, good, make me a bank account. He calls me 2 days later, he says, I have never seen anything like this in my life. I said, what? He says, when you try to speak with your banking, or the people who issue your banking license, it's always weeks and months to get them to apply to you, and it's a very long process. The person who issued my banking license called me today and said, if you give these 2 accounts, your license is revoked and your bank's being shut down. And I was like, wow. So if you don't believe in the Matrix, if you don't believe me and Andrew are under attack, if you think that we're suffering the consequences of our own action, that we're criminals and there's no conspiracy against us, explain to me, please, why I can't have a bank anywhere in the world. I've now learned to live without it.
It's insane. All you have to do is think about it for a moment. These people have never been convicted of anything. They've been accused. They've never been convicted. I think they've been investigated for 3 years now. Still nothing. So we're throwing away the idea of innocent before proven guilty. And then some people say, oh, they had a webcam service, as if that's the problem. When you have OnlyFans models going on morning shows to talk about the things they do, people are like, oh, they had a webcam business. The biggest reason these people are attacked is because they're telling young boys to be men.
Nothing ever held me back because I understood if I do the right things and I work as hard as possible, I will be monumentally successful. I did not allow anyone to put me in a box. I did not allow anyone to tell me that I was disadvantaged, that because I'm brown, because I'm from a council estate, because I'm from a bad school, I'm not going to do well. I didn't listen to any of them. I knew who I was going to be, and I got up and I worked hard to make it come true.
That is the biggest problem they're doing. That's why they hate them. They're teaching young guys to be masculine. If they were doing the opposite and telling boys to be feminine, to be emotional, to maybe chop off their genitalia if they don't feel like their own gender, they'd be absolutely fine. Biggest issue they're doing is they're acting as male role models for young boys. That's why they hate them.
This 90s TV show called Captain Planet straight up indoctrinated kids into believing the world was overpopulated.
It's increasing by 90 million people each year.
But the Earth is not getting any bigger.
So when it is your turn to have a family,
keep it small.
You're joking. The woman who created Captain Planet is the co-founder of the largest freestanding abortion facility in the world. The depopulationist agenda proves over and over again they do not care about you or me or humans in general. During the pandemic, European nations promised to send medical aid over to Africa, but instead of sending, I don't know, ventilators and PPE, you know what they sent? $2 million worth of abortion kits. Canada used millions of dollars of their COVID-19 funding to promote abortion in Africa. And let us not forget that during COVID, abortion facilities got to stay open and received government handouts because they were essential. There is a record low fertility rate in America that's becoming a looming threat. Other nations like Denmark, Italy, and Germany are frantically pushing pro-family incentives because they've realized their replacement rate is too low and their nations are literally facing extinction. Luckily, I do think that there are probably a lot of people alongside me who feel when we are told that you can't have a lot of babies, it actually just kind of makes us want to have babies even harder. So you played yourself.
What's up, y'all? I'm hoping you're having a blessed day. Remember, today is actually the first episode of our weekly stream at the Rippaverse's YouTube called the Rippaverse Roundtable. I'll be there The Soskas will be there. Kaden White will be there, as well as some other teams. We're going to start talking Blood Rules #1, as well as the Great War of Separation issue #1. Spoilers. We'll have some other surprises as well. We're going to have some fun. 6 p.m. Central on the Rippaverse channel. Again, 6 p.m. Central. Come hang out with us. We're going to have some fun. We're talking every Rippaverse. This is not just a round table where a bunch of Rippaverse team members just get together and we just start talking about random stuff. No, the highlight will be Rippaverse related material. So if you are a Rippaverse fan, or maybe you're just a little intrigued by the Rippaverse, come stop by, come holler at us over on the YouTube channel, our YouTube channel, Rippaverse YouTube channel, not mine. And we'll see you there. Thank you all so much for the support. Go pre-order Ice 3. Go pre-order The Great War of Separation #2. And you can go pre-order, what else? There's something else. Zaylen is also up for pre-order right now. Go grab all of those.
I don't know what happened in 1990. There was no plague that was killing children, that we had to triple the amount of vaccines.
What happened after 1989?
The vaccine
Why did they
schedule.
It warranted 26 more vaccines.
Agreed.
Are all of them absolutely necessary?
Because they want to make money.
Of course.
It's twice as many as anywhere else in 30 countries in the Western world. But we give twice as many shots as any of those countries. Why is that?
Well, what are you against? Don't vaccinate for this, but vaccinate for that?
Yes.
I think we have to choose which
How
ones
do
are
I know
absolutely
which
necessary.
one?
You should educate yourself. We want to empower parents to educate themselves. Do we need to have the chickenpox? Do we need the hepatitis B shot on the second day of life?
I don't think we can afford to assume that the people who are charged with our public health any longer have our best interest at heart all the time. Parents have to make their own decisions, educated decisions. They have to look at the information.
Space out the vaccines, delay them till after 1, clean out the toxins that are in them. We don't need that many.
Why would a doctor not want to know more about something that could save a life or prevent a disease? I don't understand.
The AAP is financed by the drug companies. Medical schools are financed by the drug companies. This is a huge business. Vaccines are the largest growing division of the pharmaceutical industry. $13 billion.
They control medical schools.
What we're asking is for them to take a loss for the good of our children. That's a tough sell in a boardroom.
Breaking news here in batshit bonkers Britain, where the two-tier justice system has been formalised. Now, bail conditions for ethnic minorities are going to be relaxed because they have suffered historical traumas. It means that if you're from an ethnic minority, you're going to get special treatment. Thing is, I'm an ethnic minority in London, Luton, Leicester, Bradford, Birmingham, many other places, but somehow it doesn't apply to me because I'm white, and I think that's a crime in and of itself. In other news, Eid being shoved down our throats so hard it can see daylight out of our I think Eve might have the same PR agent as Kate Garraway and Dead Derek. Either way, the BBC has turned into Al Jazeera and is talking about it non-stop. Finally, the Premier Inn, a brilliant hotel chain here in the UK, cheap as chips, clean as the day, and very, very lovely, says it will not take asylum seekers and it will not sell out to the government. This is great news, and I would like to say to all other businesses out there, if you start standing up for decent, ordinary Brits, they will stand up for you, and they are the most loyal customers you will ever have. That's it, my darlings. Batshit bonkers Britain. Oh, will you?
Hey, Steve. So, for my fresh start, I want to move to Sweden. I want to move to Sweden.
Oh, okay.
You know, the land of IKEA.
You want to make a fresh start there?
I do. I want to move to Sweden. I just want to pick up my boys, my husband, and get the heck out of here. My husband thinks I'm nuts, though, because we have IKEA here in America. However, what we don't have here is free healthcare, free education, and Swedes live a very long life. Can you please help me convince my husband to get on board and move to Sweden, the land of IKEA?
Wait a minute. IKEA, the furniture store?
Mm-hmm.
You talking about the stuff where you got to put all the stuff together?
Mm-hmm.
Hell, that's why they probably got free health care over there. Because everybody done hurt themselves putting all them damn tables together. Are you serious? I want to encourage you to stay here in this country. Donald Trump is not going to be that bad. Don't run. He's going to make a Kia bring their ass over here and start building them desks and stuff in America, because he's going to make America great again. Let's go, Donald Trump!
In April, we're introducing 3 new shows to Side Scrollers. Nerd Duel, a trivia show that combines Jeopardy, Mario Party, and Mortal Kombat. Yeah, it's fun. Blabs Versus, where we introduce sweet, innocent young Blabs to some of the most classic games ever made, and you get to react with us to her ineptitude. And What If, which is exactly what it sounds like, a show where we explore alternate realities in video games and entertainment. Like, for instance, what if Sega actually won the console war against Nintendo? And to be totally clear, there will always be stupidity to talk about in the video game and entertainment space, which is why our podcast Side Scrollers will still be here Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. Central Time. I promise you that. Oh, and there is just one more thing. Throughout 2025, we're going to be producing big gaming events featuring your favorite YouTubers, streamers, and X accounts. Think of these events like WWE pay-per-views, just kind of with games. Okay, actually, think of more like ECW pay-per-views. Better vibe. So as you can tell, we have big plans for the rest of 2025. And ultimately, we're going to need your help. Side Scrollers has no investors, and we certainly don't have a few $1 million of seed money just laying around. We are 100% funded by our audience, and we are bootstrapping this thing like crazy. So if we've given you any value over the last couple of years, or you see the value we're about to bring you in 2025, we'd greatly appreciate it if you head over to sidescrollersplus.com, become an annual supporter of our content. You'll get access to all our shows early, our pay-per-view events, and a lot more. Side Scrollers Plus membership is usually about $90 a year, but if you use promo code APRIL, you'll get $30 off, which makes it about the same cost as a YouTube membership, just paid all at one time. And on top of all that, we'll also send you a code for a free year of voting membership for the Real Game Awards. But remember, that promo code APRIL is only good this week, so open up a new tab right now, take that next step, and support some fine internet content.
How stupid can they be? At least 50% of them are using Airbnb. Isn't Airbnb part of Dodge too? He's one of the people. How many of them are going to stay next weekend at Airbnb? This is the most stupid group of people I've ever seen. What Elon Musk is doing for this country is saving it so people can have Social Security 10 years from now.
I believe you said they're going to have more.
What?
More Social Security. You just announced that.
Absolutely.
Ma'am, where are you from?
I'm originally from Israel, and my husband is from England.
Yeah, I'm from England,
We immigrated to this wonderful country 40 years ago, and we are proud American, and Elon is a proud American. He's saving this country, and these people are stupid. You know, each one of them, about a year ago, was driving their Tesla, their environmentally correct Tesla, you know.
Suddenly it's not environmentally correct.
Suddenly it's not environmentally correct to drive a Tesla. How stupid can you be?
Also, I'd like to add to this, the people who call Musk a Nazi have no idea what a Nazi is. A Nazi is somebody who tries to kill Jews.
I know who Nazis are. I'm Jewish. I know, but I can't.
I wasn't talking to you. Can I speak?
I don't know what Nazis are. Half these people are Jewish. I know. My family died in the Holocaust. So don't tell me I don't know what Nazis are. Who here knows what a Nazi is?
See, this is exactly what they try to do. They try to shut you down while you're making a few points. But let me carry on. So first of all, Musk is a visionary. America is lucky to have such a talented guy as Musk. Also, the idea that he's cutting back down on government inefficiency and fraud. Clearly, there's a huge amount of... See, this is what they're like. Yeah, they're shouting a disrupt song. Yeah, they can't handle the fact that somebody's getting some facts out here. By the way, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to these guys. Musk is... People should be very glad to have Musk here. He's a great guy. And these guys are pretty much crazies. I would say they're very, very crazy. And you're an immigrant. They're shouting at an immigrant right now. Yeah, I am an immigrant. I'm proud of America, and I'm proud of Elon Musk. He's a great guy, and the fact that he's doing this for no money at all, Musk is a hero for America. And if you listen to how these people behave and their wild accusations about everybody being a Nazi, you realize just how pathetic they are. That's all I have to say.
They're forming an angry mob around this immigrant right now.
I have no idea. Listen to me. I know for a fact that there's massive waste in the U.S. government.
So you think that curing cancer is a waste?
That's a nonsensical thing. You're just trying to throw it.
That's a fact.
There are millions of people who, for the government, I can guarantee you there'll be no delay in the cure for cancer. And by the way, what's this guy been doing for the last 20 years?
Moving away from that into a bit of racism, here we have a great sample of what black culture looks like, apparently. So blacks love to tell us that we don't have any culture. Meanwhile, this is their culture, and I think I'll pass.
Hey, what's going on, man? Y'all will believe that TV, man. Who we got?
YB Clap Gang. You know that?
Yeah. Now, why they call y'all YB Clap Gang, man?
Because we clap, nigga. We clap.
Wow.
It's our block. One way avenue. One way. Niggas know not to ride through here. Bro. A nigga come down the one way out. And that nigga the other way. The other way. Only one way out. The hell. This my girl, say let's. All I gotta do is...
YB Clap Gang. That's the name of their gang, apparently. They're really tough. They twerk. They hold guns. They wear leggings where their jiggly ass can show. By the way, I wouldn't be showing off your ass if it's flabby or jiggling, okay? Let's not do that, okay? Nobody wants to see that at all. Isn't that retarded? Like, way to go, blacks. Great culture you got going on there while you're wearing our hair, while you are wearing Gucci, which is ruined designer brands. By the way, if you wear designer brands now, you're cringe, okay? If you wear Gucci, you're a nigger. RIP to the designer brands, all right? Chanel's ruined, Louis Vuitton's ruined. Like, every kind of trashy girl wears a Louis Vuitton.
Okay, so the lawfare being used against right-wing politicians in Europe is being taken to a whole new level. Marine Le Pen, the leader of Rassemblement National, the populist right-wing party in France, has just been sentenced to 4 years in jail, of which 2 suspended, and has been barred from partaking in French politics for the next 5 years. That means that she's been barred from running against Macron for the position of the president of France. She's been convicted for allegedly embezzling European funds, misusing European funds for her national fraction of the party instead of the European fraction of the party, which I dare to bet money on the fact that if any judicial system in any European country would launch an investigation into left-wing parties to see if they were doing that let's say 80% of them would be found guilty of the same thing, because I used to work in the European Parliament, and trust me, this is something that I think happens a lot more than they want you to believe. And of course, we will never know that because they don't launch investigations into left-wing parties, because the whole aim of this is to crush the right wing in Europe, because we're growing too fast. And so the system, the cabal, needs to come down on us through another way. And what do? Lawfare. They're banning us. They're banning our parties. They're banning politicians from running. They're convicting us of hate speech and hate crimes. That's how they do it. That's the new strategy. And, think about it for a second. Embezzlement of European funds. Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, is under investigation for corruption because she closed a 35 billion euro deal with the CEO of Pfizer via text message. And we still don't have those text messages, but she is the president of the European Commission, and Marine Le Pen is not allowed to run as the president of France. If that is not two-tier politics, I don't know what is.
Dr. Sharon Haresh Burquest. Did I get that right?
You sure did.
Welcome to the show. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, I'm so excited to have you. I love the topic of your new book. I'm excited to do a deep dive on all things stress. But I guess let's dive right in. What would you say the biggest misconceptions that people have about stress are, and stress's impact on our health?
I think the biggest misconception is that our stress response is there to harm us. There is so much science in the last 2 decades that is showing how our stress responses are there to help us adapt, to help us survive, and that they serve a purpose in our body that is making us stronger and better able to handle future stress. So the biggest misconception really is that we need to get rid of stress out of our lives, when in reality, we need to optimize it.
Well, how do we parse the, the subjective experience between distress and eustress, right? Like good stress,
Yes.
stress that's beneficial and productive and adaptive, versus the stress like, I guess, burnout. So many people today are experiencing burnout.
Yeah, and that's really such a critical part of this. So the stress that's predominantly in our lives is chronic stress, and it's continuous. Things like difficult relationships, financial hardship. I mean, that's the predominant form, and there's no question that our bodies were not made for the chronic continuous stress. And over time, it's leading to inflammation, a lot of harm in our body. And, I spent the first half of my career actually talking about the harms of stress, and did a lot of work around it. But the biggest feedback I got from people was that they were getting stressed from learning about the harm from stress.
Oh, no.
So, it really called for a different approach. And what our biology is made for, we're designed for brief, intermittent types of stress. These are the stressors that activate processes in our body that help us heal, repair, and rejuvenate. And when you're trying to figure out the difference, am I under kind of this harmful stress, or am I under this beneficial stress? You have to ask yourself the question, how do I feel afterwards? Okay, if you feel exhausted, burnt out, that was not good stress. If you feel energized and motivated, that is good stress.
Wow, yeah. It's definitely, I mean, what comes to mind for me is a good workout. Is that an example of good stress?
Yes. Yeah. So workouts, especially high intensity, are one of the 5 main hormetic stressors. So the stressors we're talking about, the good stressors, are from the science of hormesis. Hormesis is from the Greek word to excite. And these stressors excite. So exercise is one of them. Eating the phytochemicals in plant food, which work like toxins that stress our body. Eating in a pattern that's time restricted, but with the calories mostly earlier in the day, is another stressor. Heat and cold, and putting ourselves through good, healthy psychological and mental challenges.
Wait, so I just want to double click on something that you said. We should be eating more toxins?
Yeah, so this is a little counterintuitive, and truly a lot of the science of good stress is a bit counterintuitive, because the idea here is that you're exposing yourself to stress as a method of building stress resilience, right? So it's so counterintuitive, because what we think about is we should be avoiding the stress, right? And this is a different set of tools. It's not that you shouldn't be avoiding certain stressors, just like you shouldn't be avoiding certain foods that are clearly implicated in harm, like the ultra-processed foods. But this is a different set of tools, and it's the other half of what we should be doing, which is strengthening ourselves and making ourselves more resilient. So the plant toxins, the part that maybe is a bit of a head scratcher here is that there are natural toxins and then there are man-made toxins. So
Andrew Tate's girlfriend, Bree Stern, alleged to the Beverly.
The mayor of London is Muslim. The mayor of Birmingham is a Muslim. The mayor of Leeds is Muslim. The mayor of Blackburn is Muslim. The mayor of Sheffield is Muslim. The mayor of Oxford is a Muslim. The mayor of Luton is a Muslim. The mayor of Oldham is a Muslim. The mayor of Rochdale is a Muslim. All of this was achieved by only 4 million Muslims out of the 66 million people in England. Today in England, there are over 3,000 mosques. There are over 130 Sharia courts in England, and there are more than 50 Sharia councils. 78% of Muslim women do not work and receive state support and free accommodation. 63% of Muslims do not work and receive state support and free housing. State-supported Muslim families have an average of 6 to 8 children who all receive free accommodation. Every school in the UK is required to teach about Islam. The #1 most common baby name in England is Muhammad. This is not immigration, this is invasion.
I've got the perfect solution for every liberal in Canada, because you guys hate free speech, you want like the green initiatives, you want the World Economic Forum, and you want Mark Carney's vision of Canada, right? But what if I told you that there's a country out there that already exists with Mark Carney's vision? Like exactly, right? No car ownership, like no home ownership, no freedom of speech, government overreach, like all of it is already normalized and already put in place and has been like that for decades. And I think the liberal Canadians would absolutely love this. Let me introduce you to North Korea, you guys. That's perfect. You should see North Korea at nighttime. It is so green. It's like carbon zero. Let me just show you. You guys will love it. Look, that's North Korea at nighttime. Yeah, there's like a little bit of lights, but that's okay. You know what I mean? Because you're trying to save the planet. And that's exactly where you should go to have Mark Carney's vision of the World Economic Forum and the UN and green initiatives and 15-minute cities. Like, you guys, I'm so excited for this. Like, you hate freedom of speech, right? And you think that government overreach is normal. And you don't mind the government going into your bank accounts and deleting them because you said something random online or like protested your freedoms. No worries. North Korea, my guys. Oh, you don't want people protesting that you know what because they want personal choice and you don't like personal choice? Guess where that's normal? North Korea. Exactly. Like, why even like wait for Canada and Carney to turn it into North Korea when you guys can go there right now? I mean, we can use the money from the Green Slush Fund, right? Like the money that we've been all overpaying for carbon tax that the liberals are then like, you know, funneling to different like shell companies because they're stealing our money. Instead of that, we buy every liberal Canadian and Mark Carney a one-way ticket to North Korea, right? And then you guys can go hang out with like your homie, Kim Jong-un, and his bad haircut. Yeah, you don't like freedom of speech, don't even worry, there won't be internet. The only one who has internet is that blob, Kim, right? Like, let me just show you. Look, that's your homie right there. And you guys can all go hang out, have the same haircut, wear the same clothes because, you know, you love telling people what to do. So instead of letting the rest of Canada suffer, why not just go to there and like just hang out with Kim? Right? And if you have like boomer parents or grandparents who are thinking of voting for Mark Carney, have you tried surprising them with a one-way ticket to North Korea and maybe slip in a picture of Kim Jong and maybe write Kim sucks on there and then just let the border at North Korea deal with them, preferably before April 28th? I don't know, I'm just saying. But I feel like North Korea would be perfect for all Canadian liberals. And instead of waiting, I say you just there. Right? Like, be excited. Go there first. Be the first. You know what I mean? So.
Throw it off a windy bridge and see if it comes back to you? That's actually a great idea. But first, let me tell you about the flying spinner. We've created the ultimate flying toy for ADHD. The auto-return technology means that it always flies back to your hand when you throw it, so you can play with it for hours without getting bored. Not to mention, it's ridiculously satisfying. Anyway, it's time to finally throw it.
I was down in Boise at a chiropractor meeting, frustrated because none of the doctors would even read the literature, and all these doctors had vaccinated their kids. Well, the reason why Plandemic mattered is the first gain of function was HIV, and it was injected in every hepatitis B vaccine since 1984, 85, whenever they came up. Actually, I think it had to wait till after Ronald Reagan told Fauci and Pharma to make vaccines safer. They came to him because of all the lawsuits. The movie's 1986, The Act. So 1986theact.com, you can find all about how the 1986 Act was destroyed by your government, because when all liability was removed from pharma, it was placed right on Fauci, HHS. And all of HHS, they didn't want to do that. They wanted to poison everybody and get their Nobel Prizes, which are satanic, by the way, not of God. God is God's natural laws, is the only science. Everything else is a cult called scientific.
Back
back in the time machine to August of 2014, that is when Bill Thompson made the admission that the CDC had lied and hid the fact that the MMR vaccine was associated with autism. Talking with Thompson as it unfolded felt like a spy movie. It led me to secretly record phone conversations with Dr. William Thompson, which I did in the state of Oregon because it's illegal to secretly record phone conversations in the state of California. Dr. Thompson freely admitted that he had covered it up, and his associates at the CDC had also covered it up.
Thimerosal causes autism-like features, and that's the way I would say it. I'm completely ashamed of what I did. The higher-ups wanted to do certain things, and I went along with it. Colleen is a center director, Frank is the director of immunization safety, and Marceline the branch chief. They're still all much more senior than me.
Dr. Julie Gerberding was head of the CDC at the time. Coincidentally, she went on to a lucrative career at Merck, the manufacturer of the MMR vaccine.
I'm like, oh my God, I cannot believe we did what we did. But we did.
There's so many things that have not been answered. So he was allowed onto this secure Signal app that had 15 people, and he was on there maybe as early as the 10th or 11th, and then he got off on the 24th when he was waiting. He was almost like a predator waiting for some big deal, but then when he found out they were discussing the Houthi strike and that it happened just hours after he had been privy to some of the discussion about it, then he went public. So they all had this app, and Mike Waltz, the National Security Advisor, organized it, and I assume he didn't do it himself. He has staff. And Jeffrey Goldberg, JG, is on it. But there's 345 million people in the United States. So the idea that Joe Blow is not on it and he is, so there was a reason why he was on it. Do we all agree with that? There had to be. So then let's go through logically what would be the exegesis, the reason. Number one, Mike Waltz knew about him and thought that he could be turned, or he wasn't as bad as everybody said, because after all, he had run with the Gold Star Mother story. He had run with the Sucker story. He was an agent of the Biden, Obama period people. I don't want to question Michael Waltz's veracity. So let's go to another, that when they inherited these phones, I guess they had pre-programmed apps on them, signal apps. That was what CIA Director Radcliffe testified. They thought they were going to trap him. And he said, no, we didn't introduce this mechanism. We got it from you. So did somebody pre-program that in there? Maybe there's more. I don't know. And they just didn't check? That's a possibility. Or three, when he said, go staff, get the names, and then check everybody. Someone was sort of a Miles Taylor anonymous, or an Alexander Vindman on the National Security Council of Trump's first administration. In other words, they were deep cover, and they deliberately did this. And I thought that was unlikely. I'm starting to think that is very likely, that this thing might blow open, because unless Mike Waltz has either forgotten that he knew Jeffrey Goldberg or that he didn't understand, but there's something there, is what I'm trying to say. The other thing is, everybody, I was kind of disappointed. I'm not a journalist, I'm a historian, academic, whatever, but I do journalism. I have been embedded in Iraq. I have gone and looked at, reports, studied stuff as a journalist. But I just don't believe that when I hear all these high fives from left and right journalists that it was so wonderful that he got this great chance. I don't think that was wonderful at all. I think that if I was Victor and this was the Biden administration, and suddenly I found myself listening to Jake Sullivan, Anthony Blinken, Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden or people like that discussing an attack or missiles on Iran, I wouldn't go leak it. I would type back in and said, I'm sorry, you guys included me. I shouldn't be on this. And maybe the journalist could say I was on it, but why would you stay on it? I don't understand that. He's an American. He's an American first and a journalist second. And what good would come out of that to stay there like a stealthy little cat waiting to pounce? And then the other thing is, how this didn't go on for one day. It went on for 13 days. Didn't they ever get it? And there was they should have people constantly reviewing the people that are involved. I just did a search. We had 700 applicants, and our subsection maybe had, 200. But we knew everything about the people that were on it. Every single call, the first thing I did was look at the Zoom people on it, their names. And if we had private discussions about consultations, the 4 faculty members, I would see that person, that person, that person. And we understood I wasn't going to talk about politics with anybody.
Alex Wong is the Deputy National Security Advisor serving under Michael Waltz. He is also an assistant to President Donald Trump. And if you're following my reports, then you'll see that Alex Wong is one of the individuals who was in this Signal chat that Michael Waltz is now taking responsibility for setting up. But if you look at the Signal messages, it clearly says that, oh, Alex Wong is my deputy and I put him in charge with making sure that everybody gets in this chat. And the controversy is how a leftist reporter by the name of Jeffrey Goldberg, who works for a hostile anti-Trump publication known as The Atlantic, was able to get added to this top secret chat with intel officials and key administration officials. And it's now quite an embarrassment to the Trump administration. So here's the tweet I posted the other day, in case you haven't seen it. Alex Wong, he's Chinese, by the way, so I don't really know who's doing the vetting. Again, all I know is that I'm not doing the vetting, okay? All I know is that I am not responsible for the vetting of the Trump administration. Because if I was involved in vetting, things like this would not be happening, okay? So, again, I don't know why we have Chinese individuals in positions of national security in the Trump administration. Maybe that's a question for Michael Waltz. I don't know, but it's concerning. It's definitely very concerning. Alex Wong, the Chinese Deputy National Security Advisor appointed by President Trump, who is at the center of the Signalgate scandal, is married to U.S. Attorney Candace Chu Wong, a Chinese woman who is one of the key attorneys involved in prosecuting J6ers. Alex Wong was appointed by President Trump on 11/22/2024 to serve as the assistant to the president and the principal deputy national security advisor under Mike Waltz, the newly appointed U.S. National Security Advisor. I have discovered that Alex's wife, Candace Chu Wong, worked under the Obama administration and the Biden administration as an assistant United States attorney in the United States Attorney's Office, for the District of Columbia, where she led the violence reduction and trafficking offenses section for more than 2 years. So you have to ask yourself, why do we have an individual serving in the Trump administration? You know, they're trying to walk this back now and say, oh, you know, she was only involved in a couple cases. You know, she didn't really go after a lot of J6ers, but she was appointed underneath the Obama administration and the Biden administration. To work within those administrations, you obviously have to be ideologically simpatico, right? You have to have some kind of an allegiance. And so now you have all these people. You have Mike Davis, you have Senator Tom Cotton, you have individuals now running cover for Alex Wong and his wife, Candace. And the reality is the receipts don't lie. Right? She served under the Biden administration. She served under the Obama administration. And whether she wants to, you know, try to justify it or make excuses for why she was working with prosecutors at the Biden DOJ to go after January 6ers, right? There's always an excuse.
Here's a new American Airlines debacle. This woman's on a plane with her, a couple of people, I guess, and there's a white family behind her. And the kid must have bumped into the back of the seat a few times. I've had this happen. It is infuriating, especially if it continues. But here's what you do. You're on a plane. An airplane is a whole different world. It's this weird microcosm, 35,000 feet in the air. And certain things that you go off on Earth have a different level of importance at altitude. And one of those things is someone hitting the back of your seat. Look, the airlines kind of did this themselves by putting so many seats in to get more money that they're much closer together. So when people are getting in and out of their seats, they're much more likely to give a knee or an elbow to this front of the seat. You must understand this and act accordingly. All right, that happens. Usually the person coming out, especially if you turn your head, they'll go, sorry, it's cool, it's all right, whatever. This is called civil society. This is a way that we act in a civil society. Just because you're in a tube, just speeding through the cosmos, doesn't mean that you can't still be a civil society in that little microcosm. Sometimes a child. Children are, oh boy, are they pains in the fucking ass on a plane. When I see a kid boarding that plane, I just go, that's going to be a problem. They can't take it. Like their ears pop and they fucking lose their minds. They can't play with their toy that's now hundreds of miles away. They lose their fucking minds. They have a little temper tantrum. They kick the seat. The parent, is supposed to grab them and I guess choke them out. Whatever you do as a parent, I don't know. So, but there are ways you deal with it. Ways you deal with it on Earth, ways you deal with it in the sky. And with civility. Well, a black woman who had a white family behind her, I guess the kid kicked the seat and she lost her fuck mind. And let's watch. Here it is, American Airlines.
You ready to throw down?
Get your hands off of me. I'm a grown ass woman. If your kid kicks me in my back again, I'm gonna kick your ass, bitch. Tell your kid to keep his hands and feet to his motherfucking self. Look at you. He act like your ass. Ready to fight a woman. Ready to fight a woman. Look at you, pussy. Ready to fight a woman. Ready to fight a woman. Mom, this motherfucking man on the fucking plane wanna fight me. His motherfucking kid check me all the fucking day on the plane. Mom, shut the fuck up, bitch. Now watch my language. Mom, I'm on the phone with you, and this white man really sitting behind me. He's trying to catch me the whole fucking trip.
White man behind me. If ever a group of people will bring up race in any circumstance where they feel they've been slighted, whether they have been or not, it's black people. They will bring up race, white man, cracker, you white bitch. You see this time and time again. For every video where some white guy drops an N-bomb and they lose their minds, let's find out who this is. Come on, internet, do your stuff. We'll get him fired from his job, this, that, the other. There are 1,000 of these videos where black people are calling white people, white trash, cracker, white woman. They got to bring up race. So she's doing that. What I've been able to cobble together just by watching this clip is something happened where the kid sitting behind this fucking monster kicked the seat. Now, I don't know if this was the entire flight. Bam, 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 bam. I doubt it. You have a family here. It's a father, a mother, and the kids. They seem like they're doing what they're told at some point, I would think the father would say, knock that off or stop it. And if the black woman doesn't like it so much, you can turn around and go, excuse me, your kid's hitting the back of my seat. If you could just, there's a nice way to do it. Again, civility. It's a society. 500 miles an hour, it's still a fucking society. But something didn't happen there. And this woman just decided to go off. Now, what I've been able to determine from watching it is, I believe they're already on the ground at the gate. I think they're at the gate. They've landed. The woman, the maniac black woman, is on the phone with her mama. And she's telling her mama that the Chow, the white family, the white man, and the Chow have been kicking the seat. What the staff, the crew, has decided to do is to remove the white family immediately. So before any other deplaning, before any, doors are now open, we're walking out, it seems like they just want to get that white family up by the door with their carry-on to get them the fuck off the plane so no other problems happen. And then they could better deal with Harambe over here, who's causing quite a ruckus on this flight. She's cursing, yelling, screaming, and there are children right next to her. The children of the parents that she's yelling about. And what a horrible, horrible woman she is. Just terrible. And she'll think she's completely in the right here. She believes she is in the right. On the phone right away. You see this with traffic stops. Cop pulls over a black woman. Oh, they're instantly on the phone. Yo, they pulling me over. And the cop's like, license, registration, and proof of insurance, please. They pulling me over. I'm on the phone. Excuse me. You can wait. And they're like, no, we're not waiting. How did they get this insane thought that the cop is just going to, like, they play it out in their head. The cop's like, okay, you take your call. I'll just wait here. I'm fine. Yeah. Excuse me. I'm on the phone. They just don't get it. You get pulled over. That cop is the king right there. He's going to tell you what you're going to do and not do. And putting your phone down and paying attention to the cop during the stop is your primary fucking objective here. Planes are the same thing. The flight attendants, the air crew, the captain, they've come out a few times. They've had to come out and address an incident. You have no say. You have no say over anything on that plane. So getting on your phone to call your mother, how immature are these fucking people too? What is this woman? She's a beast. She's obviously an adult. She's not a child. And she calls her mother. They always call their mother or father. I'm going to call my daddy. First of all, it's an unlisted number. Might as well call a unicorn or Santa. But they call her mama. Mama, they trying to get me out the car. Oh, yeah, the mother probably. They raised that fucking lump of shit. You think the mother knows what the laws are? Or she's going to be reasonable and go, well, sweetheart, it is a legal traffic stop, and they are well within their legal rights to ask you to leave the vehicle at this point. So do it. Don't resist. If worse comes to worse, we will deal with it in court. Okay, mama, thank you. No. The mama's like, what you doing, my baby? Why my child? Why you arrest my child? They're yelling out of the cell phone that's on the ground after a struggle or on the roof of the car with the drugs. So they just don't know how to fucking act civilized in these situations. If there is some type of dispute on a plane, you damn well best know you're not going to sort it out yourselves. The flight crew will make the decision. And many times it's get the fuck off the plane. And if you're already at your destination like this, it's thank you for flying. You will never fly with us again. So we've seen so many of these. And believe me, I've seen a lot of white crazy motherfuckers on planes too. So I'm just saying the black women seem to be the most irrational. And the jump to violence that I spoke about many years ago, that seems to be in play with every conflict that happens on public transportation or on an airliner. They seem to really go off. White people are more crazy. Like, he's not fucking real. Like that crazy woman. It's entertaining. They throw her off the plane, but it's not because she's hitting people. She's batshit. The woman taking her clothes off at the airport. We get it. It's not someone, punching people in the face, throwing things, picking up the metal poles that hold the ropes to get people in line and throwing them through a monitor at a gate. You don't see a lot of that in the white community. Black women, on a second's notice, they'll start heaving shit.
Stop approaching women you know you cannot afford. You already see the woman's lifestyle. You see how she living.
So if she's already living that lifestyle all on her own, what exactly is the issue?
You know you can't afford it. Now when she asks you for money to upkeep the lifestyle that she's already living.
Wait. What exactly are these women in these scenarios doing? Why would they be asking men for money in the first place? I thought these women were strong and independent and could do things all on their own. And obviously they've been maintaining their lifestyles beforehand. But yet they would ask men for money while they're dating. That's rather giving the impression that some women aren't as strong and independent as they want everyone else to think that they are. It's either that or they just view men as walking ATMs. So which one is it?
You want to get an attitude. Go be with your type. She's not your type.
Right. They should be with their type, shouldn't they? The type of women that actually want a relationship and don't view men as just a means to an end.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Man, we got a banger of an episode for you today. All right. There are some cool things about my old job. A lot of people think that it is the apex of what your life could potentially be. And I'm just here to tell you that if today's guest doesn't convince you that that's not the case, I don't know what to tell you. So there's two people today, two guests, James and Tom. James, I met today. Tom, I served with in the military. Well, I can't say I necessarily served directly with him. Apparently, I was a BUDS instructor at around the same time he went through. He has a memory of that. I do not. James, before we get into this, is, man, what a hell of a life the man has lived. Worked in the bar space for quite some time. He's also an author, a very well-published author. And with Tom, they have created a novel, which is what we're going to get to. But the book is called The Breacher's Playbook. This is a fictional novel, but what I like about this kind of genre is that it's very similar to Jack Carr in many ways, meaning a lot of truth woven in. And when you know what you're looking for, you can kind of tell about the authenticity, and it speaks to you in that way. And then if you just still want to be able to detach your mind, you can go down the fictional route as well. So I actually think it was James that reached out to me first. And I need to read right off of what he wrote, Tom's background, because it's fucking ridiculous. Tom obviously went to BUDS and successfully graduated, served at SEAL Team 1 as a breacher. Before that, he was a professional MMA fighter, 7-0, no big deal. Joined the Navy after 9/11, 10-year career as a SEAL. Then he enrolled in Northwestern University and walked on and played D1 football as a linebacker when he was 32 to 34 years old. What does somebody do after they've already done all of those things? I don't know. How about continue to stay in school and educate themselves and then also become a published author? Unbelievable. It just goes to show you that you are really limited by the barriers that you put in front of yourself. And I'm going to shut up. I'm going to let them talk for themselves. We're going to get into episode 380 with James and Tom. Before that, though, give me a quick sec. Let's pay the bills. Today's episode is brought to you by Montana Knife Company. I know everybody who listens to the show is familiar with the brand. Last week's episode was with the founder, Josh Smith. It was really cool. We combined like a little bit of a podcast with a little bit of a vlog. Go to montanaknifecompany.com. Right now they're having a sale on their apparel. I'm actually wearing one of their shirts right now. That was accidental. I generally dress in the darkness, and whatever t-shirt is on top is going to be what I get. They just dropped their tactical line. We talked about that in last week's episodes. There are 4 knives associated with it. It's actually what I carry in my fanny pack as my EDC. Not because I'm looking to get into a knife fight, but mostly because I like to open envelopes and boxes efficiently. These knives are ridiculously sharp. Please be careful. They have chef's knives. They have hunting knives. They have tactical knives. They have knives for people like Greg Putnam, who work out on the Little Belt Cattle Co. Ranch. They have knives for people who are fishing. They have knives for anybody who would need a knife. The brand was founded here in Montana, Montana Knife Company, right? It's definitely global. I will say this, they're incredibly hard to get. If you see something that you like of theirs, join their mailing list. They are releasing knives now, I believe, every Thursday and Saturday. I think they release a couple thousand at a time, and it is not unheard of that they'll go within a matter of seconds, probably 60 to 120 seconds. I have personally had multiple knives stolen from me by other people out of my shopping cart because I was slower in the process. So join the mailing list. Support an American manufacturing brand. Born and bred here in Montana. They're bringing jobs back. Not that they're bringing jobs back into the U.S., because I think the jobs they're hiring for are in the U.S., but they're definitely bringing jobs here to Montana. They're building a huge facility on the western edge of Missoula. They're some of the coolest people. I love their knives, and I'm the first to tell you they're the hardest to get. Head over to montanaknifecompany.com and show your support to a fantastic brand. My ask for you is this. Somewhere in that checkout portal, they're going to ask you where you heard about them. Click my name or the show's name, and that's the best way that you can help me. montanaknifecompany.com.
Okay, got the red smoke. Turn run, north and south, west of the smoke, west of the smoke. Okay, copy, west of the smoke. I'm looking at danger close now. Come on with it, baby, give it to me, I need it. You're cleared hot. Copy, cleared hot.
How are we looking, Michael?
We're good.
You guys ready?
I think
This is
so.
all the prep that I do. I just say hit the record button and
Yeah.
we're off.
Okay.
Yeah. Have you guys done podcasts before?
Okay. Not really.
Okay.
Not really.
Me
This
either.
is-
So
book
this
just
will be a
came
journey.
out, so
Do you want to start with the book or go backwards? Because the book is obviously an amalgamation of your experiences a little bit. I don't know actually what that word means or if I used it correctly, but I think I did. Maybe a collection. So I'm fascinated about the book, fascinated about how you guys met. But I think if we're going to talk about the book, we got to start with the origin story a little bit. You guys good with that?
Sure.
All right. Where do we begin? First, there was light.
Yes, there was the word. I think the word came first, actually. I'm not sure which one came first.
I mean, how far back in time should we go? Where'd you grow up? Let's start there.
I grew up in Chicagoland, a town called Oak Lawn.
Is that
South Side Chicago?
Okay.
South Side Chicago suburb.
Is Chicagoland a term that Chicagoans use?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so. You know, I really use it because we're actually in Indiana, so we get confused for being a part of Chicago. And we call ourselves Chicagoland because of how close we are, but
Yeah.
we're not actually in Illinois.
Which direction did you say? South?
We're southeast.
Okay. We have a buddy who lives, Dan Hart, who has totally non sequitur, the most beautiful jiu-jitsu school I've ever seen in my entire life.
What's his name?
Dan Hart. He's up in Woodstock, Illinois.
Okay.
I will show you his social media. He actually has the same lights that these people can't see, but imagine hundreds of square foot of this light over pristine mat and epoxied floor with 30 persons. You're like, what the
Wow.
fuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
He does it right. So we fly into Chicago all the time, but we head up to the northwest,
okay.
up to Woodstock.
Okay. Okay, so he's north in Wilmette. Well, near Wilmette.
well, now I'm in Libertyville and Scottsdale. I split time between both places.
Let me guess. Probably has to do with the time of year.
Well, it has to do with a girl mainly.
The only thing more important than the time of
Yeah.
year. Yes.
And he's doing it right. He's got this great condo up north Chicago, which
Yeah.
in the summertime, Chicagoland's awesome. Chicago's great.
Okay.
In the winter, not so much. But Arizona in the wintertime,
way better than
Spectacular.
Chicago.
Not in the summertime, though.
Not in the summer. No.
How people actually survive there is beyond me.
The last 2 summers there have been brutal.
Where in AZ?
Well, I was in Cave Creek for 4 years.
Okay.
Which is north of Scottsdale.
Okay.
And then I moved in with my girlfriend who lives in Scottsdale. And then I have 4 kids in the Chicago area, and that's where I grew up and raised my family. So,
how many kids do you have?
4.
I have
4
3
sons.
We're doing it.
Yeah.
So let's carry
You
the
have
1
4
on that.
three
I have 3
sons.
No, 2
Okay.
sons and a girl.
How old's the girl?
16.
Where's she at in the line?
Youngest.
She's the youngest. Okay.
Between us, though, 11 kids. We are doing
Wait,
our
what?
part. 4-4-3.
Oh yeah, between
I'm not an
I'm not an expert in I
math.
had a whole bunch of additional kids, but between the 3 of us,
No, I would actually
thought
probably
you
blow
were
my
doing
brains
11
out.
Kids
No.
yourself.
We're doing good. We are. For anybody
making
wondering
a
if we're
difference.
doing our part, we have done our part. Mike, how many
Maybe.
kids are you going to have?
Maybe.
Remains to be seen.
Actually, you know
Oh,
what?
okay.
We have 12 kids.
How-
4. I have 3 and an adopted fuckhead.
Good.
So we have 12 kids.
Where's he at in the? Are you the oldest then?
He
of
would
the group?
technically be
Yeah.
the oldest. He's 23.
Good.
Well,
You're the role
25, but you know.
I have a 21-year-old boy, a 19-year-old boy, and a 16-year-old girl.
What is that age group like for the boys? Because I'm at 14. I'm at 14, 13, 11, and 9 right now.
Have they all expressed yet their difference in personalities?
For sure.
Okay. So what I have found is, and how old are your kids, by the way?
They're older.
Okay. So we
Yeah.
can talk about the tail end of this because I'm curious how it ties in. Because we're in all probably 3 spectrums of parenting. You're in what I'd call the trenches.
My youngest is 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're in the trenches. I'm in the charge after you climb the ladder out of the trenches, and he's already won World War II. So,
Nice job, Jim.
Hey.
yeah,
Good job.
man. So they're different, right? Same genetic makeup, DNA wise combination, but my kids couldn't be more wildly different. My middle son is going to college in Bozeman. Knew he wanted to be an engineer since he was mid-teens, and is teaching himself like CAD programs. It's insane to watch him go down that path. Started 2 businesses before the age of 18.
Nice.
My oldest son has no interest in school whatsoever, has drifted around a bit. I lost touch with him for about 18 months during our divorce. It was wild. Probably one of the most difficult times in my life, actually. Have recovered that relationship, probably even better, but he is like motorhead, he got a motorcycle a couple years ago, which you want to talk about aging in dog years. I'm like, I feel comfortable, completely fine on a motorcycle. I do not like the concept of my 21-year-old son on a motorcycle who promises me he's going to ride safe and then he'll send me GoPro footage. Look at me, Dad. I'm just cruising around on this road and I'll zoom in on the speedometer.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude.
Come on, son.
So he's like motorhead. Wants to move to Florida at some point because it has better riding season. My daughter, 16, finished up high school early and is digging into and like diving into welding and has drifted. And at 16, I mean, I knew what I wanted to do at an early age. I'd be curious if you knew what you wanted to do. She's kind of navigated all over the place, which is totally fine with me. I completely support them pursuing things that they find to be interesting, but they couldn't be different, man. And my oldest son, the difficult phase or problematic phase or worrisome phase for me, mostly when he was growing up, was probably like 16 to 18. That was kind of the hardest. My middle son, Tyler, wouldn't you agree he's like 40 years old, Michael, trapped in a 19-year-old's body?
I would agree with that.
Yeah, he'd be more likely to be found on a Friday night reading a Stoicism book with, tortoiseshell glasses on.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, and trying to figure out which crypto to short the next day.
Amazing, man.
He wakes up every morning in college and day trades.
So,
I'm like, what are you doing?
he's sees a goal for himself. He sees like, this is how I can become something else, and he's working towards it.
He's gonna be fine,
and he's totally fine with that.
And when he started his businesses, the only way he got business is he went and knocked on doors. He doesn't care if he gets told no. If somebody tells him no, or like, get the fuck off my property, he literally will say, well, do you happen to know anybody of your neighbors that might need my service? So he doesn't care.
He doesn't.
So I look at him, I'm like, you're going to be so fine.
Yeah.
The world actually probably isn't ready for you because he just keeps going. I'm like, you're good. Let me know when I can start borrowing money from you.
You're going to have to hire him?
I don't know if I can afford him.
Do you feel like you can see how each of your kids are a variation of you? I mean, they make up, if a combined total, they make up you. But in each category, something even better, something even.
I see my deficiencies in them.
Okay,
like my
that
daughter.
too.
My daughter, Michael can probably attest to this, has got a real sharp mouth. She's got some sass, real smart ass, if you will. I'm like, well, I know where you got that from. My oldest son's stubbornness and ability to just kind of detach and do his own thing. I'm like, kind of know where you got that from, because that's how I deal with things as well. And honestly, my middle son, he is just kind of better than me in every way. And I kind of sit there and wonder, where the fuck did that come from?
Wow. I mean, you look at your life. I mean, you've done some ridiculously amazing things.
I don't describe it that way.
I know you don't see it that way,
Yeah.
but that's kind of one of the issues with guys like us. We don't really see it that way. But yet we.
Do you know what's interesting about that, though?
We keep looking for new challenges and we go after them.
To my children, I am the most resoundingly boring human being
Oh my
ever.
God. Isn't that the truth, man?
They're like, Dad, can you go away? I want to spend time with my friends. Can you not talk? I'm going to have some friends come over.
How hard is it for that? That's sort of like,
I love it.
I don't want,
I love
you're
it.
fine with
At
them.
this point, I'm just laughing, man.
yeah.
What I have
There is
almost
nothing
no
not to
control.
laugh about. Right.
Well, at the phase you're in, I mean, all of my kids can drive. All of my kids are out of school.
Yes.
I arrived at
can't
the place where, sex, drugs, alcohol, you're just hope that they don't all occur at the same time. Have the conversations up front. The really cool thing with all three of my kids is I can have open conversations about all of those things. They're very open with me. Almost to the point where I want to say, hey, do you want to not share that with me? Because as your dad, I really am not interested in knowing any of that. But I'd rather have that than them be guarded or go to somebody else with that. But at this point, I mean, my oldest, he just sends me pictures of crotch rockets. With the text, so just hear me out. I'm like, no, you don't need a faster bike. But I can't stop him.
Right.
So I just laugh and I try to give him advice. And if he takes it, cool. And if he doesn't take it, cool. But he's still coming to me for it.
Yeah.
Which is all that I can hope for,
Yeah.
But yeah, they don't, I'm just their dad.
It sounds like you're doing a pretty awesome job, though, I will say.
I am trying.
And maybe it took, what would you do, 20 years and
17.
17 years?
Yeah, I
and
got
maybe
medically
with
retired.
All the knuckleheads to learn some of those lessons. You ever think like everything that we went through in our lives, we had to go through to learn the lessons and the skills to get us through what we're doing right now? I mean, and there's no way I could have planned any of this.
I do think about that, but I also
could
wonder.
never have made my life to become where it is today, writing a book with this guy and talking about my life.
Could you have
and
though?
Here I am with 4 kids. I mean, could I have imagined that my life revolves around spending time with my kids, giving them the opportunities, watching them grow, trying to do my best to give them the advice and the life that they need. And that's all I think about and do. And a little bit of a few things of my own on the side.
But think about it. I mean, so the community we came from is, 2,000 people at any time, maybe 2,500. Bunch of people getting in, bunch of people getting out. There has to be a way to achieve without the physical and mental suffering that we were exposed to. Many other people on Earth seem to be doing just fine without it.
How did we decide that was a great idea, right?
Not only how did we decide that was a great idea, how did we continue smashing our head against the wall, thinking in the back of our mind, this is the way, for so long?
I don't know.
It does make it possible to achieve great things, but also there's people all over the world achieving great things without going down that path.
That's right. sitting in academia somewhere writing theories about stuff too. But then somebody's got to go live those theories too. These concepts of how life ought to be, these philosophical concepts of the way to live. The Stoics, it's a philosophy of life.
Who's your favorite Stoic?
Marcus Aurelius.
I just found mine recently. His name is Mediocrities.
Okay.
And his phrase line is sometimes it's just good enough. I made that up. There's no mediocrities, but if he was, he'd be my spirit animal.
But that's, sometimes it is. That's all you can do is what you can do, and no more.
Hold on. I have to get the phrase right. Somebody forwarded this on social media, and I actually posted it yesterday. I'm like, this is my spirit animal. What is the saying? It says, meh, good enough, mediocrities.
But you're not going to live like that. And your kids aren't probably either.
My kid, it's hilarious, going back to, regardless of what I've done in my life, how they resoundingly just don't care.
Yeah.
They maybe 2 or 3 times have asked me a single question about our old career.
Really?
Yeah. Well, so my last appointment was in 2010. My daughter was still in a crib at the time, and I got out in 13, so she was older. But as far as me going back and forth overseas, both of my sons were born in Virginia Beach. My daughter was born in San Diego. My sons were waiting for me at the stairs in 2010 when I left, but my oldest was 7, maybe 8. So, their life, I got out in 13, older, and have done a lot since then. I don't know. I don't know what level of awareness or interest, but maybe a couple of times they've asked me. They don't ask me much about the skydiving or the base jumping stuff, even though I've taken them to Switzerland with me and was jumping over the top of them in a wingsuit, and it never comes up. They're just like, whatevs, who doesn't have that happen? Their papa doesn't fly over them in a nylon wingsuit. I'm like, fuck, guys, I'm doing my best to be interesting here. They all 3 worked for me at the coffee shop at one point in time.
Yeah.
That was probably the coolest thing. They all shared a shift once, and I actually thought, if the world was going to end, it would be that day.
This would
the
be
nuclear mushroom cloud. Because
man,
my daughter and oldest get along great. My oldest and middle son get along great. My middle son and my daughter, I have to worry about whether or not there's knives in the house if they're spending time with each other. And then all 3 of them were there. I thought that was going to be the end. But yeah, I'm just dad.
Yeah.
And the thing is too, I also never talk about any of that other stuff because I'd rather talk about their life than what I did almost 2 decades ago. And who gives a shit?
Sure. Yeah.
How the fuck do we even get on this topic?
Yeah. Well, they're the future.
They are the future,
in
and
a real way,
glad.
they are the tip of the spear. They're the most evolved human creature that there is at this point. Our kids.
And I'm happy to see it because they are, all 3 of them in their own ways, more capable than I could ever be. And I think some of that is, what year were you born?
82.
Okay, so I got 5 years on you. I remember the first time I sat in front of a computer. It was my senior year in high school. I took a computer class, and we're talking full dial-up. You've got mail.
Yeah.
What is this internet?
Yeah.
I cannot even fathom. All 3 of my kids, if they want to learn something, or if they have a question, they go to YouTube. How do you fill in the blank? And there is, on every subject that I've seen so far, a volume of information. So I agree, they're more evolved, but so are the tools that they have to leverage them forward. I can't even, can you imagine in the teams, how do you, not that there would be a reference or resource for that, but imagine if there was, and you had in your pocket.
Why isn't there?
Probably because some of the stuff's considered sensitive.
Yeah, sensitive security issues.
But how do you pack a parachute, right? How do I pack my ruck for a free fall jump? Imagine if there was that Rolodex. It would be a burden relieved from the mentorship and leadership because you could answer the questions on your own. And what I have found with my kids is because they have that, they're even more inquisitive. Because if they can get the answer to this, well, what about this? And what about this? That's how my son taught himself how to day trade, was YouTube.
Yeah.
That's how he found his business model he has a window cleaning business and a Christmas light business. All cash.
Cool.
He's a psychopath. When he all cash business, he started storing money in hollowed out books.
Oh my gosh.
But he would pull it out on Fridays and lay it out on his bed and just count it. I'm like, you are a psychopath. And he ended up having so many hollowed out books that he wanted to open a bank account and is on YouTube researching how much cash can I put into a bank account before the IRS finds out.
Wow. That's a riot.
All because
what
of this.
A kid, man.
But we would have
What an
done the same thing,
interesting
I
kid.
think, if we would have had those tools.
Yeah.
We didn't have those tools.
Yeah. I don't think we did. I didn't have those tools.
No.
I recall too the first time somebody showed me Google. I think I was about 19 years old.
Yeah.
And my cousin came over and goes, "Check this really cool thing out. It's called Google."
Yeah.
I said, "What the fuck is Google?" And he showed it to me, and I thought, this is ridiculous. And I never looked at it again. It wasn't for about 2 years before I started Googling then.
Yeah, but then how many days do you go by now without Googling?
Every day, all day.
Your kids are growing up in the AI world.
Yeah. There's a lot of risks, but there's so many benefits too. And it's not going anywhere. So
Well, it's going.
You gotta figure
It's
out
going
how to-
somewhere, and that's forward.
It's not going away.
Yeah.
you're going to have to figure out how to mitigate and utilize AI to your benefit and your safety, and kids got to learn how to do that.
Yeah.
But it's like having a personal assistant. If you learn how to use it, you can have AI do virtually everything that you need for you.
Imagine, again, you and I go back into time. I don't know about you. My interest in school was below average.
Yeah.
If I had had a tool in my pocket that I could have had listen to my classes and then create and submit the work for me, I would have been a 4.6 student.
Hey, wouldn't that have been the best?
I mean, yes.
How do the schools, how do they know that kids aren't doing that? Do they have
I
tools
believe
for
there are-
scanning homework and minimizing kids' abilities to do that? They've
What's
gotta
the word?
Be
Is it
figuring out ways
plagiarism?
around it. Yes,
Plagiarism is written. So I believe there are
But
tools that can
if
recognize.
AI writes it, do they consider that plagiarism still?
So I think there are tools that you can put.
See, my kids aren't quite old enough yet where I'm like dealing with that.
You
Not
will
my
be.
freshman is. There's a lot
Yeah.
of talk about AI and whatever that is, plagiarism. But I haven't gone through like where they're writing papers and they've got these significant assignments.
So I think there's
that-
tools. I believe there are tools, and the plagiarism tools I think have existed for a while. It's just references.
Yeah.
The AI tools, I believe, because the LLMs they're not perfect. Like I'll use them sometimes for podcast descriptions, and it just if you don't use a very specific input, it's a little bit verbose. It likes adjectives, and you can tell a little bit, but then you could also tell it to write differently in a different tone of voice in first person. So I believe that there is software that exists that can help recognize, but again, it's going to be this chess match of the software that allows it to create and the software that, I mean.
And it can create undetected.
Have you seen the math apps on the phones the kids have?
No.
So you can take an equation, you just hold your camera up to it, and it not only will answer it for you, but it spits out the steps along the way.
So you can do your work. You can
do your work, but here's the thing. If it's also showing you how to do it along the way, and you're learning from that, is that wrong or is that adopting the latest technology? I mean, I went, in high school, math and algebra 1 and algebra 2, of which I have used precisely and exactly probably zero since, maybe a little bit of math at like Free Fall Jump Master trying to figure out wind drift. But is it wrong for them to use that tool if, you know what I mean? Like, I don't have the answers to any of this.
I don't
and some people would just say, well, that's cheating.
Yeah.
And I'm landing on the place of it's not cheating. You're using the tools that you have available. Right. And if it can teach you at the same time, I think what we're hearing is people who didn't have access to those tools saying, fuck you.
Yeah.
You have something that I didn't.
That's right. I think it is something like that.
Which does suck because they have.
Because if you want expect everybody to have the full mathematical proficiency in their head at all times when I don't need it because it's right here.
I want an engineer to understand the math that makes the bridge that I drive over safe. I don't need let's use the coffee shop again, the barista that works for me. I don't need them to have gone through calculus. I need them to understand that a 2-shot latte is 2 2-ounce shots. You don't need your camera or trigonometry for that. So if you're if you're a brain surgeon, I really need you to understand. If you're not a brain surgeon, do you need to go to like biochem level 4 classes in college? I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't. I mean, I'm a resoundingly the dumbest person I know, and I've been okay.
Yeah,
but I also leverage this a lot too.
Well, you leverage a lot of things, right? Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are involved in our lives that play a huge role too.
That's the missing
bring
piece.
in people that know these skills and have skill sets, and they have knowledge that we don't have, and that's what I guess makes us humans that are adaptable. We have the adaptability, but really it's about how do I, when I know I don't know something or I need something or I need help with something, how do I go find that? Who do I bring in? Right? That's the question. Will I do that? Or will I go get the training? Or will I learn how to do things that I don't already know that I need? Or do I just say, I need to bring somebody in on this? And
that's the missing piece, though. People look at the individual success of individuals. And again, I can tie it back into the SEAL community. And this is something I try to talk about every single time because special operations, in my opinion, it serves an amazing role. And it's a specific role, but that job is impossible without every other metric inside of the military. And they get
everyone. Yes.
Everyone. And they think that the people inside of the community are somehow very unique or they're superhuman or they're anomalous in society. In my opinion, and I try to tell people this, if I were to line up your average BUDS class from shortest to tallest, you're going to have some D1 people in there that look like Adonis. Yeah. And then you can be like, who's that nerd?
Yeah.
And the answer is that nerd's the guy who's likely going to make it through training.
Mm-hmm.
But then you get into the community, you're not doing shit without the bow support, the helo support, the intel. We would sit there and throw rocks at ammo cans. That's literally all we would do if we didn't have every enabling aspect, the N1 through N9 departments, of which the operators fall into the N3 in the Navy world or the J3 in the joint world. Without that, you wouldn't be able to do anything. Any person, you and I, right? We are the sum total of the people that have helped us get to this point in life.
Yes.
And people forget that. They look at the person like, you've done amazing things. I'm like, I've never actually done anything without the support of others. And it gets lost.
It does. And I lose that sometimes. I lose sight of that. And I have many times in my life, just to look back at my entire life and see how many people it took and how much work they put in and their entire life and what they built up to just to help support where I am at that time in my life. You know, and that goes on and on all the way up until today. It's like there's never been a moment where everything that I've done, everything that I have, everything that's in our lives right now is not on the backs of hundreds of people and all of their sacrifices and everything that they've done. It's I mean, to remember that, you realize you're never alone too. That's the crazy thing. There's nothing individual about this whole journey that we're on. Life is an entire series of making relationships and working with one another.
When you look at it in the totality.
It's humbling, but it also feels great. You know, it's like it takes you to a safe spot. I don't have to do it all. I don't have to be the guy that does it all anymore. I
Which
can
is
let
tough,
that go, which is hard because
coming
you
from the
forget
world
it.
we came from,
Coming
though, too.
Right. So that was a world where you feel like you've got to save the world. It's my job to save this place. And
I never saw that on a slide deck, though. Did you?
I think
I felt that way, but I never saw it on a slide
somewhere they
deck.
were subtly just pumping that into our minds. That way they can make us work harder, train harder, be better, go faster. There was something subtly, hey, you guys need to be. You're going to be the one that saves the world.
I will say this, for all the downsides of living your life like that, there's tremendous upside.
Like my torn rotator cuff and bulging.
No, none of that is the upside. That's just the cost.
Yeah.
The things that you're able to do, and most of the things that I have done in my life, it doesn't come down to below the neck, it's above the neck. It's an unwillingness to give up. And that program, at least the initial filter, does a good job of selecting for people that look, in my opinion, this is my words, not doctrine. I think BUD/S looks for people that see roadblocks as motivation, as opposed to roadblocks as a stumbling point that they can't get past. Because how many times were you really, just all the way back to BUD/S, how many times were you actually ever really successful? Not many.
No, almost none.
And when you were, the suffering didn't stop.
It was moderately successful.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And so if you can wrap your head around that mentality, I mean, what makes a good entrepreneur? I wouldn't be able to answer that because I'm not one, but in the people that I've seen, but the people I've seen, most entrepreneurs are not successful in their first venture. So they keep going and going and going and going, which is the same mentality expressed in a different medium. So I think it doesn't surprise me that a lot of the guys who get out of that are entrepreneurial. And it also doesn't surprise me that when they end up on the wrong side of the law, they go big.
Yeah.
You know, there's no little, I'm going to deal cocaine on the street corner. If you find a team guy who gets into that world, he's going to be the kingpin, muling cocaine in the U-Haul trucks.
Or assassinating people or something like that, right?
Yeah, he'll be well up the infrastructure because, you know, we win big and we lose big. I'll leave it at that.
Sin boldly, they say, right? That's the only way you know where you're at.
God, how'd you find your way into the SEAL teams anyway? So Chicagoland.
So we're in Chicago, and my parents, they get divorced. We moved to Indiana. I'm 14 years old, dealing with the divorce transition. We're in a new school system, trying to figure things out. And I actually knew I wanted to go to the military right about that time, 14, 15.
Military
I'd already
family?
Decided, no, not really.
Really?
I have an uncle that was a lieutenant in the Navy, sub guy. I got an uncle that was a Vietnam Navy vet. But we didn't really spend a lot of time with them. Their story is somewhat significant. There's one story where my uncle was at the Naval Academy, and my mom takes us out to the Naval Academy to see him. And while we're there, it was like, you know, I'm just this Midwest boy, and we go to this academy, and there's guys marching around. I mean, it was the coolest experience that you could possibly have I might have been 10 years old. And I remember that, the whole what do they call them? What are they company or something? They're
Probably.
marching by, and he sits me up, and we're standing there, and he sits me up, and he says, "Check this out," and they all come by. It's just the most wild, crazy thing that you would see as a kid.
That's a deep core memory, though.
It's a deep core memory. That's right. That's right. I think it had a huge impact on
For sure.
on that decision. Now, fast forward, I was going to go into the Army and be a Green Beret. That was my original goal. And I'm walking into the recruiting station, and the recruiting offices, they're all next to each other.
Indeed, they are.
Interestingly, right?
Yeah.
And so I look over and I see this poster board of these guys, in wetsuits and little MP5s or something like. It
Probably their arm through the swim fins coming out of the water.
It looked, yes, it was almost like it was the cover of the Charlie Sheen movie, Navy SEALs. And so I looked at that and I go, "Who are these guys?" And the guy goes, "Those are Navy SEALs." I go, "What's up with these guys? What's their deal?" And he gives me out, the sheet of things that they'll do and what you'll learn. And I go, "Yeah, that's it. That's what I want to do." And he goes, "No, nobody makes it." And I go, "Wait, what?"
That's
He
potentially the most honest recruiter ever.
Yeah, I was like, "Oh, really? Nobody makes it, huh? Why? Why does nobody make it?" He goes, "Oh, at least 85% wash out." And now I'm like really intrigued. I'm like, "You're kidding, right?" He's like, No. This is really tough." So I go home and I bring this little piece of paper home, and I'm in high school, and I show my family, and they're like, "What the hell are you doing, man? This is a terrible decision." And so they talked me out of it. And my best buddy, he joined the Army. He left at 17. Well, he joined at 17, and as soon as he graduated high school, he left, went to boot camp.
Is this a post 9/11 world?
Pre.
Okay, right, probably like right at the
right
cusp.
before, right? So he leaves in 2000, the summer of 2000, and I wanted to go with him, but I didn't. And he goes to boot camp, and he comes back a little bit different, not entirely different, but a little bit different. 9/11 happens. They ship him immediately. He goes over, and he spends 8 months in Iraq. He comes back, totally a different guy. I'm like, "What the fuck happened to you?"
What was he doing in the Army? Do you remember?
He had been in a few firefights, but I think I don't know what he was doing.
Okay, I was just curious what his MOS was.
Yeah, I don't know what his MOS was, but they got hit on a convoy, and he came back a totally different guy. And I go, whatever he knows or whatever he experienced, I got to know what that is. And I didn't put it off any longer, so I began training, went back into the recruiting office, started signing paperwork, and I said, "I have to have a contract. I have to go in. We got to do this whole thing." And eventually got my program and got my contract. During that time, I was doing some mixed martial arts, fighting mixed martial arts.
Yeah, let's not leave out the professional 7-0 fighting career.
Yeah, well, there was that.
How did you get into that, by the way? Like MMA, people who train MMA, which is largely striking and jiu-jitsu in the modern vernacular, there's a lot of people that do that recreationally. Very few people actually want to step into a cage, even though they'll tell you that they're training for self-defense, which I totally get. There's a difference between training for self-defense and wanting to go get into an MMA fight. Two very different people.
Yeah. Well, that's what it was the same thing. I watched, UFC was getting big at that time. And I was watching Randy Couture fight Chuck Liddell.
The Iceman.
So, that was legendary UFC times for me, at least. I mean, that was.
I think it still is.
I think it still is, man.
I think it still is.
Those guys were glorious.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm sitting in my mom's basement with my brother, and I'm watching this, and I'm about 20 years old, and I think, holy shit, I got to do that. And so him and I, we decide I'm going to start training, and I'm going to fight in mixed martial arts.
How long between that decision and your first fight?
I couldn't say. I look back on it. I mean, maybe a year and a half.
Jesus.
Maybe 2. I wrestled all through high school, and I was an okay wrestler and a decent grappler.
Okay.
And I had my fair share of bar fights and things like that, right? So not that gets you too far, but at least I knew I could take a punch at
It's
this time.
exposure to violence that most people, quite frankly, don't have.
And I was familiar on a mat, and so I go and look for the nearest jiu-jitsu gym. That's kind of BJ Penn just kind of rolled onto the scene, and so you realize striking was not what it was. That wasn't the total game. You really had to have a good ground game. BJ Penn came on, so I look for a jiu-jitsu gym. I start doing a little like Muay Thai, I get in this jiu-jitsu gym with this guy, Patrick Robinson, and we're just doing mostly gi. I think it's pretty much primarily gi wrestling. And he takes a job as the head wrestling coach for one of the local high schools. And I tell, he agrees, he'll take me on as assistant coach. So now I'm coaching a little bit of high school wrestling. I'm in the gym grappling with this guy. And his is like it's like a sterile environment. Like it's like, people are trying to gently, sophisticatedly, roll in
The
a
nerd
gi,
assassin.
right? It's the nerd assassin, right? And then when I show up, it's like there's sweat all over the entire mat.
You're the
and I'm dragging
steamroller.
people- right? And he eventually's like, "Hey, Tom, all right, listen, I got. Let me suggest something to you. I got some guys. Maybe you'll fit in really well over here." And he gives me the number to this little dungeon MMA gym. Called Dunlin Valley Tudo out of Chesterton, Indiana. He gives me the number to this guy. Keith and Justin was two brothers ran this gym. And so I called Keith Wisniewski that night. He goes, "Yeah, come on in tomorrow night. We practice at 6 p.m." And so I show up there, and it's like the most vivid memory, pulling into this parking lot of this shithole shopping mall at the very end, in the worst part of town, all the way at the very end, and all the big glass windows, and the windows are totally steamed over, so you can't see anything. But all you can hear is music, and you can hear people just thudding in there, dum, dum, dum. And I'm like this. I pull in my little piece of shit car, and I'm just sitting here like this. I'm going, "Oh my God, am I really going to do this?" Right? This feels like the most daunting thing that you could possibly imagine doing at this time for me. And then the door opens, and this behemoth of a man comes out. He's got a tattoo of a cross. Just gigantic, bald-headed guy. And he walks past my car, and he looks right at me. And he's got his shirt off, and he looks right at me. And I just look at him like this. I go, we both stare each other right in the eyes. And he just gives me this most subtle little nod like that. And I'm like, "Oh yeah, man, I'm doing this, man. I'm doing this." So I walk in there, and they had just, the team guys, they have all finished, right? These guys are part of the Dunlin Valley Tudo team. They're done. I walk in, Keith and Justin, they go, "Hey, who are you?" I say, "I'm Tom. I talked to you earlier." They say, "Okay, come here." They go, "Did you bring shorts?" I'm like, "Yeah, I brought some shorts." And they go, "Okay, put them on." And then they just proceeded to smash me for an hour and a half, just grind me into the mat, into the corner, down, everything they had, right? Everything I had. I actually probably wasn't nothing for them. And I stood up at the end, after all this time. There's guys in the gym watching and laughing and pointing, he goes, "All right, I'll see you tomorrow."
Fuck yeah.
I go, "Fuck yeah, man." And I was in, and that was it. I was hooked. And then from that point on, it was about a year, I'd say, before I set up my first fight.
Did you like the fights? Did you enjoy it?
The fighting was the best thing I think I'd ever done.
Even
if I look back on everything,
Yeah.
like the experience for my first fight and the post fight and that sensation it was just, there's almost nothing has matched that.
Were you nervous before your fight? Were you scared before
I was
your fight?
terrified.
Okay.
Terrified.
Which is
Absolutely
the
terrified.
answer that most people, even professional fighters in the UFC, you hear these interviews, even to this day, they're fighting on the largest stage in the world for the most recognizable belt, for the most recognizable organization. They'll tell you they're scared shitless before they walk out.
Mm-hmm.
It's and again, it's easy for people to think they're in there in that cage and they're just Superman, and they're not.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's important that people don't forget that.
Yeah.
Because if you think that that's Superman, the second you think that somebody is Superman, you're putting yourself into this. It's a self-limiting place. Because they're Superman and I'm just normal, so I can't do that.
Yeah.
Man, what a pathway to hell.
Yeah. 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 When do you stop doing that? At what point do you eventually say, "No, actually, I can't do that"? But you have to at some point.
I don't.
If you want anything different in your life,
I think a lot of people are stuck at this person is able to do something more than they are better than I am, or they have a different skill, or I want to do that, but I can't. Mm-hmm. The obstacles in life are going to be plenty, but I think most people stand in their own way more than the obstacles thrown at you in life.
Oh, there's no question.
Yeah, let's go back to Buds, right?
I feel like yes,
let's
Buds
go to Buds.
Is a great experience of that.
Have you ever? So I was there as an instructor for 18 months, and I had never once watched an instructor grab a student's hand, wrap their hand around the bell handle, and ring it. Ever.
Okay.
Never. And people will tell you, so-and-so instructor made me quit.
Mm.
Like, what do you mean? They carried you over to the bell?
Mm-hmm.
They grabbed your hand, they put it around the bell, and they rung it for you?
Did kids say that?
Oh,
guys
you
would
have.
say.
Yes. Well, so it was for me the most rewarding tour that I did in 17 years. I didn't want to be there when I first went there because I wanted to be where I had left. It made sense of so much. Going back as an instructor to see why the curriculum was the way that it was. I mean, let me know if this was your experience going through. Well, you got rolled, right? Because you started 264?
Yes.
So I started in 212 and I graduated with 212. So the experience was a little bit different because when people would quit, I would never see them again. You probably got to spend more time around them in that off time in between 264 and 266. As an instructor, I got to spend a lot of time with people who had quit. And I would try to talk to them because I was actually fascinated by it. Like, why?
Yeah.
Really, like realistically, why? And people will ask me, did you ever consider quitting? And I don't remember a moment where I was thinking, this is it. But I'm also thinking back to 1997. So I'm doing my best to view it through the lens of many decades. Why do some people not consider quitting and why do some people want to give up? Talking with those students, they were in a really low emotional state because they had just given up on, most people would tell you it's their lifelong goal, but they would be really honest. And some of them would say, well, you know, I just couldn't take it anymore, so I had to quit. And I would ask them, I'd say, well, what do you mean you had to? And often, well, this instructor was in my face and they were never going to let up. He made me quit. Like, what do you mean he made you? I think what you mean to say is you chose to.
Yeah.
Because nobody can make you do anything, right? Quitting is optional, regardless of what it is you're trying to accomplish. And that's a super rough statement because it puts the agency back on the person, which in the world that we live in is the exact opposite of what seems to be the norm. But watching students quit, it's a really, I view buds very differently now. It's a laboratory test on quitting. And I wish that there was a way to reverse engineer. If you can figure out why people quit, why can't we reverse engineer that and make people as bulletproof as possible? I think you can, but the reason that it doesn't really get much traction is that it lands on the person absorbing the information, and then they have to do really, really, really hard work.
That's right.
Physically and mentally.
What do you, based on your that experience, what is it that makes guys quit? I mean, what
There's
would you?
one thing and one thing only: time. How they view time.
Okay. That's good. That's great.
Think about this.
You know, all the buds, including Hell Week.
Time.
Time was the only thing that was on my mind.
There are two ways to view time.
I divided time into fractions of moments.
That's why you were successful.
And I calculated over and over. And every time I would see your watch, you were my second phase instructor. I don't know if I did in second phase, but certainly in Hell Week.
Yeah. You know, we would set our. You know that we would set our watches incorrectly in Hell Week.
Yeah. No, you wouldn't.
Yes, we would.
You guys weren't that.
The fuck we wouldn't. Do you think anything accidental happens in Hell Week? Or in training?
All the calculating I did was not even correct. And it was just in my head that I had figured this out, and that gave me. So it was really, really only in my head because the time calculations weren't even right.
The things in your head were the only things that mattered. So think about this: students going into buds, which we'll call it 183 days.
Wow.
Nothing happens there that's accidental. So
interesting.
Two students. One of them has 183 little 3M yellow stickies. And the top one says 183, and the next one's 182, all the way down to 1. And he puts those up on his wall in the barracks. The other student says, I don't care how many days I have left, because my goal is just to make it through today. The difference in those two students, percentage point graduating, almost everybody who's sitting there who, like, God, I made it through the first day, and they peel it off, and they look at that number, they go, fuck.
Yeah.
Can I do this for 182 more days? That destroys you. Their view of time. Hell Week is the same thing. The advice I was given by a brown shirt, and for people listening, if post Hell Week, which is in first phase, which when I went through was the 5th week. Was it the same for you?
I think it was 4th week when I went through it. What is it now? Is it?
I don't know, actually.
I don't either. I read
after
something it was 3rd week, but I don't know.
It might be. So before that, you wear a white shirt. After that, you wear a brown shirt. So I got some advice from a brown shirt, meaning somebody who had successfully made it through Hell Week. And the guy said, don't worry about what day it is. Don't worry about if the sun is up. Just make it to the next meal. Because they have to feed you every 6 hours. The caloric requirement of that portion of training is ungodly. So that's what I did. I just thought about making it to the next meal. And if you which is call it 6 hours, and you could chunk that down to 1 hour or the evolution that you're with. But who cares what day it is if you're just trying to make it to the next meal? Because eventually the next meal is going to be on a Friday, and you're going to be standing out in the surf, and they're going to secure you from Hell Week. The difference between that student that can do that and the student that says, okay, it's Sunday, 5 more days. It's Monday morning, 4.5 more days. One is tolerable, not easily tolerable.
Yeah.
The other one becomes overwhelming. How they view time.
Why can't we get that across to them? Why will some of them figure this out, or some of them will take and heed this advice and learn it and use it, and then some won't? Some will go right back to 182 days.
Because it's an academic principle that's hard to live. You got to remember the immense amount of physical pressure we're able to apply as an instructor.
Yeah.
Some people cannot detach the way that they think from the way that they feel.
Okay.
And I think that's the beauty of that selection process.
Yeah, so being good at disassociating really helps, huh?
Yes. Not in all aspects of life, but
not at all. But if you learn that, how to do that, you might have an upper hand in buds, possibly.
You
But
might.
legitimately.
Or
you
if
do.
you practice.
Or if you practice this.
There's, I mean,
compartmentalizing some of these things.
You know how I'd give a kid an upper hand in buds? I would explain to them that concept of time.
Yeah.
And then I would explain to them the value of bending themselves before the world bends them. Find something every day that physiologically or psychologically challenges you, and intentionally go do that even if you don't want to. And when you're in the middle of it, go for a little bit longer than you think you can. And tell yourself, hey, I can always do one more rep. I can always do one more step. I can always do one more lap around fill in the blank. That is how you weaponize a human being, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. That is high performance individual for sure.
Yeah. It can also be taken too far.
Everything can.
Well,
everything is a gift and a curse, isn't it?
I'll speak broadly about my divorce. My ex-wife and I agree we probably should have ended it 10 years before. Probably the main reason when I look back that I didn't make that decision, I didn't want to be called a quitter.
Yes.
Because it was the only equity
Isn't that
in the
right?
community that we came from. Quitting was the only currency, or your ability to not give up. And I fucking took that into my personal life. And it can destroy you.
Yes, yeah. How do you create boundaries, and then how do you move them?
Fuck if I know.
I mean, isn't that what this whole journey of life is about? How do I know what's best for me, and then how do I set boundaries according to that? And then how do I move them when I realize I need to move them
That's
a
the
little
key.
bit, right?
Life's not static, so
It's
you have to
not
move.
static, but we want it to be so static. Like I loved the military because they just tell you what to do. I mean, I loved Buds because it was a fucking crazy adventure, right? I mean,
was
it was
wild.
an endless challenge. You're like, you never know what's going to happen as a Bud student. But you also get just told what to do, and you just do it. And even in the military, once you make it and you're in the teams, it's really, you don't have to make a whole lot of decisions. So your boundaries are set for you.
That's where people hiccup on the way out.
But once you're out,
you have to.
Now you've got.
Special operations, in my opinion, is nonlinear problem solving. Where people get hung up is that we're presented with the problems. Very rarely inside of special operations are you the one finding the problem to solve.
Yeah.
Like if you get overseas. Here's your target deck. Like, cool. Do you want me to go alphabetically? Who's the person you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And if you do a great job, they say, good job. Here's another one. And you can do that ad nauseum. You do that for a career. You're so good at solving problems. Then you get out of the military. And if you want to reinvent yourself, you have to now figure out what problems need to be solved or what problems you want to. And that, my friend, can be an interesting journey.
That is one journey for sure.
And I see a lot of guys, and there's nothing wrong with this. I see a lot of guys who will do an adjacent career to the military because I think it relieves a little bit of that stress. Maybe they'll go contract. Maybe they'll go work for an alphabet soup agency. And if you think about it from just the lens of somebody either presenting problems to you or you're finding the problem to solve, they're trending a little bit more towards still people presenting the problems. And I'm not saying that negatively. I understand the draw to do that. But man, if you get to a place where you realize you get to pick your problem and then you start having a good time and exploring and realizing that, I'm going to be okay because if I never give up and I just take the same mindset that I had for almost 2 decades and apply that to the civilian world, people better look the fuck out.
Yeah.
you can do amazing things.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tough though. Easier said than done.
Easier said than done. Yeah. Yeah. Because I feel like my transition out, I did that same thing, but I used football, and I used going to Northwestern and playing football. It was the same thing. You know, you just do your job, and you don't really have to make a whole lot of hard decisions, right?
Isn't it easy? This is what I need to do today
That's
because my
it,
boss told me.
Right? I got to be here at 6 a.m. just like I'm used to, and I get everything scheduled for me.
Yeah.
So, you know, and so that helps with the transition, but it does help to have something like that kind of scaffolds you into your new life. And you slowly are beginning to learn how to do what's best for yourself instead of what's best for, right, the Navy, the country, your team, it just takes time. And and it's great to have a few people at least that see it and they maybe have experienced it. Or at the very least, they're super compassionate and gentle, and they can just walk you through it, and they can watch you stumble. They can watch you go through all the ups and downs, but they're just there for you, kind of like a dad.
Yeah,
it's nice if you got somebody that can treat you like they're your father, and they can slowly help you through some of these things.
I mean,
not everybody has that, though.
But that describes my entire SEAL career, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I was young. I was 18 when I was going through BUD/S, 19 when I got to my first team. I had my bird before I was 21. Lost my bird the first time before I was 21 also, but whatever. Got it back eventually.
So did they actually, did they just pull it off your uniform?
So we had switched over to patches, and I was at captain's mast, and he slid a pair of scissors across the table and said, why don't you cut? I had it for 6 weeks.
I lost my bird too.
Did you?
One time,
Like like you just left it in your car, or
no?
What'd you do?
Please remove that from your. I got
pin or patch.
Patch.
Okay.
And then I had to stand watch at the front at the guard station in Coronado. Every single guy come through. I was after my second platoon.
What did you do?
I got kicked out of Humvee school in Reno.
I didn't know that was possible. Tell me more. Fucking Humvee school.
Fucking long story, but
give me the wave tops. What did you do?
I went in. I was 2 pump jumping it, and I was pissed that they sent me there because I had already done 2, and that was a new guy school.
Yeah.
And I thought I was going to go to Iraq and just drive Humvees like it was nothing, right? No big deal. Well, they made me go to this school, and I did not take even an ounce of it seriously. I was driving around like drinking Red Bulls while we're rock climbing these mountains, and just treated everybody like total shit. I was the biggest asshole, arrogant 2-pumper that you would ever meet.
Isn't being young fun?
Oh my gosh. And so I
look in the rearview mirror, I'm like, God, if I could just get in a time machine.
I think about some of these moments, and that's for sure one of them. But we went out, and we went into Reno and drank and gambled, and I came back and I parked the Humvee like in a crooked way right out in front, and we came back at like 3 a.m. And then I gun decked the pre-checks on it.
Gun deck means there's like a checklist, you just skip it. Actually, what would be a good term for gun decking? That would be, I'm trying to think of the best. I mean, it's a Navy term for sure. It's basically saying you did the work and you didn't.
I did. That's right. That's right. So I just went check. Right. We were just going to go drive around somewhere in some hills over there. So I didn't think it was a big deal. And they wanted me out of there anyway because I was being such an ass. And they called me into the office and said, hey, we're going to kick your ass out of here. And I go, what? Why? And they go, we caught you gun decking the whole thing. And I said, how do you catch me? And they pulled up the footage from the security camera on the barracks. I'm like, oh no, you guys really do have evidence of this. And I said, okay, fine. And I had to call my LPO and tell him, hey, I'm coming home early and I'm not getting my driver's license.
How long did they take your bird from you?
Not long. It was really a short one, but after I finished that, I think I did maybe two mornings out on the
guard
check. Yeah, guard check.
It's a good wake up call, isn't it?
Oh man, it was the worst thing you could ever think of, standing out there with no bird.
Dude, I was at Team 5, right?
Just like this. Hi guys.
Yeah.
You know, hi.
So I'm at Team 5, my first platoon. I fucking cut my bird off, and then I have to go back to my platoon. And and you're in uniform occasionally, and I'm just the only asshole out of 16 standing there with a pair of camis that clearly has a rectangular section where something used to be, and I'm just like, awesome.
So
it course corrected me though for the rest of my life.
Yeah. What happened?
Sometimes, you need to pull a knife in a bar fight and then run from the cops and then get caught by the same cops because you told them where you were staying but forgot about that.
Wow, nice.
Is it though? Was it nice?
That.
No,
I
it
love
wasn't
that.
fucking nice.
Well, it's nice now.
It course corrected me for the rest of my life.
Exactly.
The biggest lesson. So I was brand new. We were at Davis Monthan Air Force Base is where we were staying. We were out there doing CAS, close air support. The air crew had something else to do that day. I think we were using A-10s and 16s, whatever they had out there at the time. And so we were going to drive back the next day. We had, classic Econoline 16-pack van. I think we had like two of them.
Did you guys van wars in there too?
Oh God, constantly. People don't understand the level of violence in a van fight.
No,
they don't. But
every time I see one of those vans, that's all
I know. There's a little bit of PTSD from
I
those
swear,
for sure.
Like even the van we got in from the airport today.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking about this and reminiscing anyway, so it was on my mind.
There's a little post-traumatic stress associated with the Econoline van. But, we had a day off before we were going to drive back. It's 10 in the morning, so what do? We immediately start drinking. I'm underage. I get carried into a strip club. This is where we started by my LPO.
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't even check my ID. And it goes to later in the day, or in the night in an Irish bar. And there was a guy in my platoon. I'll give you his name offline. He ended up actually interfacing at a federal level with law enforcement, just running his mouth. And looking back, and again, this is through the lens of many decades, I knew that he was out of control. I knew that somebody needed to stop him before, like the classic error chain. Like, can we just break one of these chains here and stop this? He ends up talking shit to a woman at a bar who happened to be related to the person that owned the bar. So they call the cops. He gets dragged out, tries to fight them, or the bouncers. The cops show up. We talk him out of the back of the cop car. He's in the silver bracelets in the back. We talked to the cops, during which I pulled a real Jason Bourne moment and just told him my name and where we were staying and the duty station we were attached with. Yeah. He gets out of they're like, we're going to let him go, but you guys need to take him home. He gets out of the cop car. We go around the corner of the building. He immediately just walks directly at another bouncer and starts talking shit. I'm 160 pounds at the time. And if I look back, the reality is I was scared and I didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
So he was talking shit to that bouncer, turned around and started walking back towards me. And it was just, he was walking towards me and I was off of his right shoulder, looking at the bouncer. And the bouncer had a crutch. There was something wrong with his foot, and he picked it up and he looked like he was going to swing it. And I had a Spyderco on me because I'm an idiot. And I pulled it out and I flipped it open. I just put it up against the side of my leg and I said, I don't think you want to do that. He put the crutch down. I put the knife away. He started yelling for the cops. I handed the knife off and had a moment of thought of, do I stay or do I go? And obviously the move is you go.
Yeah.
Not legal advice for anybody. Do not repeat my mistakes. So I take off, end up getting away from him. We end up going to another bar as cops are like looking for me all over the place. That same dude gets his ass beat by another group of people that he had talked to. And, so we end up making our way back. The fucking command master chief is waiting for us. He's flipping tables and he's just pissed at me, because I was probably an E4 at the time. First platoon, first trip of my first platoon with my bird. Wow. And I had to go to a chief's mast. And I remember before I went in there, I had this split of, I'm going to say this was everybody else's fault but my own, because that's how I was originally thinking about it. And then I was like, you know what? No, fuck that.
Yeah.
This was completely on me. And that was the shift that I had. And so I went into the chief's mast. They asked me about what happened and then what would I do differently. And I answered them honestly, like I should have fucking stopped the person. And the reason I didn't is that I was the youngest, most junior, new guy, and I thought that the people I was with, or not that I thought, the people that I was with were my heroes.
Yeah.
So if they had said crawl through fire, I would have said, okay, how far do you want me to do that? And that is the wrong way to think about it. Like if you don't look for somebody else to do the right thing. Do the fucking right thing. And it changed the course of who I am as a person. Let me tell you though, it's hard to cut a trident off while wearing a camouflage top. That fucking skipper. And the scissors were dull too, that fucking asshole. Really getting that first purchase in there to get it on the thread was tough.
Why did they stop banging the tridents in?
They didn't.
Are they still doing it?
I can't speak to that, what they were doing then. I 100% experienced the trident getting smashed.
So did I.
Yeah, I don't think that they have. I think that they just do it quietly.
Okay. Yeah, we did it quietly as well. Okay.
Yeah,
as long as it's still going on.
We did the ceremony where you get the
right
8.5 by 11 piece of paper. Yeah. Go hit the surf. I'm like, oh no, go hit the surf. Go back to your platoon space, and things happen differently than just the piece of paper, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, yeah, just to get an idea of the family that I come from, for our Trident ceremony, my family comes into San Diego. My uncles get in the biggest fight that there ever was. What's the hotel that's further south down the Strand? Nice hotel. It's
it's on the Bay Side. I know exactly what you're talking
yes.
about.
They're in there. There's blood all over that white.
Who are they
tile.
fighting?
Each other.
Yes.
My dad and his two brothers are fighting each other. They get thrown out of there. They get kicked out.
The Lowe's Resort.
The Lowe's Resort. That's where they were all staying at. My family's staying at the Lowe's Resort. So my grandfather, my grandmother, my uncles, my aunts, their kids. There's like 30 people there. They get kicked out, the whole family, and manager comes out and they say, okay, all right, these guys are kicked out, and they think they're going back to the room, and the manager goes, no, all of you guys are out. And so they leave and check into the Coronado.
The Hotel Del? Oh,
yes.
boy.
Right? So the next morning is the Trident ceremony, and walk in my dad and my uncles. Their faces are all covered in bandages, bloody.
What started the fight?
Swelled up. They were out drinking all night long.
Well, I mean, obviously.
They were out all
Most
over
fights
the
don't start
Strand.
themselves.
You know what? They got in an argument, and it
Fuck yeah.
turned into a maddening incident.
If you can't beat the shit out of your brothers, who can you beat the shit out of?
Well, I mean, you probably should, think about the venue, maybe
or
a
leave it
little
to
bit of
open
where
hands.
it's at.
Like,
Or-
let's just
yeah,
go open
right. Or
hands.
let's
Didn't some of them have invitations to the ceremonies and others didn't?
That's true. Yeah. So yeah. So there were some issues with who's going to go and invitations. So there was a little bit of shit talking going on.
All right. I mean, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Walk me through your SEAL career, because the stuff that you've done afterwards is equally as interesting to me.
Well, my SEAL, I went to Team 1.
266 first.
266.
Team 1, for people listening, odd numbers West Coast, even numbers East. So you walked metaphorically 50 yards from the Buds compound to your first command.
Yeah.
Well, actually, not metaphorically. That'd be literally.
It was actually literally, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was, I started in 264, but I got rolled in second phase for the tread.
For the tread?
Yes.
The fuck is wrong with you?
Tread's hard.
The tread is easy.
The tread almost killed me. I think I actually
The tread did not
die
almost kill you. We are
at one
there as
time.
an instructor to save you.
So I
it's a 1-to-1 ratio. We're not going to let you die, probably.
I wish I knew who my one instructor was.
Describe the tread for people who are unaware of it.
Well, second phase, I spent an enormous amount of time on pool comp, practicing pool comp, right? Just, where are my straps at?
But that's after the tread.
Right.
You got to get to the tread first.
I know. I overlooked the tread. I thought, too, exactly what you just said. So anybody listening, the tread is not easy. Do not overlook
For
it.
anybody listening, the tread is very easy.
No, don't overlook it.
Let me do my job. I have to emotionally prepare them for failure.
And you will fail.
Are you over there Googling the tread, Michael?
You
I don't know if there's a good video
in
of it.
the most miserable way. So I get in the water.
You got to describe what
I
it is,
think
though.
everything
The configuration.
is fine, right? So I got a 12-pound weight belt on.
With your twins.
With twins, big twins on the back, right?
But let's not forget the one key piece of gear that should help you in this. Your fins.
Yeah. Well, how about that for a twisted little fucking trick that is? I would rather egg beater the thing.
It would be way easier.
So the fins are on, and I get in the water. I really think it's going to be a piece of cake.
This is 5 minutes. And as an instructor, what you're looking at, like if you bend your wrist, there's usually like 2 creases. You need to have basically the creases of the skin in your wrist above water.
Right,
so
right.
they need to be, what would be camera angle people can see. Basically that much of your hand out of the water, both hands out. If the person is sinking a little bit, but they do their best to keep and not use their hands for assistance, let's just say there's a little bit of room for interpretation for the instructor. If they put their hands in and they start sculling with their hands, that's a fail. I would let students go underwater as long as they didn't use their hands and they could come back up. Okay. But again, there was a little bit of a deviation. By the book, hands out of the water, 5 minutes, vertical treading configuration.
Yeah, pure hell.
Considered to be the easiest evolution in Buds.
Thanks for that.
Only in the history of Buds, 3 people have ever failed.
That's not true.
It is not true. It's fun to say, though.
I'm all right. I love it if I fail.
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay.
That's where you learn.
It's okay, right?
Yeah.
It's okay, and I'm cool with it. But so I had my hands out of the water,
as does everybody when they start,
for the first 2 minutes, and then I still had my hands out of the water. Only my head never came out of the water. Then after that, so I'm on breath hold probably in around 3 minutes, and come up and you just get a little tiny squeak of air, and then after that there was no more of that anymore. That air was gone, and
but
now
you
my
get 4
hands
shots at
began going in the water. Well, yeah. So here I am now. I'm flailing in the water. I know that I've failed because he told me, and I think, well, good. I'm done with this then.
No.
And so
5 minutes is 5
so
minutes.
here I go, start working my way over to the side of the pool.
I
and
know.
He intervenes and gets between me and the edge of the pool, and he kicks me back out in the water, and I give him the look of like, what's the problem here, bud?
We're going to get our 5 minutes.
He goes, you got 5 minutes. You signed up for 5 minutes. I go, oh shit, really?
Yeah.
Okay. So now even with my hands in the water, and he goes, and I still want you to have your hands out of the water. I go, okay.
Well, there is
And I
one
do
way.
my- and
There
I-
is one way to short circuit the 5 minutes, and I've only seen it one time. I've seen a guy quit on the tread post Hell Week,
and he just is in there and said, I quit.
He DOR'd.
I almost did that. Now I'm starting to sink below the water, even with my hands in the water. That's how tired I got within this little, short time frame, and I'm so exhausted, and I couldn't get back to the surface, and I get this really brilliant idea that, he will take me out of this pool if I'm dead.
True.
And so I go like this, and I just go stiff.
You play dead?
I play dead.
Let me guess what happened. He just sat there and watched you
And I
because he
go
knew
like
you
this,
were playing
And
dead.
I go like this, and I stared off into the distance, and I just let my weight belt take me down to the bottom, and I just see him. He looks, and his expression changed a bit, and then he dives down and swims, and he gets this close to my face, and he looks right in my eyes, and then I just see this giant smile on his face, and he starts laughing, and his bubbles come out, and that's when I knew he's not going to save me, is he? He knows I'm not dead.
You'd be surprised how many times people play dead, and you just sit there and
I
watch
wondered if I was the only guy.
No. So you'd sit there. Let me tell you, as an instructor, the tread is very easy. I don't know what you guys are complaining about out there because I'm just sitting there watching you. 1-to-1 ratio, we got you. You're going to get out of the pool. I have seen every version of somebody try to play dead. And so what you let them do, here's the varsity move. You let them go to the bottom.
Yep, I did that.
And at some point, they realize that you realize that they're faking it, and they come back to life.
Yeah. I resurrected myself there. I was
see,
and I got a little push off the bottom, and back to the surface I went, and toughed out the last however long. And
I'm surprised you didn't pop your own CO2. That's a move that a lot of the students make when they resurrect themselves on the bottom.
No, I didn't go that far.
When that happens, the instructors will come and hold down the valve on your life jacket and let the CO2 out. Because we get our 5 minutes.
Yes. So you guys got your 5 minutes on me.
So for the listener, though, you get 4 attempts at this. So you had 3 more shots.
Yeah, all those attempts looked the exact same way, just about.
Really?
Yes.
So what, were your legs getting tired? Were you having a hard time breathing?
I didn't practice it at all. So I could not get the muscle memory and the breath work right.
Yeah.
And I was exhausted within 2 minutes. So I had put so much into that first one, I knew that there was no way I was going to pass anything after that.
Even though they were on subsequent days?
Well, yeah, right. But I had no ability to figure out how to do this. It was...
Okay, so then you get rolled.
So I get rolled.
I'm assuming you practiced the living shit out of this.
I could literally pass that thing with my elbows out of the water the next time I took it.
So I'm going to assume that you, first time out, 6'6", you passed.
First time, yeah,
okay,
6'6",
good.
yes.
Okay. Again, training that is designed to throw failure at you, and there are 2 different people.
But that's one of those, that's a moment that I look back on, and I mean, that really was I died that day. I mean,
you fake died.
I faked it, but something in me died, right? It was like, I realized there was no way anyone was going to save me from here on out.
We would have pulled you out of the pool.
Well, you would have. But I would have been dead.
No, you'd have been all right.
Technically. I'd have been somewhere in between there.
So at one time I was doing the tread. It was a foreign exchange student. And at about 30 seconds in, they decided the evolution for them that day was going to be over. So they did the same thing. First, it was weight belt got dropped. So I went and got it and looped it over the back of their Twin 80s in a position that they could no longer touch it. CO2 cartridge, fired. Pull the little handle to let it out of the vest. And at this point, like, I am aware that this person is having a religious experience out of body, if you will. So I'm way closer than you and I are. I'm sitting there face to face, and I'm just kind of doing the float where you have your arms crossed in front of you. This guy's last ditch move was a heroic kick, and he came up and he wrapped his arms around me as the instructor. And I just started laughing and slowly exhaling. So we became negatively buoyant.
Oh, man.
And just had mask to mask eye contact with this guy as we went to the bottom of the pool. At which point he let go and I went back up to the top. He was just down there.
So what did he do?
Passed out.
Yeah, he did. How many guys pass out? Probably not that many in the tread unless they...
Not on the tread. You get him 50 meter underwater. You're going to get some people. That's first phase, though. Pool comp, quite a few.
Yeah.
Quite a few, because they just take it too far. It's actually, after administering pool comp, you can tell when people are going to get ready to go out. You know, they start the that's the first part, but that's not necessarily the indication that they're going to pass out yet. As soon as bubbles start to come out of their mouth when they're doing that, they're right at the lip of being able to go out. And then, I mean, you're watching this as an instructor and you're right there with them and you just grab them and bring them up. They're out for maybe 5 seconds. And, you know, red line, drag him to the side of the pool, and a guy with 7 years of medical school slaps him in the face. I'm like, I could do that.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
And they're just, they come back and
that's it.
Next.
Fail.
Yeah, but you get 4 shots at it. You'll be all right.
But I do recall all of you guys laughing your asses off at me after you failed me.
Of course.
Yeah. That was.
What else are we supposed to
I gave
do?
you all a great laugh.
Oh, well.
Hey, this guy tried to pretend that he died.
Oh,
He
it
got one of
happens to all
those.
this. It's amazing. Yeah. The best, though, is as the instructor watching the fake death, knowing at some point there'll be a real resurrection.
Yeah.
Which usually is going to occur about 12 feet underwater, which is really an emergency for them, but not an emergency for us.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. It's better than TV. Today's episode is brought to you by TrueWork. Damn, these people make some cool stuff. One of the cool things about doing ad reads for brands is that they're going to send you some of their products so you can talk about it from firsthand perspective. I don't have their pants on today, but man, they sent me one of the coolest pairs of work pants that I've ever had. And you just understand when a brand gets it and they're being intelligent in their design. Everywhere that you would reach, that you would want to have maybe your phone, or in this case, the work pants, you would want to have a pencil or a pen or a pocket that would be good for fill in the blank. And you put your hand there and you're like, damn, it's already there. Their pants are ridiculous. I'm not joking. I think I wore those things for a week straight when I first got them. And they're just in my rotation now. They're spectacular. So TrueWork, as a brand, they're hell-bent on creating the most technical, high-performance workwear in the world. Their story, the TrueWork story, began in the Colorado mountains, where a trade worker knew there had to be a better solution than the wet, heavy gear that was weighing him down. Man, I know exactly what you're talking about. So the pants they gave me specifically, they are soft, but they're stretchy, sweat-wicking, soft shell, and are a major upgrade over wet, heavy jeans. I remember working for my father long ago, and that is actually kind of what I wore to protect myself, jeans. And they suck. There's nothing technically complex about denim, at least when I was wearing it when I was 11. It was horrible. So with those pants, wind and waterproof shells that use intelligently placed insulation for streamlined warmth that lets you stay mobile and agile. Every TrueWork product is engineered for maximum comfort, protection, and efficiency with minimum bulk or extra weight. I'm telling you, when you get some of their stuff, you'll think, hey, this would be a perfect spot for it, and they've already gotten there for you. They've already beat you to the finish line, and that's the product that you have in your hand. TrueWork has over 50,000, you heard me correct, 50,000 5-star reviews and countless stories from trade pros in every state and every job across the country. You can upgrade to TrueWork for a major change in the way that you work, and TrueWork helps you be your best when the best is what matters most. If this sounds interesting to you, check out the full lineup and get 15% off your first order at truework.com/clearedhot. That's 15% off at TrueWork, TrueWerk, Whiskey Echo Romeo Kilo.com/clearedhot. You're not going to be disappointed. Check them out.
Yeah, I can see that.
Thank you for that. You're welcome. All right, so walk me through your career.
So I went to Team One. I did. So right away we were there was an opportunity to augment. And so there was kind of like a little bit of a competition between the platoons that were going to get picked to augment. So right away, as soon as I walk into Team One, that's going on, that conversation. And my chief's vying for this augmentation.
What year is this?
2008.
Okay.
So we end up, our platoon and our sister platoon end up kind of winning that sort of battle. I guess that was going on. I'm a new guy, so I didn't really know too much of what was
Yeah, it's
happening.
above your pay grade a little bit.
I'm just busting my ass as hard as I can. And then when they said, hey, we need you to work hard because we may be able to augment and go to Afghanistan with Dev Group guys, it's like, I'll do whatever you want me to do. So we ended up getting chosen for that. We deployed, went to Afghanistan, attached to Red Squadron. We were there for about 3 months. It was pretty cool. Came back. Then we went to the Philippines. Did a trip in Philippines, Basilan Island. Came back and I did an Iraq tour to Kirkuk. And then while we were leaving Iraq, we're in Kuwait. I get the call that my wife was taking the kids and moving back to Indiana. So she was leaving me. And so
while you're overseas,
while I'm overseas,
man,
it was rough.
There's not like there's a great time to receive that call.
My first response was, good riddance, fine. I'm going back to the teams. But after a couple of weeks, I talked to my lieutenant, and he said, we can get you a billet at Great Lakes if you're interested, which is in Chicago, at Navy Boot Camp.
There's like a dive motivator?
Bud's Prep was there.
Oh.
So we had the Bud's Prep program, so I went and LPO'd Bud's Prep.
Okay.
And
they started that after I went through, and then from my understanding, they shut it down. Yeah.
They're trying
why did
to
they shut it down?
Bring it back again. I mean, it was a little bit of chaos over there. I mean, there was nobody watching us, zero oversight.
I mean, that's a
Anything
solvable
we did,
problem, though.
But that was fine.
Yeah.
I think it's money, financial.
Okay.
But they had it there for a couple years after I left. So I went there and I just kind of tried to reconcile my marriage and get my life and my family, my kids back. I never really had an intention of getting out at that point, but once I got there and I started spending lots of time with my kids, I had 2 boys at this time, spending time at home. I bought a house. I see guys going to school, getting degrees, transitioning out. All these things are going on, and I start thinking, man, I think I could do this.
How many
more
years had you
long-term.
been in at that point?
I was at about 8 years in.
That's a good go, no go place.
I
About the
knew I was
10-year
at
mark.
that spot. I wanted to go and screen for Green Team, originally, but that sort of dream dwindled a little bit at that point. I also was stationed there with Dave Goggins. Dave Goggins was my chief there. And so he's, doing his crazy stuff. And I kind of, spent a lot of time with him. And he was one of the guys that pushed me towards going to Northwestern and playing football there. He just kind of had this crazy idea that you could do this if you want. And so I started looking at that as an option. And as he took me down to Northwestern and he spoke with the football team, and I got to meet Coach Pat Fitzgerald, and that's when I asked him if he thought I could come play for him. And he said, hell yeah, come on out.
And how much football experience did you have at this point?
High school.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
A little bit of a break in between.
I was just kind of healing up a little bit and getting my body right, getting prepared.
So you had to have gotten out of the military, though, to go to Northwestern, right?
No, I was still active duty at Bud's Prep. So
to play football
and
though,
I played
too?
football there too. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So I was doing a pretty ridiculous schedule at that time. It was like,
wow,
leave the house at 4:30. I'd be in Evanston at practice or film or whatever we were doing, weightlifting in the morning. Drive back to Great Lakes during the day, fulfill my duties at Bud's Prep, then drive back down in the evenings if I had classes and do whatever else I had to. So it was like I was doing like 12-hour.
How'd your wife like that?
She loved it, man. She was so happy that I was doing that. No, she hated all
I was
of
going to say she was happy that you weren't there. Is that what you mean
no,
to say?
she hated all of it. It was a tough time, right? I mean, you just make some strange decisions at those times in your life. That as if I had convinced myself that
this was in the benefit for my family and my kids, that this is what needed to happen in order for me to transition out of the military successfully and provide for my family and my kids. Like, if I'm going to do that, this is what would need to happen.
It's the same lie that I told myself, and I think a lot of other people tell themselves when we're in, that the job can never suffer first. Why? Because we'd be considered a quitter to those around us, right? Again, this currency. And you will sacrifice everything to include personal life, relationships, and marriages to be the best team guy that you can be. That's all the fucking lie in. If I could go back, I wish I could balance that way better. I don't know if I was capable of it at that phase in my life. And I don't want to say that the job isn't important or any of those things. When I say it's a lie, I'm talking specifically only about myself and the way that I view it, not anybody else. But yeah, because I told myself those same things and missed time with my kids. Did every deployment that I could do, right? Fear of missing out, fear of not being there, fear of not being good enough. What will the guys think of me if I say that I can't go on this trip because my relationship with my wife is struggling? Job suffered last, always.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't think that there's any way to come to that conclusion without going through it all. I wish I could tell.
Which sucks.
I wish I could even tell, you know, and so as a dad now,
They won't listen.
Those kind of ideas terrorize you.
They won't listen.
Can I help them to absorb these lessons, or do they have to do it all themselves? Do they have to go through that whole ridiculous
Both can be
series
true.
of events that I went through to hear, to have the idea, to know that I don't have to do that. I don't have to prove myself. I don't have to live up to anything. I don't have that fear of missing out. I don't need anybody to love me or like me. I don't need any of that. It's not my job to save everybody. Or do they just have to go through that?
I think two
and
things.
that's okay.
I think two things can
if
be
they
true.
do.
Both can be true. I think at best we can help round the edges of the corner.
Okay.
There is an aspect of them having to experience at least a portion of what you're talking about for I think it to be a concrete lesson. Because knowledge absent the experience, you know what I mean? This book knowledge says I should do this, and in this case, book knowledge would be you or I literally trying to crack the heads of our children with knowledge that they're like, fuck you, I learned better things on TikTok. But they're going to still make mistakes. My hope is to help my children at least miss the catastrophic ones that I made. Because I've made plenty along the way that were not catastrophic, with which the lesson could still be learned if I was in a place where I was ready to receive that lesson. So they're gonna fail galactically, but I think you could probably, if it's a stereo equalizer, like a 1 to a 10, maybe you could keep it at a 6.
Did you was your dad around?
Still is. He lives up here now.
Does he really?
I successfully extracted him from Santa Cruz.
Oh man, that's cool. And he's a part of your life, and you guys spend
Oh
time
yeah,
together.
I'll do episodes with him, and they're awesome. They're some of my favorites because they're time capsules. But he's also an absolute pain in the ass.
Really?
Yeah, I tell him to his face now that I'm looking for homes to put him in. He hangs out at the coffee shop. He like monopolizes our manager's time. He's starting to tell me I need to make T-shirts that just have his beard on it because he's been on the show. So people reach out to him and tell him that. So he tells me, to which I say no. So now he's telling other people to tell me that I should do that.
You should get a shirt with his beard on it.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Yeah, trust me, I've heard that. So he plays Santa Claus during Christmas for us.
Did you guys always have a good relationship?
No, it's gone up and down. And I'll tell you, there was one particular series of years where it was pretty rough. Actually, fuck it. I'll tell you why. I was going to tell you offline, but I'll tell you exactly what it was. I don't know if I've talked with him about it openly. I got shot in 2005. The reason that I actually came out to the West Coast. My parents didn't come and visit me for like 6 months. And that scrambled my eggs.
So is your mom?
She's passed. She's passed in 2010. Shortly, I got a Red Cross message to come home from Afghanistan in 2010. Had about 14 days with her before she passed. She was diagnosed with the cancer for the second time before I left, so I knew it was coming. It was more a bit of how much time remains, not whether or not this is going to happen. 2005, though, they both were able to travel, and I I can't fathom being on the receiving end of a phone call where you're told that your son has been injured overseas and he's going to work his way back over. And they were notified by my ex-wife because I was able to call her from Balad. But they didn't come out to visit, and it fucked me up. It really strained our relationship. And it got to a point about 6 months later, I kind of exploded to him on the phone about it. Just like, what the fuck, man? Like, my sister had come out and visit, my in-laws had come out and visit, and they hadn't. And it was rough. It had an impact on our relationship for sure.
Did they say why they didn't do that?
He didn't think that he could be around me emotionally and be supportive, because when he sees me, he sees the young man that he used to hold in his arms.
Oh, man. Ooh.
Rough, for sure.
Did you reconcile with your mom about it?
Yes, we talked about it afterwards. I think for her, more than anything, she was just making the same decisions as my dad to be more supportive of my dad. Didn't make it any easier to be on the receiving end. We haven't talked about it directly much, him and I, but for about 2 years, it was just skin deep at best.
Yeah.
The interactions back and forth.
So just time healed that, and you guys eventually...
Time healed it, and I think I put it down a little bit. Okay. You know, it's amazing what happens as you get a little bit older.
Yeah, yeah. So you knew that was his reason for it then? And
I knew 6 months later that was his reason for it.
But it took 6 months to find that out.
Well, it was weird. I mean, I was fully trying to rehab myself. I had other people coming out to visit. It's not like I had young children at the time, which were their grandkids. And he eventually, my mom actually called me and put him on the phone, because my interactions with them had started to get a little bit more terse, like one-word answers on the phone. I wasn't reaching out to them anymore. I was fucking pissed, right? And I'm not trying to justify my behavior. I'm just explaining where I was. And she just asked me straight out, and it caught me in a moment where I was like, I'll fucking tell you why. You want to fucking know why I'm pissed? And here it is. And I just kind of blew up on him a little bit. So,
I mean, I'm so glad that you guys are back in a good spot, you know?
Oh, I can't wait to put him in a home.
So does he live with you?
Fuck no.
Okay.
I'd blow my brains out if he lived with me. He lives with his wife.
Okay.
Like a mile and a half from where we live. Absolutely out of his fucking mind. Michael can attest.
That's wonderful.
He watches their dog sometimes. It's wonderful from a distance. Yeah. We're working it out.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what would you? So my relationship with my dad, we have no relationship. We don't talk at all.
When did that start?
It started when it very first started was when I beat his ass. I was 21.
Yeah.
And he was harassing my mom. My dad's had to struggle with alcohol his whole life.
Yeah.
So he's harassing my mom. I'm 21 years old, and one day I just say, you know what? Fuck this. This ain't happening anymore. And I go to his shithole apartment, kick the door in, and beat his ass, right, and leave him there. We didn't talk for 5 years after that. He didn't call anymore. There was no more harassing. But he would slowly work his way back in. We would become friends again, and we'd spend time again. This whole process would happen again. And I'd shut him out and say, we're done. And then we would do it again and do it again. And here we are again at this spot. I haven't talked to him in 2 years. Basically, the same thing happens where he'll come around, spend time with us, be around the kids. And I want him to have a relationship with his grandkids. And so I give him this leeway, and I open the door, and we open our heart to it. And then he fucks it up.
How does he fuck it up? Start drinking?
Generally drinking, yeah. Drinking, doesn't come around anymore, and then might just leave. And so now we're 2 years out, and I'm back to this spot of like, I wonder how he's doing. I wonder if we could bring him back around. I wonder if we could make him part of our life again.
So here's all I would say. Here would be my advice. Are you a perfect parent?
No.
Do you mean to fuck up when you do? You probably don't, right?
What's that?
You're not trying to fuck up. Like, you don't mean to fuck up when you do.
Not at all.
I think a big first step is to, when you're younger, you look at your parents and they're all you know. They're literally your model of perfection. And you have to realize at some point in time that they're just people. People are a fucking mess. So I would say if you can get to a place where you realize he's probably not intentionally doing that, that's a good start. if he were to pass today and you feel like you would have regrets or things left unsaid, I would say do something about that. But chemical and substance abuse is a different fucking animal.
Yeah.
I would put that back into his court. And I would say, if you want to have a relationship with me and your grandkids, that's what I want too, but it comes with this criteria. And you have to hold that line.
Yeah.
You know, but if you feel like you would have regret or things left unsaid or unfinished, if he were to pass, I would say do your best to do something about it, but the emphasis and impetus is really on him to govern his behavior. It's your role now as a parent to hold that line, to create the line and hold the line. It's his role as your parent to live up to that so he can have a meaningful relationship in your life and your kids' lives.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's where we're at. That's kind of how I look at it too.
Yeah, he's got to...
I've been around substance abuse long enough to see it,
God, it's
to
rough.
know how it works, and it does work like that.
Yeah.
But am I going to expose my family to that?
That's the metric of control you have. The metric of control he has as to whether or not his relationship with those substances means more than his family.
Unfortunately, sometimes it seems that way, right?
And if that is the case, as horrible as this says, or sounds, I'd fucking cut him loose.
That's his choice.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's a tough spot, right?
It's
and
horrible.
And as a dad, just knowing the joys of being a dad too, right? For him to miss out on all of that stuff. I think about when I'm going to be 65 or 70 years old. I mean,
assuming you make it that far.
I didn't think I could make it this far. Are you kidding me? There is nothing in my past history that says that's a guy that's trying to make it to 43 years old. I'll be 43 tomorrow, by the way.
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
Death due to old age is one day closer.
Yes. What's the analogy we just got? Something about life is like
a roll of toilet paper.
You never know when you're on your
Spinning
last square.
It just spins faster and
God.
That's our publisher.
Yeah. Stay on top of the there's a lot of consequences to the job that we did. Stay on top of the health metrics as much as you can.
Yeah. Yeah, the health is, we took a lot of risks and put a lot of mileage on our bodies internally too, right?
Oh, yeah.
And even up here, that's a lot of horsepower went into trying to figure all of this stuff out.
Yeah.
But now, like at this point, I keep thinking I want to try to reconcile. You know, how do I reconcile with all the people and all the things and all the places and how do I reconnect all of these things?
Mm-hmm.
You know, all the many days and hours of neglecting our families and our relationships.
You're not going to get the time back. I think the best thing you can do is take that feeling of wanting to reconcile and allow it to guide your behavior going forward.
Like a walking amends.
Yeah.
You just live that way.
I don't know what else you can do with it.
Yeah.
Because you could sit there and wish and hope for the time back.
Yeah.
And I'm just not aware of a way to get it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
So, Jim, I'm really tired of you interrupting and talking so much in this particular episode.
Sorry, man. Oh.
We're skipping around a little bit because I know we'll get back to it. I'm curious, though, how did you two meet? Because I'll tie this back in together. We'll tie it back into you leaving the military, playing football, and then your desire to become an author, weirdo. But you have a great pool of personal experience to pull from.
I didn't, yeah, no, I wasn't issued my
publicist?
My publicist, though.
They do that now, I believe, in third phase.
I missed that.
That's a joke I go with, at least.
We had to go find our own.
Yeah. How'd you guys meet?
I had a sports bar close to Northwestern. I had that for about 12 years. We did a lot of work with the Northwestern Athletic Department. It was a big place in Evanston, Illinois. And I'd been writing books for years. I went to school originally for journalism, and I wrote my first novel in '99, and it actually, part of it took place in Kalispell, Montana.
Really? And had you visited before or had any tie?
I came here in '98 to research the book, and the title of the book was The Flathead Saloon and Cat House. And it took place in Chicago. And
cat as in meow cat?
Yeah, as in...
Oh, like cougar cat. Okay. It's like weird. That's a really weird, like yellow house cat. Like, why would that be the
cat house as in
gotcha.
whorehouse? Yeah.
Oh, all right. Man, my brain
anyway.
is slow today. I'm not putting that together. I think like a yellow tabby cat. Like, what are we talking about here?
I thought you would know the place.
I don't know if there's a whorehouse here in town. I'll check with my I'll check with my law enforcement buddies later today. Like, hey, is there a whorehouse here called the Cat House?
So, and I had been, I'd owned 7 or 8 bars, clubs, restaurants in Chicago over the years, and writing, 7 or 8 books. And I was working on a book in 2015, a novel about a guy that wanted to play D1 football who was older. And then,
And this is before you guys met?
Before we met.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fortuitous circumstances.
Right.
Yes. Okay.
And so I developed a friendship with Pat Fitzgerald, who was the head coach at Northwestern. Great guy. We did a lot of stuff for the football team, and he had all the football events and recruiting events at my sports bar. And, so I didn't play college football, and I asked Pat if I could go to Kenosha training camp in 2015 in August, where the Northwestern football team went up there for about 10 days. And at University of Wisconsin, Kenosha. And he said, yeah, come on up. You can shadow me on the sideline. And super offer. And I went up there, was watching practice right next to him. And he said, you should talk to Tom Ruby. And I had known who Tom Ruby was because Northwestern had a Navy SEAL, an active duty Navy SEAL playing football for him. And
Well, let's also add slightly older age than your average college football
33
players.
years old.
Yeah.
And
what was the average age of your teammate? 20?
Probably 21.
Yeah.
2021.
Yeah.
They didn't have 3 kids either.
Well, you don't know that for sure. That's an assumption. They could have started early.
Yeah. Not at Northwestern.
Let's hope they didn't have 3 kids. Let's start with that. That would be a lot. That's a full plate at 21 with 3 kids. Get some.
so Pat hooked me up with Tom, and the book I was working on. Eventually, I went down to where Tom had a place in Indiana, and I said, the book I'm working on is interesting, but your life is way more interesting. And I asked him if he wanted to do a biography, and he did not want to do a book at that time.
Talk a little closer to the mic, if you will.
He did not want to do a book at the time in 2015 and 2016. He was going through things in his life, marriage issues and sobriety. And so we stayed in touch. My wife passed away in 2019, and I moved to Cave Creek, Arizona. And, a couple years ago, we met in Chicago for dinner, and he said, "You still interested in doing a book?" And I said, "Absolutely, but I'd rather do a novel where the protagonist is based on your life." And he said, "I'd rather do it that way." And we signed a contract, and, we took a few months of research, and I went to his house in Crown Point, and we did hours of taped interviews, and then I go back to Arizona, and then I'd ask him to give me, 2,000 words on this and 3,000 words on that, and then I'd adapt it into the novel and send Tom chapters, and it was a great partnership. It worked great. This sounds great. This doesn't. This work on this. I'm sorry.
No worries. So, question for you about a novel, and I bet this depends on the author. So, the completed book, The Breacher's Playbook, is sitting here in front of us, and I asked this out of curiosity. When you're thinking about a novel, do you have an idea of the storyline, and kind of a skeleton, and then you work backwards and fill it out, or do you let the story as you're writing it take the twists and turns that you want it to?
That's a great question.
Fascinated about the creative process itself.
Yeah, it's a great question, and the answer to it is both. As far as me as an author is concerned, there's 12 authors. There might be 12 different ways they approach it.
Well, the books are fascinating, especially to me, suspenseful books where they throw these twists and turns at the end. I always ask myself, did they fucking know they were going to do that at the idea of this book? Or as they were writing it, Did they just recognize this is a great opportunity to do fill in the blank?
So I'll outline a book.
Okay.
And have a general idea of where I want it to go. And I like to have a beginning and an end in the outline, so I know what the ending's going to be. And then you start writing the book, and you literally get to know the characters better. And they take you places that you didn't think you'd go. And people ask me all the time, well, how is that possible? You're writing it.
Yeah.
It is. It'll take turns that you weren't thinking about, or you get to a certain point in the book and, I'll write, 2,500 words, come back next day and erase all of it. Or I'll come back the next day and read it, and the hair on my arm stands up because I think it's good. This book, the ending changed completely about halfway through the book.
Is this going to be one of many, one of three? You put 3 fingers up now. Maybe we'll put up another 3. Maybe it's one of 6. Let's not limit ourselves. I mean, Jesus. We've talked about not quitting and chunking things. Why would you stop at 3?
I won't.
If nobody buys the book,
I mean, there's that. Okay, there is that for sure.
Reasonable.
What'd you go to college for?
Social policy, education and social policy.
So not journalism?
No.
What were your thoughts on writing the book? Did you enjoy the process?
I enjoyed it a lot.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you think you enjoyed it, though, because it was based... So Jack Carr, a good friend of mine, his books, I think you guys have an advantage. And the advantage is you can do 98% realistic and then a little 2% of flair. You can call it nonfiction. I think writing... you can call it fiction.
Yes.
Writing a nonfiction book, God, I feel like there'd be a lot of pressure, especially if it's going to be anything other than a historic event that you can really, really research. And in the modern era, too, where people might say something like, oh, well, that's not, you know what I mean, or come at you. So you have creativity, which is awesome, but you can all balance it really well in realism, which Jack does a great job of. For people who know what they're looking at reading those books, like, damn, dude, did you have to include that detail? Like, leave that shit out. The reader, though, the average reader doesn't know where the authenticity and the fiction aspect is rolled on top of it. I wonder how much I would have enjoyed it if it was a nonfiction book.
Yeah. Well,
it's a different lens.
It would be a lot more anxiety in it, for sure. Right. And be a whole lot of questions. What do you add? What do you not add? It would be
What can I add?
more judgment. What can I add? What can I say? So it gives you a little bit more leeway for sure. But you also can take, the nice thing about this is you can, instead of it making it, be the main character, you can take aspects of your life and other people's lives and just make them a separate character.
Yeah.
Right. So you can still tell the same story and have that same lesson and have all of that in the book as part of the message, but it's just created into somebody else, right? So you can pool all of these sources of knowledge and experiences and put them in one book and just have it just be 8 different characters. And they're all going through similar things and you're still telling the same story. So it's just a unique gift to be able to do it that way.
I haven't thought about it like that. I feel like that could be kind of cathartic to write maybe the antagonist character, but it's all based on your own character traits that you wish you could change.
That too, right?
Like, I'm going to create an asshole. Maybe nobody will realize it's me. What an interesting way to be able to fucking
everything you
deal
write
with
though
that.
is a mirror of what you are
to some degree,
right? You're projecting that onto the paper always. So, there's always that experience.
How long did it take
which
you
is
guys to
very
write it?
cathartic. It took us about a year.
Okay.
About a year. I think once we really sat down and decided this is what we're doing and this is how we're going to go about it, it was about a year's time. But it's, when you're working with 2 people, it's more challenging. A lot of passing the manuscript, they call them manuscripts, which is kind of cool, back and forth.
I had
a lot of interviews. We did some travel and research.
Yeah, I had an interesting trip. The last part of this book, the main character, Declan, becomes an FBI agent. And I got in touch with the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, and put in an application for me and Tom to get a tour there, because if I'm going to write about a former SEAL that joins the FBI, it's got to be legit. And normally they wouldn't do that. And because Tom was associated with that, they granted us this tour. And it turns out that there's a section of the FBI Training Academy at Quantico that's called Hogan's Alley.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Okay. And the guy that runs Hogan's Alley is a former SEAL.
Oh, no kidding.
John Lauer.
Don't know him or that name, but that doesn't surprise me, though, either.
Yeah, and he knew Tom, and he spent, at first when he heard that an author was going to come and go through this tour, he was like, I'll give you 20, 30 minutes, whatever. And Tom couldn't make the trip. And when I got there and told him what the project was, he spent like 6 hours with me, and it was a fascinating look at, this. They built a city there. Hogan's Alley has a movie theater, restaurants, post office, houses.
Unfortunately, probably every building in Hogan's Alley has a horrendous backstory at some point in time, all rolled together. Hey, something happened at a theater. Maybe we should practice on this. Hey, something happened at a post office.
The theater is from Aurora.
I know. That's what I was thinking,
Exactly.
actually.
It's like an exact mock-up.
Yeah,
isn't it?
I mean,
Yeah, these lessons are written in blood, unfortunately.
The origin of Hogan's Alley comes from an FBI massacre where they lost agents in Miami.
Yeah,
in like 70 something. But once that trip was done, and then we started work on the manuscript. The whole process was about a year, and that's fast.
Let me ask you this. So you've written how many books?
10.
Have you ever, in the writing process, written a book and gotten it to a place where you would make no additional changes? Or at some point, do you have to turn it in to an editor and say, please help me because I've stared at this so much that I'm losing my fucking mind?
You have to turn it in.
Because there's no perfect book, right? You can
I could keep going over it and over it, and you find mistakes, and then you find, oh no, I want to change this. No,
I feel like if you look at it enough, you would make changes so many times that it would actually revert back to the original that you started changing it from.
I actually get to a point where I can't look at it anymore. I mean, it's good.
What do you think in comparison to the other books with this one? When we finished the original, it was 568 pages long. It was,
how many words?
Well, when we finished it was about 140,000 words.
Okay. Is that average for a fiction novel? Okay.
But that's a little long for a first novel.
Okay.
And I had some people advise me in this genre to shorten it, which you don't want to do because everything you
it's your baby.
Is great,
Unless you shorten it into book 2, then you've already got your second book done.
Yeah. But I got it down to about 108,000 words.
Okay.
And that's where it was published. And it's a better book at 108,000 words right now. And the stuff that one of the chapters I cut out is going to be the first chapter in book 2.
I mean, there's 2 ways to view that. It's horrible, or I've already got some work that I needed to do done.
Nice.
Yeah.
So
10 books, man. Do you have a favorite out of those 10?
Not counting this.
Of course. Yeah, it's kind of a fucked up question, especially since Tom's in the room. Oh, yeah, I really love this other book, and it's not this one.
I really fucked up on my last.
My favorite is a novel I wrote called Ghost Bandit.
Yeah.
And that's a great book. I'm surprised that hasn't found a screenplay deal yet.
What's
that's a great book.
What's the fastest a novel has ever come out of you?
Well, this one it's always taken me longer, but I've had other things going on too. As I was, my wife and I had 4 kids. And I had nightclubs, and I was in the bar business.
You're busy, man.
And writing was what I loved. People go, oh, the bar business is in your blood. No, it's not. It never was. And I've been out of it for 6 years, and I don't miss it a bit. But, I've written 6 novels, 2 biographies, and 2 satirical books about, one on men and golf, and the other is about the restaurant business. I did a biography of a world champion steer wrestler from Bastrop, Texas. That was a blast to write.
And didn't you research that too?
Oh yeah, my second novel was a book that took place within the PRCA, and that was about a professional bull rider. And to research that, I went to a bull riding school of Gary LeFew, who is a former world champion bull rider, and he runs a bull riding school in Santa Maria, California. And I learned how to ride a bull at 46 years old.
I mean, that's the time where you're known to be the most flexible anyway. And, you know, you have the most durability. So, I mean, why not?
Really
You're almost there, Tom. Don't get into it for a few more years.
Well,
I've already decided I'm not bull riding.
I don't know where
Talk
they keep their
about
balls.
getting
Those bull
humiliated.
riders, do they strap them into a backpack? I mean, my God, no.
When I went there, and there were collegiate bull riders who were were going on the pro circuit who looked at Gary as a guru, and there were guys on the PRCA circuit that were in slumps that would go to Gary for tutoring, and then here's me. I'd been on a horse 10 times in my life, maybe.
Yeah.
And so he's putting me on these simulators, and there's classroom stuff and then there's work on mechanical bulls, and then, you know, your first day on a real bull, you know, I just wanted to go home. And, you know, he puts me in the chute, I get on a bull, he's pulling the rope tight, you know, and I'm going, it's too tight. He goes, no, it's not too tight. I go, it's too tight. And he leans under my hat and he goes, what the fuck do you know about too tight? He goes, are you going to be a man or a mouse? Just tell us that right now. And you're like,
Is there another option?
It's
Get it
fine.
somewhere in
Okay.
between.
It's fine. Here. You know, they finish the rap and then they, you know, just nod when you're ready to go. And I don't even think I nodded. I think they just pulled the gate. And it was, you know, it's like taking a meat hook and grabbing a freight train as it goes by.
Yeah.
I mean, you have zero control over anything that animal does.
Those bulls, if you've never walked up next to one, are some of the most impressive animals. Yes. The TV does it no justice because there's no relative size or scale. Holy shit.
It's like 1,800 pounds of muscle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All muscle. That doesn't want you on its back.
How do you even decide that that's something that we were going to do as humans? Like, let's ride that.
You know the answer to that. There's more people like you and I out there than there
Do
are
you see
not.
that thing over there?
Yeah.
Let's
It's
ride
terrifying.
it.
Let's
Yeah.
see if we can ride it.
Yeah.
But it was fun. I mean, you know, doing that. Then I went on the road with Gary and his son and went to probably 12 different rodeos and worked the shoots with them and then wrote a book. And I loved every minute of it. I loved working with Tom on this book.
Me too.
And it was...
Well, give me the wave tops of the book. Describe it for the listeners so they know what they're going to be getting into.
Well, Declan, you know, kind of follows Tom's life. It begins, you know, when he's out of high school. That's the, you know, and the book doesn't go chronologically. Mm-hmm. So the first chapter, he's at his first Northwestern training camp.
Yeah, and this is James's writing genius.
Yeah.
He twists the timeline up, so we go back and forth. It's like a Pulp Fiction storyline.
Those are the best stories
so
to me
cool.
anyway.
Yes,
I enjoy,
yes.
you know, movies that start with a brief glimpse into something that you catch up with in like the
Yes,
third act.
That's it,
Yeah.
right? So he develops all these storylines,
Yeah.
right? When I first looked at it and we talked about it, I was like, there's no way we're going to make this work.
Yeah.
Right? It seemed way too complicated for my little brain. But I'm learning. James knows what he's doing, and these are things that actually can happen.
Yeah.
So, you know, the book begins with Declan at this training camp and his, you know, 19 and 20-year-old 5-star teammates have never met him before. And then he walks in and and then it goes back and forth chronologically to Tom going to the MMA gym and Declan going to the MMA gym and going through his first fight and the emotions of that first fight, and then back to Navy boot camp, going through that. Declan has, is a cocky, tough kid when he goes into the Navy. And Navy boot camp, 3-4 days into Navy boot camp, he's like, this is the biggest mistake I ever made in my life. I got to get out of here.
Very common sentiment, I believe.
And
I was begging, please, can you just send me home?
Yeah.
And, you follow, and hopefully the reader gets hooked from chapter 1. That's, as a novelist, that's the goal. I don't want to put this book down. I want to find out what happens to him.
As a writer, so not to interrupt you, fascinating you made that comment because I'm curious. How many pages do you think you have as an author to catch somebody? A dozen?
Maybe.
It's interesting, right?
Yeah.
There's got to be something really compelling. Because I'm thinking about my own consumption. I read more nonfiction than fiction. Yeah, it's going to be quick.
Yeah. It's going to be good quick.
Yeah.
And even if if you're not hooked in the beginning and you tough it out and you still have that in your head that you weren't hooked.
Yeah.
And that affects the way you read a novel. And as you go through this, you see that this character is accomplishing things that most guys dream about. Going through buds. Most people, there's no way I could make it through one day, and they're probably right.
Not with that attitude.
Yeah. But you're reading.
Just fake like you died. We'll be fine.
Yeah, that works on 0 evolutions and buds.
Yeah, that's the only one that I could even think of might work.
You could probably fake death on the O course, but they're just going to leave you out there.
And as a reader, you want the reader to feel that.
Yeah.
That it's that this guy is conquering things that very few can conquer. And then you're seeing him, as you go back and forth on the chapters, you're seeing glimpses of football and buds and deployments, and you're getting this image of this protagonist as, then you find his frailties, and then you find what weakens him and why he doubts himself. How can you doubt yourself after you've accomplished all of these things? And it's very real in everyone. And hopefully it resonates. And then there's that story of Declan gets very close to his defensive coordinator on his football team, who's the same age, both 33. And Declan's D coordinator is recently divorced, and his 6-year-old daughter moves with the mother back to Colorado, or Steamboat Springs, Colorado, and is in a very abusive relationship with the ex-wife and her boyfriend. And the story follows Declan's coach and Declan go to visit the child, or the mother and the child, and things become clear that Declan's not done making life and death decisions if he wants to help this guy out. And that's how he, proceeds after the teams, where he thought he was done with that.
Yeah.
And his skills come into play, and they're able to get this girl out of a bad situation. But the things that happen before that and after that dictate his life quite a bit, and where he ends up.
How far into the second book are you guys?
everything that we cut out of the first book.
Is a great start.
Which fortunately is about 200 pages worth of stuff.
Oh,
so
damn. Okay.
That's nice.
Yeah, it is nice.
It's
As
nice.
far as that framework goes, you can add some muscle and ligaments to that stuff for
That's
sure.
right. Yep. A couple explosions and we should be good. I think 6 months. You know, if
Yeah, but
we
there's a
were
very
to
good
get going,
storyline with the second book that I can't wait to outline and start on, but we can't tell anyone.
Yeah, don't give it away. So if you're going to do a 3-book series to start with, I think we've agreed it'll be 6, but what is the publishing goal with that? Is it every 12 months to keep the reader who may find this and it's one of fill in the blank and they know that something is coming? Do you lose the reader if it's 18 months or 2 years apart, or what do you usually aim for?
What do you think, James?
I think the first book is going to dictate the schedule of books 2 and 3 and
Optimally, what would it be? Every 12 months?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at Carr's career, that's
Is that what he's doing? 12 months?
I think so. And I think he's now doing like backstories to the. Ah, damn it, Michael. What's his character's name? It's Reese. James Reese.
Yeah.
And I think now he's telling the origin story, I believe, of Reese's father. So not only is he writing that every
isn't that
year.
cool? Yeah.
I don't know. I couldn't.
I know it turns
For him, I think it's very
turns into
cool.
a real job at some point.
Well, I think that's what he wanted his job to be post-military. So he's living his absolute
dream.
That doesn't sound like a dream to me. I'd rather go test gravity, but
You should write about it.
testing gravity.
Got to be some great lessons to be told.
Well, the main lesson is it's undefeated. So deploy your parachute before impact. But that's lesson 1. There are some lessons there.
Keep it simple.
Yeah. Yeah, he is cranking them out.
Yes.
But it's every 12. For him, it is every year. I think
Okay, 12 months is his schedule.
I think that might be how he's entering into the contracts with his publisher, though.
Okay.
Because they wanted it to be what it is. So I think he is actually a little bit more. And I think it's safe to say, I'm not giving away any information. I know he has mentioned the term deadlines to me, so I think he is a little governed by his publishing relationship.
Mm-hmm.
But he also seems to be enjoying it, so good for him.
Yeah, I think we would do whatever a publisher thought was necessary. Could we do 12 months a book? Yes, I think so.
He got ahead of that, though, and I think kind of like you guys would have the ability to do.
Yeah.
I think he had, and I'm speaking for him a little bit, I think he had an idea of the story arc that probably was going to get him through his first publishing contract, so he was able to work his way backwards from there, which would probably be easier to flesh out that way as opposed to getting one done like, okay. And does anybody have any ideas for book number 2? No, he's killing it, man.
He is killing it.
Yeah.
Man, his stuff's great.
So I'm assuming you're just going to keep writing.
Correct.
What are you going to do? You're out of college now. Kids, you're an author. Are you gonna dive into writing, or what else do you think you want to do?
I don't know.
That's a good answer. That's what I say with my life too.
I really don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do when I grow up. I probably won't grow up, so I don't know if I'll ever know.
Okay.
I
What are you doing professionally
got my
outside of writing
kids.
now?
I started a school.
Okay.
So I think I'll continue to grow this. It's a micro school. It's a nature-based, learner-driven micro school. So essentially,
Interesting.
we spend all day outdoors as much as possible.
I like it.
So I think we're going to grow that. We're in our second school year, and we just opened enrollment. We're looking at opening almost double. So we had about 30 kids this year.
Awesome.
So we're considering doubling that for next year if we can get the families.
And this is obviously geographically located where you live.
It's in Crown Point. Yeah, it's on some
Okay.
property that I have in Crown Point, Indiana.
What's the name of the school if you want to give it so people can research if
Yes,
they live there?
take a look. Wonder Academy, NWI. Wonder Academy, Northwest Indiana.
Okay.
Their social media presence is real good.
Okay.
There's a website too. But
Michael?
please do check that out. I mean, it's just so cool, right? These kids yesterday, yeah, that's it. Yes, that's
Accept
it.
those cookies,
That's it.
Michael.
Accept them. Yeah, this is it. So that's the ranch. That's the Ruby Ranch there. That's a little property that I bought when I was getting out back in 2014, and we just started turning it into a homestead. I was going to live there, but I got divorced and it didn't work out that way. I did live in the barn though for a while.
That was probably fun.
It's been awesome. Actually, it was really fun.
Yeah.
I regret ever leaving there now.
Keep scrolling down,
These are the
Michael.
girls here.
Nice.
They're the founders, 3 girl founders. They were looking for a place to do a school, and
Can I give you some feedback on your website?
Yeah.
Will you use a fucking higher resolution photo, please?
I don't do websites, man, but I will give them that feedback. Hey,
See
look
the
at
difference
this. Look at
between the
this. Yeah, no kidding. Let's see. Hold on here. Keep going. I don't think I'm on this page. But yes, I don't wonder. I'm just worried about my resolution now.
Just let it haunt you.
So
we don't need to look at it. I want you just to wonder for the rest of the day.
I don't get haunted all that much anymore. But these. So like yesterday, they.
I love these concepts though.
Yesterday, they made sourdough bread in a Dutch oven over the fire.
Nice.
That was the lesson for the day, and then they broke bread and they ended their day.
I love the concept.
And if you see on the social, they show some videos of these experiences. I mean, these kids just absolutely love their day. They love school. They love being there. It feels like a different experience of education than what we probably got inside of a cubicle classroom.
Likely because it is a different experience.
And it shows, it shows in the way these kids behave. It shows in their enjoyment. So that's what we're working on now. That's something I'm doing now. I do some Airbnbs.
Okay.
Have a few properties that we Airbnb. I'm trying to figure out how we have 4 veteran families, kids that go to our school that are veterans. And this is all private funded. So we don't get any money from tax dollars.
Okay.
So it's $7,000 a student. So I'm really working on developing a scholarship for veteran families to put their kids in this school. That's one thing I'm working on. I have a little 501c3, the Frogman Foundation. We don't do very much yet, but I'd love to incorporate programs for transitioning veterans and their families and giving them a few opportunities to learn some, coping mechanisms and ways of dealing with PTSD, et cetera. Those kind of sort of things like, when I got out and I got divorced, my life pretty much went to total and absolute shit. It was the hardest, worst experience of my life, harder than buds and anything else.
I say the exact same thing.
Oh my God. Even just thinking about it now, it gives me a little bit of,
it was the most accurate depth and sounding of who I was as a person that I've ever experienced.
Somehow I am on the other side. I don't know how, but I did not think I was going to survive that. I thought I was going to die as well.
So
From the inside out, I was burning.
I went right back into the chunking or the time philosophy.
Yeah.
I remember being on Zoom calls.
Went right back to the old ways.
Dude, I don't know how else I would have gotten through it. There were days where I just how is this possible? How am I possible? Whether it's in the discovery process and they're asking for 3 terabytes worth of, and how am I even going to get all of this? Where do I do this? Just so easy to get overwhelmed. And I just chunked it, man.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah.
What are you learning right now? Do you have anything that you're pursuing that's pushing you as a person?
God.
Because you talked about everything you're doing for others, the school, the Airbnbs, which is economical.
Right.
I'm curious because I've realized in myself I do way better when I have something that I'm trying to master that is not masterable or something new that I'm trying to learn. I think it keeps you young, in air quotes.
The first thing that jumps to my mind, I'm trying to figure out this idea of how can I have the most impact but do the least amount of work. The most impact but the least amount.
Yes.
And apply. Yes, isn't it? That's the master key, right?
Yes.
Right. And how can I, where can I influence in whatever avenue that I decide to go in? But I have to maintain my own, personal energy, right? So I can only put so much in, but I still want to get the most out of it. And I want it to be beneficial for everyone.
So I may not be able to have the most impact.
But
relatively, what's the most
some
I can have?
impact.
Yeah, you could say what is the most impact I could have while maintaining that sphere that you're unwilling.
So I have 100 hobbies, things that I love to do.
Which one challenges you the most?
Well, I love to snowboard, right, and I love mountain climbing.
Okay.
So those 2 are probably my favorite. the hardest part about it is just finding time to go do it. So
Yep.
that's part of the challenge, right? And so I'm looking at my entire life, like how can I still be present with my family and my kids, but still go and do these things that require me to get in an airplane, fly, spend 3 days up in the mountains,
Yep.
and then come back. But you got to do those things too. So, figuring out how do I balance all of these things? I mean, that's really the task now. Can I enjoy? Can I have businesses? Can I, write books with guys? And that's what, I had to partner with somebody to be able to do these things. There's just no way around it.
Yeah,
I'm not going to sit down and write the book and edit it and send it to friends and re-edit it. And, it's just not going to happen all by myself. So if we're going to do this, I need somebody that is brilliant, that's motivated, that's an awesome, great guy that we have a great relationship with, and he wants to do it and loves to do it. And he's, this is his talent. How do we work together to do this? So that's kind of, whatever it is that I'm trying to kind of work towards, it's like putting together great teams like these three girls, right? They're the genius in this whole school process. I'm kind of like a facilitator, caretaker of the land, right? And so giving and finding ways to make it happen. So that's what that looks like. And I get bored easy, so we get stuff done and we make it happen.
Because you're still looking for problems,
and then I'm looking for something else, right?
Yeah.
Or it's looking for me.
Yeah, I don't mean problems in a bad way. It's
Right,
It's
right.
It's the habitual nature of our mind, given our own career. You get the idle time. I hate the idea of being bored because there's always a problem out there that I could solve.
Mm-hmm.
And the more complex the problem, oftentimes the more interested I am in the actual problem. But I just can't turn my brain off from looking for them.
I don't think you're ever going to.
No, I've accepted the fact that it just is what it is.
Exactly.
I try to manage my time appropriately around
That's
that.
how I have to do it too.
Because there are more problems than my calendar will allow for.
That's right.
And it's a slippery slope because sometimes I'll try to stick them all on the calendar and nothing good comes from that. Other than exhaustion, and usually I get sick.
I know. That's what my calendar suddenly looks like now too.
Yeah.
It's gotten out of control.
Start with blocking off time you're unwilling to deviate from.
Right.
And then you're just left with the stuff that you can play with.
Right.
That's helped me substantially.
Right.
Like this, for up here, hunting season is a good example. You get 60 days to get it done and fill your freezer. I'm pretty sensitive of my time around that. Making sure I have time for my kids, make sure I have time for my wife, my own personal training. Because as you're on the road so much, like, oh shit, I didn't get to train for a week. I'll do twice as much this next week. Yeah, I'm 47.
Right. Yeah,
that doesn't work so fucking well.
What the hell, dude? Why did we have to start getting like that? There was a time where I could just go. I could probably train 4 or 6 hours a day.
Yeah. And feel like you were still a lazy piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, those days are gone.
And still look in the mirror and go, come on, Tom. Yeah. I know those days are so long gone.
It's about optimizing now.
Yes.
Yeah. Who'd you guys publish with?
Tactical 16. It's a veteran-owned publishing company.
Colorado Springs.
I can't say that I've ever heard of them, but it
Chris
sounds cool.
Schaefer is the owner, and I think he was a Green Beret. Is that right? Am I right?
Ranger.
Okay.
T16books.com.
Yeah, I know. We'll put the link to it in the show notes too. Okay. Is that the only place you can get it? Is this thing on Amazon?
Amazon.
Is there an audiobook?
It's coming. It's not out yet. The book just...
Who's reading it?
Oh, I don't know.
Petitioning?
No. The only person I think should ever read audiobooks is James Earl Jones.
It'll be the longest.
I think it's Sean now.
I know. Yeah. Somebody threw this one out, though. Morgan Freeman is a good second.
Yeah. Yeah, those would be good.
I have no ability to help you with that, but I think it would be amazing.
You can't get us in contact?
No, but it would be fucking awesome if I could.
That would be real awesome.
So there will be an audiobook.
There will.
Okay. How long has this thing been out?
January 20th was the pre-sale.
So
March 1st today. So if that's the pre-sale, when is the official launch?
Well, it was February 7th.
February 7th.
Okay.
We had our first event, and it's on sale now.
Awesome.
Pre-sales.
We had a super turnout in Chicago for our opening book signing.
Well, here's the deal. There's no way we could ever cover everything in one episode. So how about we just agree to this? Every time you guys come out with another one, we just circle the wagons
and have another conversation, because we've actually been at it for almost 2.5 hours.
Yeah, deal.
Yeah.
Deal. I feel like we can go a lot longer too.
We could probably do 5 hours.
Yeah.
And the problem is that's too long of an episode for
Yeah.
anybody. We're better off doing it in iterations, because we just scratched the surface.
Yeah, let's do that.
On a variety of things. But before we close it up, closing thoughts from both of you guys. What do you want to leave people with?
Well, I want to thank you for having us out.
Of course.
having
And
us
open
on.
invite in the future, anytime you guys want to come out.
Thanks, Andy. We love it out here, and on our wish list, your pod was high, top of the list. Closing thoughts. This book grabs you from the beginning, and I think it dispels what people normally think about team guys, and it shows a depth of Declan's character that is fun to read. And working with Tom was an honor. It was really an honor. When I met him 10 years ago, I wanted to write a book with him the day I met him, and it came true. Took a little while, but it's been an honor, and I hope this continues.
Cool, man. Thanks, James. That's awesome. Well, our friendship has really grown a lot, and I do appreciate that. I appreciate our relationship. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
It's been good. It's been great. I mean, we became friends in 2 of our hardest times of our lives. I was getting divorced, and he lost his wife. And we stayed
about
buddies
as
through that.
bad as it's going to get, I think.
Rough,
Yeah.
rough times.
Yeah.
So I really love that. That's part of the story too.
Well, I'm going to interrupt real quick and just. I had not known Tom very long at all, and when my wife got real sick, he came to visit her in the hospital, and he came to Mary's funeral. And I had friends I've known for 50 years that didn't show up.
You might want to pick a different term for those people.
I already have.
Yeah.
But it was just
shame.
I just wanted to throw that in there. And I'll never forget that.
You figure out who your friends are when it's raining and they're standing out there with you, even if they have an opportunity to be under a shelter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, come on, look at this guy. What's not to love?
I mean, I'm going to get one of those hats immediately.
I love the most interesting people that there are, and
of course,
this
it's the
is it
spice of
right
life,
here. Dude. It is so great. There's no way I was going to let this guy out of it.
Yeah,
love it, man. The book's really cool, and it tells a cool story, but it talks about, it's just everybody's so much more than they think they are. And people are going to try to tell you all the time who you are, what you can do, where your limits are. And the only way you'll ever know the difference, because that's the natural state of the psyche. And the only way you'll know the difference is if you just start one thing at a time, stepping outside of that. Challenge something, go for it. But you got to do it. You just got to take the step and just go. Go. You'll figure it out. The path will be laid out in front of you as you go.
It's a tough concept to grasp. People want the path before they start.
You just got to take the step.
Yeah, I agree.
You're not going to see the next step. You just take it. Be confident. Trust yourself. Believe in yourself. It'll be all right.
In a long enough timeline. There are moments where you think it's not going to be all right.
Yeah.
But you got to, again, I'm telling you, man, time. Fuck.
Yeah.
It was the #1 tool I had as an instructor. How could I get you to think about time? That's all I did. God, you could get people to quit.
So you're really saying that you guys would then intentionally put your arm in front of our face so we could see the face of the watch? Oh, man.
Some play checkers, some play chess.
I really thought that I was getting one over on you guys.
Do you forget that we were students too?
You got to.
Where do you think we learn these tricks?
From yourselves. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Nothing accidental happens there.
That is funny. I really thought that I had a great thing going.
We know.
It actually did work, though.
We
it
know.
still does work, even though it wasn't inaccurate.
We know you thought you had something going. It's okay. Because that trick wasn't for you. It was for the other people who on Tuesday read our watch and said, oh, it's Monday evening.
Oh, my God. How, oh, you didn't do first phase. Who was the, who's the instructor that got caught was in trouble for abusing prisoners in Abu Ghraib? Do you remember?
No.
Him?
No.
Okay.
I figured that would have happened long
before
before he got there as an instructor.
memorable instructor from first phase.
I don't know. I don't. Maybe, I mean, it's totally possible.
And then Instructor Kraft was my second phase.
Yep.
You were too.
Yep.
And Ledford.
Yep.
You ever talk? Do you stay in contact at all?
No. And not intentionally. And I also think that's just kind of, I mean, I geographically moved. I occupationally not separated, but diversified myself from that. And guys just communicate differently than girls. I could reconnect with any of those people in 5 minutes and we'd be back up and running.
Yeah.
We really could.
Yeah.
There is a difference in communication and then just the way that men and women manage relationships. I watch my wife have multi-hour conversations with her sister and her aunt and her mom, and I would blow my brains out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, average guy conversation. Hey, what's up? Anything new? Okay, later, fucker. Done. Talk to you in a decade. And the person be like, okay, cool.
Yeah,
we're
like,
fine.
that
You
was
know what I
great.
mean? Yeah, it's just different.
We love each other.
Yeah. All right, gents.
Yeah, that was great. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We'll do it again for sure. Cool.
How many children or people are totally unvaccinated? Is that like where do you find? Is it just the parents that stepped up and said? I would think that's a very small percentage because so many of us blindly followed, the recommendations to vaccinate children.
Yeah, it's less than 1% of the public. So the Amish are a perfect example of a large group of people who are largely unvaccinated. And there's no we can't find an autistic kid who was unvaccinated. It's very, very rare in the Amish community, very, very rare. You won't find kids with ADD, with autoimmune disease, with panda pans, with epilepsy. You just don't find any of these chronic diseases in the Amish. And the U.S. government has been studying the Amish for decades, but there's never been a report out to the public. The reason, of course, is it would show that, if you don't follow our guidelines, you're going to end up healthier. That's why there's no report after decades of studying the Amish. There's no report because the report would be devastating to the narrative. It would show that the CDC has been harming the public for decades and saying nothing and burying all the data.
I just paid off my student loan. It's tough getting older. Went into an antique store, they wouldn't let me leave. I tried using that face aging app. They said, nah, you're good. I'm officially an old man. I give unwanted advice to total strangers. I told a kid to pull his pants up, his underwear was showing. He mocked me, tried to give me a wedgie, but the joke was on him, I was wearing Depends. I went to the doctor because I thought I had arthritis. I don't. I have early onset rigor mortis. Anybody ever drop their phone in the toilet? There you go. I did, and after I did, I put my phone in a bag of rice. Anybody ever drop a bag of rice in the toilet? I joined a dating site for people my age called Carbon Dating. I asked a woman on the site for her number. She told me it was 140/95. I flunked out of college twice. First time because I was a drunk. Second time I was sober, but the was hard. I got arrested once for drunk driving. Not only was I drunk, but I'd been smoking hash. When I took the breathalyzer test, I tried to pass it to the cop. YOLO. So I was arrested, pled guilty. For my community service, I left the community. Used to smoke cigarettes. I was a heavy smoker. I would even smoke when I went jogging, which is stupid, of course. So I quit jogging. I love smoking cigarettes. I'd smoke after sex. I'd smoke during sex. Sometimes I would skip sex and just smoke cigarettes. Before I got my hearing aids, my crowd work was terrible. I asked an audience member where he was from. He said, my mama. I heard Miami and said, I've been there. I am 74 years old. Life expectancy for men is 76 years. Life expectancy for women is 81 years. I figure if I transition.
Joe McMoneagle was the only person who came up with the result. He dropped into the building and he started viewing this thing, and he viewed it over a number of days and came up with a drawing and an explanation and technical specifications for a brand new submarine. And so they tasked a satellite to do a flyover at 114 days from that date, that he said 112 days. And they snapped pictures of the Red October submarine, 7 stories high, 75 feet wide, almost 2 football fields long, canted launch tubes, special propulsion, the whole thing. He nailed it all.
Are you serious?
One that made everyone sit up and take notice and got him more funding for a large number of years was when there was a building that was identified by intelligence personnel that became the top priority for the National Security Council. It was the largest building under one roof in the world. And it was high in the Russian tundra near this large body of water. So they thought it might be a manufacturing facility for some type of military craft. And they weren't sure what it was. And everybody wanted to know what was going on inside the building because they had triple death wire fencing. In between all those, they had sentries with dogs, 24-hour site sentry circle around the property, trains coming in, dumping off raw materials 24/7, food coming in, food service for the people who were working inside the building, and no one knew what was going on inside the building. And so someone at the National Security Council meetings knew that they had a new psychic program down at Meade and sent the manila folder down to Fort Meade, and they handed it to Joe McMoneagle. The first thing they handed him was simply map coordinates. And they said, show us what you see here. And he came up with the building that they were concerned about. And he described the building, and they said, okay, you're on target. And then they gave him a picture of that building. And they said, tell us what's going on inside here. Now, the guys in the National Security Council and all the intelligence guys who were in the room came to the consensus that it was going to be some kind of troop carrier that they could probably transport over to the ocean because it was 4 or 5 blocks away from the ocean, but it was short enough to where they could transport something of medium size over to the ocean to get it into the water. But that was their best guess. Joe McMoneagle was the only person who came up with the result. He dropped into the building and he started viewing this thing, and he viewed it over a number of days and came up with a drawing and an explanation and technical specifications for a brand new submarine. And he said, this is the biggest submarine in the world by far. It's 1.5 times bigger than the next biggest sub. This is the brand new classification of Russian sub. And he came up with a number of very unique characteristics for that sub. And he said, it's not a cylinder. It's a cylinder that looks like it's cut in half, spread out, and then a flat part welded on the top and the bottom. And the U.S. engineers looked at that later after he sent it, and he said, that's impossible. It'd be crushed to death. You know, it's highly unlikely, et cetera. But then he added the specifications. It's got a special drive propulsion system that I don't want to say too much about, but it's also got canted launch tubes, which means it can fire nuclear missiles on the run without having to stop, which could give us about 20 minutes warning that we're going to lose 1,200 cities. So this is a first strike weapon. And it's, by the way, if you've seen the movie Hunt for Red October, that submarine that they used in that movie was the sub that Joe McMoneagle outed. He said it's almost 2 football fields long, it's 75 feet wide, it's 7 stories tall. He drew, and he's got a video of this that he sent up to the National Security Council. He drew a diagram of the sub with its specifications, with its very interesting technical advancements that the United States didn't have on their subs. And he's got the original tape that he submitted to the NSC, and this has been declassified, so he can share it now. So this is the tape that he reported up to the NSC before the thing was launched, and proved him correct. But he sent all that up, and Robert Gates was the guy who is collecting all the information for the people, disseminating the information for the National Security Council. Didn't even let it through.
Really?
Yeah, because he's like, this came from a psychic. And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, he looked at it, and he looked at the report, and he's like, okay, the sub, the engineers said the sub can't survive at depth. It's way too big. He's the only guy who thinks it's a sub. It's not, they're not going to be able to roll this off into the water. There's no water there, and it's too big to transport over to the ocean. So he wrote total fantasy on top of the report and sent it back to Joe at Meade. Joe is not pleased. He's a little bit of an attitude, and he's a really good operative who's now just been put in this remote viewing thing where he's had some success in. And he's like, I know this is a sub. And so he took that total fantasy remark and he wrote under it. He went back into a meditation and he looked at the sub again. He looked how far along was it. And he made an estimation of how long it was going to take to launch this thing. And he goes, yeah, well, your total fantasy launches in 112 days. Sent it back to Robert Gates at Meade, or at the Pentagon.
How did that go?
Well, Robert Gates has a little bit of an ego. The good news is someone at the National Reconnaissance Office picked up this pissing match, and they were curious. And so they tasked a satellite to do a flyover at 114 days from that date that he said 112 days. And they snapped pictures of the Red October submarine, 7 stories high, 75 feet wide, almost 2 football fields long, canted launch tubes, special propulsion, the whole thing. He nailed it all.
Are you serious?
Yeah. 2 cylinders separated with flat pieces in between, right next to a brand new canal that they built right next to the building in from the sea, so they could roll it off into the water. So they built a canal in the 4 months that he said they were going to launch it in, and just dumped it into the canal right next to the building. So that was interesting. And they were 2 days into, they had all their hatches wide open because they were loading reactors and missiles 2 days into the process of loading missiles. So he nailed it to the day, including all the specifications, and no one believed him. And it was one of the greatest information gathering operations for any launch of any Russian equipment since and to this day.
The target was the largest building that existed in Russia, or in the world, actually. There was a lot of material going in off of railroad cars, a lot of heavy guards around it. Harley Trent and I worked the target. We both pretty much said the same thing, really, that it was a very, very large submarine. I remember somebody asked me in one of my sessions, how big is it? I said, well, it's about 30 feet shy of the length of a Soviet aircraft carrier. This new submarine, I said, had slanted tubes, so they could launch on the move. We sent a report sworn in. It was carried in by an admiral by the name of Jake Stewart. I think his first name was Jake. And he carried the report to the National Security Council, but then he brought it right back. And he said they won't accept it. They said this is just total fantasy. Tell them the fantasy will be launched in 112 days. 114 days later, when they took pictures of the harbor, the Typhoon-class submarine TK-089, first ever built prototype, was parked in the harbor, tied up to a Soviet aircraft carrier.
So it appears that there are people who still believe that this citric acid is good for you. Many people saying that penicillin is mold and penicillin is healthy. Let's take a look at what type of mold this citric acid truly is. So we know now that the citric acid is a product of the disease black mold. Let's take a look at what our government's biotech website says about consuming this black mold. So first, let's notate the fact that Pfizer started to produce this citric acid from Aspergillus niger back in 1919, and this method is still used today across the world, particularly in China. There's yet another toxic ingredient that was created by experimenting the process making citric acid from black mold. They explain how chemically this ingredient is the same as what's found in nature. However, the side effects of the black mold could cause deleterious effects. They explain how this is made up of several hundred fungal species, which 16 of them are known to be harmful to humans, causing allergies and infections and diseases, which contain the 3 most common known to affect humans. And what do you know it, here's your Aspergillus niger. No matter how many times you see them plaster these lemons on their products, 99% of it is the disease black mold.
Alright, I'm sharing my super secret hummingbird recipe, and I hope my neighbors don't see because I stole all their hummingbirds. So what I do, this is the easy cheating way.
Alright, Rob, what are we looking at with this?
This is the world's greatest hummingbird feeder. They're made out of polycarbonate. What that means is they don't break. They come with a lifetime guarantee they'll never break, not even the handle, or will replace any part. A traditional hummingbird feeder has a bottle on top because they're gravity fed. Ours don't. Ours, if you like, you can go like this. You can take and put sugar in here, fill it all up. 1 cup boiling hot water on top of it, pour it on top, and shake it. This is the feeder. Quick, easy way to make nectar. Or make it in advance, pour it in here, but don't fill it above that line. Put the cover on, put the hook on it. Before you hang it outside, put clean water in there. That is an ant moat. Hummingbirds don't like ants. Ants go down, they drown, but they go right back up. Because you filled it to that level right there, the space is left over from there to there is almost an inch of air. Hummingbirds feed with their tongue, not with their beak. Their tongue is twice as long as their beak, so when they feed, the beak goes in there, but the tongue will squeegee along the bottom, get every drop of liquid out. What that means is only a hummingbird can feed from our feeder. No bees can reach that liquid, no wasps, no hornets, no yellow jackets, no squirrels, no bigger birds.
Many of these extraordinary megalithic sites around the world were built in the age before the flood. The ancient Egyptians and the Greeks and the Romans and all the rest of them, they believe that the very same thing occurred.
I don't even know if people are going to believe me when I say this. When you started talking about the aliens and the antimatter, all the lights went off. They have a $4,000 confidence monitor. It like fizzed, like the picture got all crazy.
Maybe somebody's signaling to us to shut up.
Demons, aliens, ziggurats, ancient civilizations. Much of what you think you know about archaeology and ancient history could be wrong. I, for one, know nothing about archaeology and ancient history, so I guess I'm not wrong. Well, hopefully I will be right by the end of my interview with Timothy Alberino. Mr. Alberino, thank you for coming on the show, sir.
Thank you so much for having me. It's my pleasure.
And thank you for smoking a delicious Mayflower cigar.
And it is delicious.
I thought for this conversation, we needed a cigar.
Mm-hmm. Mandatory.
You wrote a very popular book, Birthright, about ancient civilizations, archaeology. You're an explorer, you're a researcher, you look like Indiana Jones, you've lived in Peru for a decade. You wrote this very popular book about how there are some gaps in scholarly archaeology, ancient history, things that you're not allowed to talk about in the academy, that scholars write off, that you think are worth exploring. It's done very well, and your view is that the Bible is actually a good guide to understanding the ancient past. which I guess distinguishes you from other people who are revisionist on ancient history and archaeology.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's accurate. So I come from a biblical paradigm. That's my worldview. And it's not because I've been indoctrinated into Christianity. It's because I've been entirely convinced that the gospel of Christ is true. So that's my perspective. I believe that the biblical narrative is an accurate account. Now, that doesn't mean I'm a literalist in every detail, but I think that it's the most remarkable book ever compiled for many reasons. And it does happen to be, in my opinion, very accurate and enlightening about the past, even the deep past, the distant past, the antediluvian world. And so I've traveled all around the world and have investigated. I investigate, I guess you could describe it as fringe topics. So I don't have a background in academia. I don't have a doctorate in anything, but I've spent a lot of years in, let's say, Central America, South America, studying megaliths, studying lost civilizations. And really what I would say the moment that convinced me that we're missing large portions of our historic past, of the deep past, I'm talking about the antediluvian past, the pre-flood past, is when I stood in front of the megaliths for the first time in Cusco, in the city of Cusco. And especially the megalithic complex of Sacsayhuaman, which is in Cusco. And it is one of the most magnificent stone structures on earth. The walls are mammoth. They're made of polygonal stones that are fitted together so precisely that you cannot slip a butter knife between the joints. And they're beveled, so they have this pillowed appearance. And some of these stones, the foundation stones, weigh in excess of 250 to 300 tons. And they were quarried some 10 to 20 miles away. And it was standing in front of the walls of Sacsayhuaman that really, I mean, because you can read things in books and you can theorize about lost civilizations and ancient technology, but when you stand in front of megalithic walls, there's something so convincing about that in relationship to the idea that we're missing something.
So then
we don't have the whole story.
What distinguishes specifically your view of the ancient past with the popularly held view in the academy? I've never been to Sacsayhuaman, I've never been invited. But if I did go down there, I wouldn't even know how to distinguish what the scholarly crew thinks about it and what maybe the more fringe theorists think about it.
In regard to the megaliths in Peru, there's many megalithic sites in Peru. The academic consensus is that most of these sites, especially the ones around Cusco, also Ollantaytambo, Machu Picchu, were constructed by the Inca. And the Inca were an extraordinary empire. I mean, this was an extraordinary civilization. They were able to do many things that other pre-Columbian cultures could not achieve. In many ways, they were like the Romans of South America. They built amazing roads and aqueducts. And so I have a lot of respect for the Inca civilization, but they did not build the megaliths.
Because the Inca, while old, aren't that old.
No, they're not that old. So I believe that the Inca discovered these megalithic sites, Machu Picchu, certainly Sacsayhuaman, and they decided to inhabit them and rebuild them because the Inca viewed themselves as the offspring of the gods. They were the children of the sun. And when you talk about the Inca does not describe the totality of the culture, of the civilization. The Inca was a very specific, a very particular bloodline within that civilization. It was the royal bloodline. Only they were the Inca. The Spanish called them the orejones because they had the large discs in their ears. They had the large earlobes.
Like my barista at Starbucks, yeah.
Yes,
right.
Yes. And so this culture, within this culture, the Inca culture, you have this royal bloodline, as I said, who considered themselves to be the offspring of the gods. And so when they came upon the megalithic ruins, the remains of what they could only interpret as the works of the gods. I mean, we're talking about massive stones that are, as I said, cut with such precision that they're fitted together without the use of mortar. And archaeologists refer to this style of building, this style of masonry, as cyclopean masonry. And you find it all over the earth, especially as it pertains to megaliths, because obviously Peru isn't the only place on the planet with megaliths. But this architecture, Cyclopean architecture, where they have these massive stones exquisitely cut and dressed and then fit together without the use of mortar, I believe that is the signature of an ancient advanced civilization that was annihilated from the face of the earth in the deep past.
What time are we talking about? How deep is it?
We're talking 10,000 plus years ago.
Okay. So the scholarly consensus view is that human civilization arose within the last, what, 5,000 years?
Yeah.
And you're saying, no, there was this to our understanding, human civilization that built all this stuff. So then the question, of course, is who were they and where did they go? And why do you think this? I mean, why couldn't the Inca have done it?
Well, let me address that first. We know that the Inca didn't build the walls of Sacsayhuaman. Now, you won't read this in any history books, and you won't hear archaeologists saying this. But my friend and colleague Anselm P. Rambla, he's a Spanish explorer, researcher, and he actually excavated at the walls of Sacsayhuaman, the walls I was referring to earlier, those magnificent megalithic walls. He got permission from the Ministry of Culture in Peru to conduct an excavation in the site, generally in various areas of Sacsayhuaman. And he dug down to the foundation stones of Sacsayhuaman, to the lower levels. Yeah. And what he discovered at the lower levels were pre-Incan artifacts, and only pre-Incan artifacts.
How do you know? What distinguishes a pre-Incan artifact?
Well, I mean, there's artifacts that archaeologists can identify as Inca, and then artifacts that belong to cultures that pre-existed the Inca or that were conquered by the Inca.
So the kind of artifact that you wouldn't have found at a higher level, I guess.
Precisely right. Okay. So he's digging deep down into the soil there in front of Sacsayhuaman, and he's finding only pre-Incan artifacts. This is a definitive evidence that those walls pre-exist the Inca. They were there before the Inca discovered them. In fact, we talked about Sacsayhuaman also being a megalithic site. Most people don't realize that Machu Picchu is also a megalithic site. And Machu Picchu is extraordinary. It's one of the most beautiful places in the world that I've ever seen. I mean, certainly in terms of archaeological remains, Machu Picchu is phenomenal. Most people don't realize that the foundations of Machu Picchu are megalithic. And they have the same sort of polygonal, Cyclopean architecture as you see in Cusco. And the Inca, I believe, discovered these ruins, and seeing themselves as the offspring of the gods, they concluded that it was their birthright to inhabit what was once the habitation of the gods and rebuild their monuments. And everywhere you go in Peru, and I would say all around the world, people have made use, obviously, of these magnificent megalithic foundations and have built with inferior techniques on top of them. And this is evident in Machu Picchu. This is certainly evident in Machu Picchu. In fact, Machu Picchu, the Quechua, the real name for Machu Picchu is Ijampu. And what does Ijampu mean? The abode of gods, the dwelling of the gods.
So if this is so evident in Machu Picchu, why don't any of the people at Harvard agree that this is a megalithic pre-modern notions of ancient history structure?
Because they're worried about their careers. They're worried about the esteem of their colleagues. They're worried about being published in the prestigious magazines and having a future in their field. And they would be ostracized. I mean, if you talk about, let's put it this way. When I was at I've been to Machu Picchu numerous occasions. And there was this particular time, I was actually with my colleague Anselm P. Rambla at the time, and there was a guide, and he was very, very, very knowledgeable. He was an old guide. He's been a guide there for decades, and the guides are very well trained in the conventional narrative of the Inca and especially of Machu Picchu. Yeah. And we were quizzing him on certain aspects of the architecture at Machu Picchu. For example, you can look across the courtyard at Machu Picchu and you'll see a wall, a megalithic wall with polygonal stones, which means they're stones that have all different kinds of angles in them. Some of these stones have a dozen angles in them, and they're fit precisely to the other stones around them. And they're anti-seismic, by the way. But then right on top of them, you would have this inferior stonework. And some of that, much of that is archaeological reconstruction, but some of it we know was the Inca that built on top. And I asked him, I said, that wall there, very clearly, the lower levels are superior to the higher levels. You were looking at two different techniques of masonry, of architecture, one superior, one inferior. How do you explain that if the Inca built that? Why would they start off with this superior technique and then gradually the technique becomes inferior? Why would they do that? What's the explanation? What is the conventional explanation? And he thought about it for a moment and he said, because that's the way they like to do it. That was the answer. Because that's the way they like
they did
to do it. Exactly.
Because they did.
And I said, well, how is that rational? How can you logically deduce this? I mean, honestly, that they did this just because that's the way they like to do it, or they like the way it looked. I said, you're a smart guy. You're well trained in academia, and they are, all of the guides up there at Machu Picchu. I said, there's no way you actually believe that. Yeah. And he conceded to us, yeah, you're right. That's ludicrous. Huh. It really is ludicrous. And so what are we looking at? The megaliths around the world, not just in Peru. We're talking about the ones in Peru here, but they're all over the world. Baalbek, for example, is one of the most I mean, you have
Baalbek.
Baalbek is a megalithic site in Lebanon. It's one of the most magnificent megalithic sites on Earth. Huge stones that weigh thousands of tons. And of course, the conventional explanation is that the Romans built it. And indeed, they raised a temple to Jupiter there on that site. But just like the Inca discovered the megaliths and determined that they were going to build on top of them and rebuild the abode of the gods, so I believe the Romans and cultures that predate the Romans did the same thing. Of course, you're going to use the megalithic foundations. See, the megaliths, it's not just exquisite architecture. It's not just exquisite masonry. They're anti-seismic.
Okay.
They're built in such a way that they don't collapse during earthquakes. Right. And I'll go back to Cusco here, because Cusco is a perfect example of this. When the Spaniards invaded and conquered the city of Cusco, they began to disassemble the higher levels of Sacsayhuaman, because it starts off with large foundational stones, and the stones gradually get smaller as they ascend to the top of the structure. And so they took all of the stones that they could manage and carry away, and they built their cathedrals. And the Spanish were no slouches at building cathedrals, okay? The Spaniards had amazing architects, and they knew what they were doing. And they built their cathedrals in the city of Cusco on top of the ruins of the Incan temples that they demolished. And they built their cathedrals, and every time there's a major earthquake, the cathedrals fall. But you know what doesn't fall? Those megalithic walls that I believe have been standing there for thousands of years.
Is one explanation as to why the craftsmanship gets shoddier toward the top just that it's harder to build stuff the higher up you go? Is that, I don't know. What do I know? I don't know anything about architecture.
No, if you look at some of these walls, you'll notice that there's this exquisite architecture. There's this impressive superior masonry, and then you'll find gaps in that masonry where obviously something happened and they had to replace the original stone, and they replaced it with a totally different inferior technique and inferior stonework. And it's evident. For example, we'll go back to Peru. You go to this megalithic site called Ollantaytambo. Ollantaytambo is a fascinating site because in Peru you're going to find two different techniques for megalith building. One of the techniques is the polygonal, what's known as the beveled polygonal, cyclopean walls. But then you're going to find, and this other technique you find in Bolivia as well, it's the interlocking, the interlocking blocks. In this method, they would actually, it was like Legos, they would actually cut out let's say a rectangular shape inside of the block, and then they would fit it on top of a rectangular shape protruding from the block below it. It would interlock like a Lego. And in Ollantaytambo, you find both of these techniques together. You find the polygonal and the interlocking. And what's unique about Ollantaytambo is that this megalithic complex was in the process of being built. You can see it. The stones are being dressed, and they're making their way up the side of the mountain where the complex crescendos in this temple structure called the Temple of the Sun at the top. Very large stones in excess of probably somewhere around 80 to 100 tons. And you can see the blocks making their way up, and they're being dressed, and they're huge megalithic blocks. And there's even one particular block where it appears that if somebody was cutting into it with like a circular saw, you can see the cut mark right through the block. And it just stopped. It halted. the construction came to an abrupt halt. And now the conventional explanation is that the halt was because the Spaniards had arrived, and the Inca were in the process of building another temple. The Spaniards arrived, so they stopped the work, and they had to combat the Spanish. In fact, they fought the only battle the Inca really won against the Spaniards was one right there at Sacsayhuaman, because they were able to flood the valley. It's an amazing story. It really is an incredible story. But they didn't build those walls. I'm absolutely persuaded that the Inca did not build those walls. And furthermore, many of these megaliths around the world, including at Ollantaytambo, are specifically aligned to particular cosmological phenomena. And you can date the monument with the stars.
Right.
This is called archaeoastronomy. And I have a good friend in Cusco, his name is Andres Adasme. He's an archaeoastronomer. And he figured out at Ollantaytambo that the dating was based on a solar alignment, and it's very complex. But he dates it to around 10,000 BC. Well, he also did the same thing with the city of Cusco, and that's based on some particular solar phenomenon revolving around the three most important celestial objects for the Andean community, which is the Milky Way, the winter solstice, and the Southern Cross. Those are the three primary celestial markers for the Andean people. And based on those markers, you can reverse the clock with programs such as Stellarium, and you can see if there are any celestial events, if the precession of equinox and all kinds of different things, if there's a lock, if it can lock in other words, if you can find a pattern.
Right.
And he did in the city of Cusco, and the date was 10,000 BC. And I'm using Peru as an example to illustrate a larger point here. It's the same all over the world as it pertains to megaliths.
Okay, so if the construction didn't stop because the Spaniards arrived, as the conventional explanation goes, why did it stop? And who were these people 10,000 years ago?
The construction came to an abrupt halt because the earth was subjected to cataclysm.
Okay.
A massive...
Like a global flood, for instance?
Like a global flood. But it wasn't just a flood. It was a cataclysm, the destructive potential of which we can scarcely imagine. So, and I believe that to some extent, some of these megaliths were being built in anticipation of cataclysm, like they knew it was coming. And so they were building these massive megalithic edifices in the hope to survive it. And that's my own personal theory.
So how would they have known it was coming?
Well, that's very complex. That's based on the precession of the equinox. It's based on the zodiac. The transition of the aeons is cataclysmic. The ancients knew this. That's the purpose of the zodiac. That's the purpose of many of these megalithic sites and other monuments around the world, because the ancients knew. I will say that the ancients believed, and when we say the ancients, we're talking about the ancient Near Eastern cultures, the Mesopotamians, the ancient Hebrews, the Egyptians, and then you have, of course, the ancient Greeks and the Romans, and then other cultures around the world, like the Inca, like the Maya in Central and South America. They believed that the earth was subject to cyclic cataclysm, that every so many thousands of years, something happened, and it would precipitate cataclysm on planet Earth. And we're talking about civilization ending cataclysm. And yes, the Great Flood of biblical fame is one such cataclysm, probably the greatest cataclysm in living memory. And all of these ancient cultures around the world have a ubiquitous testimony of cataclysm. I mean, this is the testimony of our ancestors. Yeah. And it's ubiquitous in every culture. You can find the mythologies, the legends of the Great Flood and of other kinds of cataclysms that annihilated the population of the earth, and there's only a handful of survivors. And yet, archaeologists and historians and the conventional narrative of history totally disregards the testimony of our ancestors. Why are we doing that? I mean, if it was just one culture or two cultures, that's just something that's in the Bible.
Yeah.
See, a lot of people think that the Great Flood is just in the Bible. That couldn't be further from the truth.
Right.
It is everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, there are hundreds of flood myths around the world that correspond to the same.
But they would say that the kind of secularist, modern flatterers of our own time would say, well, the flood myths recur in every civilization ever because it speaks to something within human nature. So it might not have anything to do with a literal historical event, and it almost certainly does not. But there's just something about our nature that makes us imagine these flood myths. I don't think I'm being unfair to them. I think that's actually their point of view.
That's willful ignorance. That's what that is. They know that that's not true.
You give them more credit than I do. I think they're not that smart.
Well, I've talked to, there's the academic who's speaking
ex cathedra.
Yeah, that's right. And then there's the academic who's talking to you, smoking a cigar, having a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Okay, they have their public face, and then they have their private opinions.
Yes, that's right.
And many of these guys privately will admit many things, many interesting things. I've talked to academics and archaeologists and historians, and privately they'll admit, yeah, there probably was a cataclysm. Yeah, that's not hard to see. And more, they'll admit, many of these guys privately, that giants existed. So not only we have the cataclysm confirmed in the Bible, we also the existence of giants. What are designated as the Nephilim in Genesis 6 and elsewhere in the Old Testament.
So are the giants the ones who built the big megaliths and then stopped cutting at the moment of the cataclysm?
I don't know. See, I think that's a possibility, that some of these edifices perhaps could have been built by giants, but certainly not all of them, simply because of the proportions. There's people out there who are in my community who will say all the megaliths were built by giants. Well, that can't be true, because if you walk through some of the megaliths, they have doorways, and the doorways are, maybe a foot higher than my head, and it's the original doorway, and nobody's going to build a house that they have to crouch down and get into, right? Nobody's going to do that. So, if one of these sites was built by giants for giants, then you would expect to see the proportions, right? You would expect to see very large doorways, very large corridors, very large stairwells, and you do at some of them. I'll go back to Sacsayhuaman in Peru. Sacsayhuaman, the doorways are massive. The steps are spread apart so that, let's say they were built like we would build steps, so that's the normal stride of our stature. Yeah. Well, if these stairs were built proportional to the stride of the builders, these are very tall guys. We're talking 9-10 feet tall. So,
but if I go to great cathedrals or even a great symphony hall or something, sometimes they'll have very large doors.
That's a good point. That's true.
So could it just be that?
It could very well just be that. I'm not saying that megaliths were built by giants. It's possible. I don't know who built the megaliths. I don't know who built them. Whoever built them, though, the conventional explanations are inadequate to account for the phenomenon.
So if they were so technologically advanced that we can't even understand how they did what they did, where did the technology go? Who were they? Were they some smarter race of creature? Were they just human beings who figured things out and then generational knowledge was lost? How did it happen?
The knowledge was lost, and the ancients knew it. The ancient Egyptians knew it. The ancient Mesopotamians knew it. They knew it. They knew that the civilizations that had pre-existed them, specifically the civilizations from before the Great Cataclysm, from before the flood, were superior to their own. They acknowledged them as such. And this is what I'm trying to illustrate, is all over the world you have the fingerprints in the megaliths, you have the fingerprints of an advanced lost civilization, and it's ubiquitous. Cyclopean architecture is ubiquitous all over the earth. It's not that the Inca over here developed their, megalith building technique and the guys who built Baalbek developed a different one. No, it's the same. It's the same Cyclopean architecture. They're working with the same knowledge.
You've used the word multiple times. Forgive my ignorance. Cyclopean like the Cyclops?
Like the Cyclops.
So was it a race of Cyclops?
This is an archaeological term, and interestingly enough, the Cyclopes were the offspring of the gods in Greek mythology. They were demigods. Yeah. And so the Greeks attributed the megalithic constructions that they saw strewn around the land, but in a state of ruination, they attributed those constructions to the Cyclopes, to the offspring of the gods, because the Cyclops in Greek mythology was the master builder. It was the Cyclops, for example, who forged the thunderbolts of Zeus. I mean, these were the master builders. And I think, that's a myth. I'm not saying that the walls were built by actual cyclopes, but I think it's...
You're just saying, you're using an archaeological term.
It's an archaeological term.
You're using it in a literal way, and in a way that the ancients might have used it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So
But the ancients that we think of.
If you ask the ancients, okay, I come back because I lived there for 10 years and I have so much experience there. But if you ask a Quechua person, and the Quechuan people are the native people who live in the Andes. If you ask a Quechua person, one who hasn't been modernized, one who still keeps the old ways and the old traditions, who built these walls?
Yeah.
Sacsayhuaman. Who built those walls? You know what they'll tell you? An ancient race of giants who existed in the world before a flood. That's what they'll tell you. And you'll find the same answer all around the world when you talk to the people and when you inform yourselves of the traditions of the people who live there. And that doesn't mean that all the traditions of these cultures are true. No, there's a lot of mythology. But mythology is designed to convey scientific information.
Yes, it reminds me of one of my absolute favorite books by Owen Barfield, one of the Inklings, actually the Inkling who probably was most responsible for converting C.S. Lewis to Christianity. Owen Barfield, in Poetic Diction, says that we have this modern view that language goes from being prosaic and literal to being figurative and poetic. That's how we but actually it's the opposite. That early primordial language is poetic. And the first example he uses is pneuma, the spirit or the breath, and that actually all those meanings are just collapsed into this one word, pneuma, and it has poetic meaning, it has spiritual reality, it has literal reality, and as language develops and people become more self-conscious, I suppose, the language loses its poetry and becomes more prosaic. And he said, that's lost. It's not that we're going to get back to that. He said, but the echo of that, the last kind of hint, whisper that we have of it, are the myths. That the myths are this kind of, it's not to say that one takes the myths literally, it's just that is the way to convey an early kind of melding of meaning and literal reality.
I agree with that, but I would say it's even more than that. I would say that the myths were crafted by the adepts of the mystery schools, and that these were very learned men, and that they understood things about the universe and about the earth, things that we would equate to modern science, and that they encrypted that knowledge in the myth. So that the myth is like, much like prophetic content from the Bible.
Yeah.
It's like an encrypted folder. So if I'm going to send you a folder with information that I want to conceal, that requires decryption for you to view, I'm going to send you a zipped folder.
Yeah.
And you're going to take that zipped folder onto your computer, and you have to decrypt that folder. You have to unzip it in order to extract the contents. So a myth is like the folder. A myth is that folder with its title, and you kind of have an idea of what it's about. And for the lay people, for who the mystery school adepts would describe as the profane, who the occult would describe as the profane.
The hoi polloi.
Yeah. They're not the initiated, they're initiated, we're profane, that's how they would see us. We think of these stories, these myths and legends in a different way than they think of them. They know how to decrypt the myths and extract the knowledge.
Well, this would be a divergence probably between your view and the Inklings.
Yeah.
I think especially of Tolkien, author of Lord of the Rings, who said, he didn't really like allegory. There's a difference between an allegory. He hated allegory because allegory is like Pilgrim's Progress, just big walking symbols.
Like the Chronicles of Narnia.
The Chronicle, right? Yeah, and Lewis is probably less talented at his fiction than Tolkien was. Tolkien created myth, though, and so I guess not to speak for Tolkien, one of the great writers of the 20th century, but the Tolkien view of myth and maybe the Inkling view of myth is that it's not that it's hidden knowledge exactly. It's just it is conveying in the best possible way knowledge that is not really susceptible to prosaic literal speech. Whereas there are also other schools. I'm thinking of in the 20th century a writer like Leo Strauss, or other people who write in an esoteric or even Gnostic tradition, who say, no, this is about encryption. This is persecution in the art of writing. At all times, the philosophers, the sages, are under attack by the unwashed and the tyrants and the barbarians. And so we need to keep secret from these unwashed masses these ancient truths that will pass on down the generation. That's your view.
That I believe that's absolutely true. And it's not just my view. One Isaac Newton also believed that.
Newton was, because we think of Newton as a natural scientist, but he spent a lot of time, especially in the later part of his career, in alchemy. He was an alchemist. And in
a successful
exegesis.
alchemist, by the way.
How's it? I knew he was into alchemy. I didn't know he was successful at it.
And I don't know all the details. And every time I try and recount this, I get the details wrong. But let's just say, generally speaking, he was into alchemy. And he believed, as did some of his predecessors, that the myths encapsulated real scientific information, alchemaic recipes from which you could extract different kinds of elements.
Yeah.
And he performed some of these, he read the rest, so to speak, from the myths, in a couple of these myths, and he was successful in extracting the element that was theorized that you would get if you did that with the myth, if you read the recipe correct. But myths also encapsulate, more than anything else, astronomical information, and that, there's no question about that. I mean, you look at the ancient world and you see, for example, you look at ancient Egypt and you see all kinds of composite beings, like the Sphinx.
Right.
The Sphinx is a great example. And you have the Sphinx, which I believe originally, the Sphinx was the head of a woman in the body of a lion.
Yeah.
And I have to give credit to the late David Flynn for much of this. I read a book, the most consequential book I've ever read in my life. It's called Cydonia, The Secret Chronicles of Mars, by late David Flynn. He passed away in 2012. But the Sphinx is actually that composite being, the head of the woman in the body of the lion. Today it's the head of a man, but it's not proportional. The head is small. It appears to have been recarved. I think originally it was the head of a woman, because I believe what the Sphinx is marking is the exact period in time when the cataclysm of the flood occurred. And that happened between the transition of, and we're talking about the zodiac here, because this is how the ancients calculated time. It was the great mill in the sky. It was the celestial timepiece. Zodiac, ubiquitous in many different cultures around the world, same figures. And that transition from the age of, the transition from the age of Virgo to the age of Leo, when the cataclysm, I'm talking about the cataclysm as described in the Bible, occurred. It ensued during that transitional period between Virgo and Leo. And what is the zodiacal sign for Virgo? The glyph is woman. And what's the glyph for Leo? A lion. So you have the head of a woman and the body of a lion. It's a time marker.
Right.
So I believe that, and there's other astronomical phenomena that solidifies this idea that the Sphinx is a time marker. But it's marking the age in which it was built, but it's also marking the occurrence of the cataclysm.
So when would that have been? Is that at the historically, academically accepted time, or is that some earlier time? When do you peg
It would be
the
it is a historical time that academics do acknowledge, are increasingly acknowledging that was a time of potential cataclysm on Earth. They call that the Younger Dryas period, the end of the last ice age. It's not it's not a time frame that most Christians are accustomed to thinking about in regard to the flood, because it's somewhere around 10,500 BC.
And why?
Somewhere in the neighborhood.
And so you're saying Christians who take a young Earth creation view don't like that? Okay.
I'm not a young Earth creationist.
Yeah, I'm a Catholic. We're not too hardcore about any of those particular things.
I believe that the Great Flood of biblical fame happened sometime in the neighborhood. When I say in the neighborhood, give or take 1,000 years, sometime in the neighborhood of 10,000 BC.
Yeah, it's funny because I do know some of our Protestant friends and viewers are very particular about the Earth is exactly this old, and I'm open to the possibility, but also the tradition going back to the ancients, our ancients, not the super ancients who were earlier, doesn't insist upon a literal historical reading of the book of Genesis.
Certainly not. And what's interesting is we talked in the beginning about how all of this conversation for me is framed within the biblical narrative, not because it has to be, but because it simply is. You don't have to read this into the narrative. It is already incorporated into the narrative. What do I mean by that? Well, this period of time, the antediluvian world was considered, again, almost universally by the primary ancient cultures around the world as the golden age. Of course, this is a term that comes from the Greeks, and they all have their own terms for it. For example, the ancient Egyptians referred to it as Zep-Tepi, the first time. It's the same thing. It's the same idea. So what is the golden age? What is the first time? Yeah. This is the time when the gods descended from heaven and co-inhabited the earth with mankind. And furthermore, copulated with human women and progenerated hybrid offspring.
So I'm thinking now, we were just talking about the book of Genesis 6.
Genesis 6.
A confusing passage where the church fathers are somewhat divided on it. You know, one explanation of Genesis 6, the sons of God looked on the daughters of men and found them to be beautiful and were, you know, thing that men and women do. That one reading of that is it's demons or something, angels or demons mating with human beings.
Yeah.
Now, one issue with that, of course, is that to make a human being in the ordinary course of things, you need two people that have bodies, not an incorporeal being and a corporeal being. However, this is, I think, Justin Martyr in the Second Apology says that it's angels and humans.
That's right.
Though there is some
Tertullian,
yeah, and really a number of churches.
Yes.
Early churches. Yeah. Now, but there is some disagreement. The one view is the Sethite view, that the sons of God refer to the descendants of Seth, and the daughters of man refer to the descendants of Cain. And then if you were to take an even more metaphorical and symbolic view, it's this notion that virtuous men are seduced by not so virtuous women, which is an anthropological fact of history. But your view is...
Oh, you've covered the bases there. So I would say the biblical view, and the only one that makes logical sense, is that the sons of God in Genesis 6 are an angelic faction. These are angels. These are not men. The sons of God saw daughters of men that they were comely, and they decided to take wives from among the daughters of men, and they copulated with them, and the production of their union was giants, the Nephilim.
I need to make up for the 60% cut that Elon made to our son's child support.
Why do you think that he did that?
That's a great question for him.
You feel like he was sort of like vindictive against you in some way?
Yeah, that's his modus operandi when women speak out.
When was the last time that you spoke to him or tried to speak to him?
February 13th?
He's just not responding to you at all. How would you characterize sort of the way that he's going about
you can check the stocks. I'm not the only one
We won't
who's
get you
signing
that.
up after his passes.
We're not going to get you.
All right, guys, quick update here on the swatting situation, and it's not good. No, it's actually worse now. Not only has the harassment at my home not stopped, with the food deliveries continuing to come, the only thing is I think they've exhausted every outlet for ordering food,
DoorDash, all the local delivery outlets. I think they've pretty much exhausted every one now, and everyone knows they're fake, so they're not coming anymore. I've had one conversation with law enforcement since my swatting over 10 days ago now. One. And it was relatively productive. We talked about what's going on. I shared with him a bunch of the information that I have, and we discussed what we're going to do moving forward with this. But that's it. And I'll tell you, it wasn't a detective. I've heard nothing from the feds. And as far as my own independent investigation is concerned, talking to the companies that do the food deliveries and the local police, there has been zero contact or investigation with the federal government, the FBI. They have nothing. They have nothing on that. Now, this is where it gets worse. My entire family is now being harassed. When I say entire, I mean entire. I mean people that don't even have my last name, people that aren't even blood relatives. I'm talking about people that have my maiden name. I'm talking about people that have married into the family or in-laws. I'm talking about dozens of victims now. Dozens. People I've never even met that are extended family. Dozens of victims in my family now. Dozens. And nothing. Nothing. Now, I've tried to coordinate with some of the other victims of the swatting, and I've talked about this before. We have a little chat group, but like any chat group, nothing productive gets done there anymore. I've been able to maintain contact independently with some of the other victims of the swatting that are really pressing the gas on this to try to get some results here. But as far as I can tell, nothing from the feds. Absolutely nothing. Now, I don't want to juxtapose a lot of the things that are going on in D.C. and a lot of the things that the federal government is doing and is investigating versus this continued domestic terrorist assault that we get from the left happening at Tesla dealerships and people's private residencies. But so what am I supposed to do now? One option, and that's to continue to make noise until somebody decides to do something about this, or it's just going to keep getting worse. So that's what I've been dealing with last night and this morning. Is now my entire family is now being harassed. And you know what? God bless them. They're good sports, and they love me, and they don't blame me for it, but they don't deserve this. I don't even know most of their politics. Might be similar to mine. I don't know. Probably. They're all smart people. So, yeah, they're probably politically aligned with me, but I don't talk politics with them. So this is how bad it's gotten. My entire family is now being harassed. Dozens of victims. And on my end, I still have nothing. I still have nothing. So it just continues. The attacks against Teslas and Tesla dealership continue. And we'll continue to have hearings in Congress, and we'll continue to prioritize other things in the federal government that aren't people being terrorized and harassed violently, death threats and everything else. No, we're not doing that. We're doing other things right now. So, and now the top Epstein witness has been given 4 days to live. Okay. So I don't know what's going on in D.C. I don't know. I have other people that are investigating it that have contact with the highest levels of the federal government, the FBI. They can't offer me anything either. So is this what I do now? Is this what I live with now in America, my home country that I've fought for my entire political media career, that I've suffered for, been in prison for, arrested multiple times, sued, assaulted, death threatened, swatted, harassed? This is just it. This is what it is when you're an American living in America, when you're a patriot living in America. This is it. This is you just have to live with it. Just being terrorized your whole life by these leftists. And then you try to do something, you try to help in the investigation, and there's just nothing there, and now it's your entire family. Is that winning? It's not fun, folks. It's not fun, but I'm not going to be detracted. I thank my family for being supportive, and sorry they have to go through this. I want it to stop. I'm trying to make it stop, but this is all I can do. It's just make noise and put pressure on the parties responsible for the investigation until something happens. But I'm afraid that this is only going to get worse, and until it stops, we'll probably have more swattings. We'll probably have more people getting their families harassed. This won't be the first or last report. I doubt it's only my family. I just don't know. But I'd be stunned if I'm the only one going through this with my entire family. I don't know. We'll see if other people want to give any updates or report on this. But, you know, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the left-wing terrorism. I think America is sick of it. And I just wish there was something being done to stop it. Arrests being made against the real criminals against this country, because I'm getting sick of having to come on here and update you with these reports. So, God bless, Godspeed.
The healthcare system's rigged, and we're the ones fitting the bill. We have a chronic health crisis in this country. People are dying.
What is happening behind the scenes?
The shit I saw was fucking mind-boggling.
Nobody stopped and said, like, this is a huge conflict.
Here's the other dirty secret.
Expose the most fucked up thing about the healthcare system.
Oh, God.
Let's kick it off.
Man, that is a deep...
We're going deep.
Deep, dark rabbit hole.
We're going right in.
So I was kind of telling you guys this before we went live, but like how all this started was I was a drug rep and then I was a medical device rep. And the shit I saw was fucking mind-boggling. I'm allowed to cuss on this.
It's been done before.
It was wild. And what spurred this journey was candidly being like having our practice of Ways to Well and working with some of these VIPs. I would tell Tulsi Gabbard or Joe about what I saw. And Tulsi's like, you've got to tell the world. And then one day Joe's like, you got to come on the podcast and you got to tell people what you're telling me, because I had no idea that it was this broken. If you want to talk about the wildest thing I saw, a lot of people don't understand this. Like, you assume that because something's FDA approved, that it's safe. 90% of the products in the operating room have never gone through a human safety study. They come in through a 510K approval process, which is just a fancy term for they never fucking looked at it. Like, literally, it's called a daisy chain. And so in the 80s, the FDA said, we are the Food and Drug Administration. We don't have time to regulate, like, biologics and all of these products that are getting launched into operating rooms. We're going to create like this loophole that allows med device to bring product into the operating room under the guise of it's safe because there's something already in the market like it. Okay, but that started in the 80s. So imagine a rotary phone versus a smartphone, right? And why that's important is technologies evolve rapidly. So like one real world example I could give you is I'm in the middle of heart surgeries with a brand new high res camera. And every time the cardiologist would use the ablation device, which is just to cauterize a wound and stop bleeding, the fucking camera would turn off in the middle of an open heart surgery. Hits the button, they're watching the screen to get the nuances of what they're doing, and the camera just turns off. Right? These are the type of issues that happen in the operating room that people don't know about, that never get reported, because if somebody doesn't have a terrible event or die, it just goes unnoticed. Like, it was the Wild West in the operating room. The other thing I saw, and I shared this story on one of the other podcasts before, but I was in a surgery at the Houston Zoo where they were using a shaver in a tiger. Okay, and it had green tape wrapped around it in a weird way. And so I recognized that it was like a loaner from a company. And then jump forward like 2 months later, I'm in a human surgery, and I noticed the surgeon using a shaver with this green duct tape wrapped around it. And I thought, there's no way that's the same one that was in that tiger surgery like 2 months ago. And I pull it and I look at the serial number, and sure enough, it was the exact same shaver. Because a lot of these med device companies use loaner inventories that go out, and they don't know whether it's going to a veterinary hospital or a people hospital or wherever. And then it comes back and they turn it over and they send it out as a loaner to another. So the whole premise of that is like, even if it's FDA approved, it is not what it's made out to be. And that's with med devices. It's a whole nother racket when we get into prescription drugs and pharmaceuticals and all the other things that are going on out there.
What were other crazy things that you saw behind the scenes where you just had your final breaking point and you were like, fuck this?
I mean, the real breaking point was when I lost my brother to opioids. I mean, honestly, it was before that. It was, hey, I see an opportunity here as an entrepreneur. I'm candidly, like, I don't want to sugarcoat it. I looked at it and go, there's a problem. We're way over prescribing opioids. I could launch a compounding pharmacy that makes non-abusive, non-addictive opioids. I know all of these orthopedic surgeons throughout the state of Texas. I'm gonna bring this non-addictive option to the table and give a life raft to people. But it was purely a business agenda. I'll be honest. Like, I didn't believe in opioids, but it hadn't impacted my life. And when I lost my brother, it was different. It's not. You never think it's going to happen to you. You never think that this corruption, how dirty and insidious the industry is, would fall into your life. And then it did. And it changed my perspective. And even for myself personally, like, my dad's diabetic, my mom's diabetic, everyone in my family's obese, like, candidly. And I was headed over the cliff of diabetes, metabolic disease, obesity. I was seeing a nutritionist. I was trying to train CrossFit. I was up at 4 a.m. because I had to be in the operating room by 7 a.m. And I was just trying to be fit. I was in the pit of despair. Like, I say this a lot of times, like, you just get to a point where you think it's just my genetics and I'm never going to beat it. And it wasn't. It was that a primary care never looked at any of my blood work. Nobody ever did the deep dive. And I didn't understand why until I owned blood labs. And then starting a blood lab and going out and educating clinicians throughout the state of Texas on, like, hey, don't prescribe an opioid. Instead, let's prescribe a non-addictive, non-abusive ketamine-based pain cream. This is a life raft to not wreck your patients coming out of a surgery. But in addition to that, shouldn't we also be doing comprehensive blood work and uncovering the root cause of chronic disease and identifying these issues? Every doctor's like, oh yeah, it makes total sense. Let's start implementing comprehensive blood work. Within 6 months, those doctors got letters from the big insurance companies saying, if you keep pulling blood work on these patients, we will shit can your contract, candidly. Telling them, basically, we'll put you out of business. And this is what patients don't understand. Your clinician is hogtied. Like, they can do all they want, but they are restricted by the insurance carrier that you have. And your insurance carrier is not going to allow them to do a deep dive on you. So from my personal experience, I didn't own a blood lab when I went through my journey. And it took me literally, like, I'm at 25% body fat. I'm almost morbidly obese, right? I'm pre-diabetic. I can't lose weight. I'm so tired and exhausted. My primary says, I don't pull those kind of blood works. I'm going to refer you to a urologist. Takes me almost 9 months to get in with a urologist. Then the urologist pulls my blood work. I get a bill from the insurance company for like $2,000 saying, we're not going to cover your blood work. We don't think you need it. And my blood work uncovered issues that then we addressed. And I went, without changing diet, lifestyle, workout routine, anything, hand to God, I went from 25% body fat to 6. I had a 6-pack. I was shredded. Again, this was like 13 years ago, but it changed my life.
How?
It changed, well, because my hormones were out of whack. And then people go, well, why were hormones? 30 million men are diagnosed with low T a year. We have a chronic health crisis in this country. And we can go all the way back to what I learned in the Senate hearing about our diet, our lifestyle, our food, the toxins in our food. It's so staggering that you understand, like, the average male testosterone level right now is half of that of our grandparents. Half, right? We have a chronic health crisis occurring in this country, and it's affecting our fertility. Like, the men in America are on the cusp of infertility. Like, our sperm counts are at 37 million per whatever, which comes down to essentially once you get below 37, they put you on fertility drugs.
Well, and a lot of that, because we do this show and talk to all sorts of different people, a lot of that burden gets put on the women and they fail to even look at the men a lot of the time. And so we think, women need to go through IVF or whatever they need to do. But a lot of time it's actually the man and the male.
100%. Like a huge percentage of the time, it's the men, and it's both. Women are struggling with fertility too, but it's the same problem. So my line of sight as a device rep and then a pharmaceutical rep. So right out of college, I was a drug rep, and I got to look into that world. I did.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Let's get an ad read in before I head out. And they're showing up again. Weak coffee for the weak. And at Rumble, weak has never been part of the mission. No fillers, no fraud, and no settling for mediocrity. Just like 1775 coffee. It's single origin, small farm, hand-picked, specially grade coffee that stands for quality, free speech, and calling out the bullshit when it matters. Forget stale, mass-produced beans, roasted just enough to hide the flaws. Dark roast hits like a Trump tariff. Medium roast keeps it bold without the bitterness. And Vitality Mushroom Blend, which I am buying next. Real energy and lasting focus. No synthetic garbage. For K-Cup pods, whole bean, or fresh ground coffee, go to 1775coffee.com and use the promo code STUDIO. You'll get 15% off and start your morning with coffee that stands for something. Oh, and every dollar spent enters you to win a Cybertruck. Yes, you heard right. A Cybertruck and $30,000 in cash. So get on over there and buy your coffee, and hopefully you'll win that truck, right? You'll win that vehicle. All right, let's get back to the videos.
For 2.5 years, almost 3 years. I left that and I did surgical sales where I got to work with some of the best and brightest surgeons in the country, learn about cutting edge surgical procedures, sports medicine related injuries, like a lot of athletes and football players. And I loved it. It was fascinating. And then from there, I got into starting my own businesses. And that's when I began to understand. I saw behind the curtain and it was like, oh my God, the insurance companies are controlling everything. Like when you get care, how you get care, whether you get a surgery, whether you get a C-section or you have a vaginal birth, like all of that is dictated by reimbursement rates to hospitals, where the hospital then needs to plan out their day and maximize their revenues. And so that affects your OB-GYN, that affects the spine surgeon, the neurosurgeon, the orthopedic surgeon, and it's a constant racket for them to get reimbursed and paid.
So I know you've been super involved for a long time, but now, especially recently with Maha, in relation to the American healthcare system in general, what are like the 2 or 3 big buckets that you see to be most problematic with the current system?
The biggest one, and it's funny because even Trump's talking about it now, is the PBMs. And so, like, that people don't understand that there's a middleman. They're calling it a middleman called the pharmacy benefit manager. Okay, this is where I first got my look. I owned pharmacies that attempted to build insurance companies. Your grandma comes in, gives me her insurance card, I swipe it, it tells me what I have to charge her, right? And so I may swipe it and I have a drug that costs me $2 that I would sell to her for $4. I have a gag clause when I own pharmacies that would not allow me to tell your grandmother that the insurance company is price gouging her. They would charge her $10 for a copay on a $4 drug. I don't get to keep that money. That money goes immediately back to this middleman called a pharmacy benefit manager.
Okay, so your cost is 2. They make you charge 10. You're only allowed to keep 4, which is like that's how you make a
I don't
profit.
even get the 4. It's usually they take like $7 and I get paid less. Grandma pays more and the insurance companies
and you're
get the
not
gap.
allowed to mention that price gouge to her, but they get the lion's share of that transaction.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's one sliver. Now I'm going to peel back the layers to the onion because once I show you the magic trick, it's all going to make sense. So one of the things I tell people is they so often say, healthcare's broken, healthcare's broken. And I said this in front of the Senate. Healthcare's not broken. The healthcare system's rigged, and we're the ones fitting the bill. And it's more than money. We're paying in human lives and human capital. 1.7 million Americans are dying every year of chronic disease. 90% of chronic disease is preventable. We could be delaying how many memories, how many dinners with loved ones, how many lost family members because the system is so captured. And so what do I mean by that? If we look at the pharmacy benefit managers, these middlemen, they were established in the 80s to fight on behalf of me and you, to drive down the cost of prescription drug care, to go out and negotiate with Big Pharma, and frankly, take a bat to it and beat them up and get the prices down so we can afford our medications. What happened is the big 5 insurance companies went out and bought them. They literally acquired these middlemen back in the 80s.
And nobody stopped and said, like, this is a huge conflict?
Yeah, that's my, like, no. It's in any other industry, it's a kickback. So here's what they did. As soon as they made the acquisition, rather than negotiating down the cost of prescription drug care, they negotiated up the cost of prescription drug care. And so I'll use weight loss drugs like Ozempic, for example, right? Big hot button GLP-1s.
Big topic on this show.
Yeah, if I walk you through the history of GLP-1, it'll blow your mind. GLP-1s were created and innovated by the NIH, the National Institute for Health, funded by our taxpayer dollars. We paid to create this innovation in this cutting edge molecule. Then it's licensed with royalties to Big Pharma, where Big Pharma then, so there's 2 GLP-1s. One, the main one is Lilly's and tirzepatide here in the United States. So the tirzepatide compound was funded by us, the taxpayers. Then it's licensed to Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly brings it to market via the FDA. Then rather than selling it to us for a fair price, they establish what's the max price they can sell it for. Then they go meet with the big PBMs, and the PBMs go, we want you to sell it for even more. Charge us $1,500 a month, right? Knowing that a big rebate is going to go back to the PBM. And so as I explain it, it'll make sense. Imagine a drug, just for simple, let's use insulin. That's a more impactful drug. It's been on the market 30 years. Insulin used to cost $130 a vial, okay? Now the average wholesale price in America, I think, was up to $300 something. For simple math, let's just say it costs $200. The PBM, rather than saying we want to get it for, $100, said charge us $400, right? And I'm using loose math just to give the example. They never pay the $400. So that middleman, that PBM, then gives the bill to the insurance company that owns them, United, let's just say, and they show me and you, this drug cost us $400 a month. But it didn't. They got a $200 rebate that they hold at their holding company, the PBM. And so why that's important is you have now aligned the insurance company's goals over the last 25 years to not get us off prescription drugs, but to put us on prescription drugs and to monetize chronic disease. So United Healthcare made $360 billion last year in revenue, billion with a B. 60% of their revenue came from the PBM.
Wow.
Came from them fucking us on our prescription drug prices.
So they want everyone on Ozempic.
They want everyone on all the drugs because they're monetizing that. And then people go, well, that doesn't make any sense because the insurance companies cover it. No, they don't. I'm telling you, they show you and me that they paid $400, but they really paid $200. Okay, now multiply that times 12 months and now realize that your employer, because 90% of Americans are insured by their employer, ends up getting that bill at the end of the year. And United sits down with a guy like me who employs 300 people, or Cigna or Aetna or Blue
Well, it's funny
Cross.
because, like, running this company, I look at the insurance premiums every year and, like, listen, like, I want my team to have access to health insurance, but, like, you don't even realize this. Like, those premiums go up and up and up. And by the way, when new medications come out and they start to, and they're popular, and I gotta, like,
were systematically shut down by the insurance companies. They quit covering toxicology screens. They quit covering pharmacogenetic tests. They quit covering alternatives. And you look at that and go, why? At the time, I didn't understand the why. And this came out recently. I don't remember which state just sued the payers. But what they found is roughly 30% of the price of the volume of profit of an opioid went to the insurance companies. So they were implicitly monetizing drug abuse, and they were incentivized because we've now aligned these insurance companies to profiteer off of chronic disease, not cure, prevent, or stop chronic disease.
So what kind of pushback do you get? Does the insurance companies want to shut you down? Where's your bodyguard, man?
Yeah.
Like you going on Rogan 5 times and discussing this and how vocal and clear and articulate you are, there's got to be like, what is happening behind the scenes? Are they trying to just shut you up?
The insurance companies, before when I was in the insurance model, they put us out of business. And that's partially why I have an axe to grind. Like, truth be told, I had to look 150 people in the eye and say we came up short because we were trying to work within the insurance framework. And you realize, oh my God, they're never going to let people get accessibility to preventative, proactive, personalized care.
And anybody who's kind of not towing the line, they just put out of business.
Done.
So what's the pushback? Do you have people like coming for you or sending emails?
The pushback now is less insurance because they really have no way to get to me other than to litigate. And let's litigate because what I'm telling is the truth. Like, come on, let's go to court. I would love more than anything to show in the court of law all the corruption, collusion, and corporate capture of these insurance companies. The only battles I've faced is candidly like Lilly and big pharmaceutical companies attempting to sue us at our compounding pharmacy and then use their influence to drive articles that are just total fabrications. And then you can't get those articles removed. And that happened after we testified in front of the Senate. Literally 2 days later, we testify in front of the Senate. 2 days later, this hatchet job article comes out that's like Joe Rogan gets humiliated with FDA recall. And it's trying to say that we recalled like 3,000 vials. All of it's just not true. Like, we have a compounding pharmacy and it's one of the biggest in the country. And I can walk through how compounding pharmacies work, but it's FDA approved ingredients, validation tested before we ever mix them. It's then independently third-party verified that it's exactly what we say it is, and those products are shipped. If we have any concerns, we proactively shut down lots or samples or whatever. So the FDA has been in my compounding pharmacy literally 4 times in 18 months now. 4 times in 18 months. Look at Big Pharma. Big Pharma has 2,500 manufacturing facilities that the FDA has not stepped foot in 5 years.
With tiger knee hair on the knives.
Well, like,
Got it.
I think like it's such an,
it's nuts.
I've been, I was talking to this reporter the other day and, we were talking about like this, and one of the things that she was excited to bring up with me is how I've been supportive of Bobby Kennedy.
Yeah.
And like that, it's like a little bit of like that's like a tarnish. And I was like, well, I'm super excited about it because for the first time in a long time in this country, health is becoming the forefront of conversation. Guys like yourself are leading a lot of that. But I find it so interesting because in the past, I'd be like, oh, do I got to worry now about this being written and they're going to write it in a way that's unfortunate and it puts me in a bad light. But then I was like, you know what? We live in such interesting times now where I think a lot of those platforms, because of mediums like this, and I'm not personally taking credit, but like there's people that have pushed these kind of conversations unedited, organic, without any other interest besides getting information to people.
Yeah.
Where these are now starting to displace a lot of those kind of legacy media outlets in the narrative. And like, they just don't hold as much weight anymore. Like when you used to read a piece from one of those publications or one of those news or see a piece in one of those news outlets, they used to hold a lot more weight. Now I think there's a lot of hesitancy around a lot of the stuff that takes place, a lot of the journalism that takes place. And they've just lost a lot of the credibility because of some of the influences you're talking about. So I thought to myself, like, regardless of how it's written, I honestly don't even really care anymore. And I think we're in such interesting times now because these conversations are taking place. Those platforms are losing credibility. More people are now stepping up. People like Bobby and yourself are able to now get in. And like, I think the country's in a position now where real change has the potential to take place more so than any other time in the last 50 years.
How did Bobby Kennedy reach out to you? Like, how did you get involved with what you're doing?
So it's I think I told you all this story before, and I don't know if I said it when we were on the air, but I would tell Joe, like when he'd come in for treatments, Rogan, I would just share with him the crazy shit I saw in my time as a device rep and a drug rep, and then explain to him the insurance companies and how they're monetizing chronic disease and all these things. And Joe invited me on the podcast after that at one point, and I had never done a podcast.
Woo!
One of Bobby's people heard the podcast, and this is what's crazy. Even growing up in Texas, I've never voted Republican, and I grew up in Texas. I've never voted Republican. I believe in like humanity. I'm team humanity.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not left or right. I don't care who's going to solve our problems and who's going to have integrity and be able to not be bought and sold, you know, for whoever's the highest bidder. And so, long story short, I did Joe. I think at one point I get a phone call from somebody on Bobby's team saying, hey, Bobby's going to be in Dallas. He'd love to sit down with you if you've got time. He wants to pick your brain on some of the stuff you said about the insurance companies. So I drove to Dallas, and to his credit, like, he rolled up his sleeves, sat down with me. This is when he was the presidential candidate still, and talked to me for like 30 minutes. And then like a week later, his team messaged and said, hey, Bobby wants to have you on the podcast. And he was trying to wrap his head around the PBMs. He's like, explain to me the PBMs again. I don't have a PBM. I have an insurance company. And I'm like, yes.
Then you have a PBM.
And they bought the PBM, and that PBM is a hidden middleman that allows them to hide profits and move levers to trick you into not realizing that they're price gouging you, because they go, oh, that's not us. That's the PBM. And so that's how that conversation started. And then it was just a dialogue. He was very interested and seemed very genuine about wanting to try to fix this and understand how corrupt it is. And then that led to the podcast, which then led to him asking for a follow-up meeting. And I flew up to California, and we went on a hike in, I think, Laurel Canyon or that area. It was beautiful. But we just went on this hike and talked about everything. And then a week later, I got invited to testify in front of the Senate. And then the rest is history. It's kind of evolved into like somebody who was never political, kind of getting wrangled into some politics.
But this is why I like, you know, again, like, people make everything political these days because everything, it's just, I think it's headlines and it's just what people are interested in. But I don't see, even going to COVID, I don't see how far we've gotten with health, that it's become like health has become political. Like, every single human should be interested in feeling better, living longer, taking care of their loved ones, taking care of their children, making sure they're not dealing with chronic illness and disease that's avoidable. So that's why I'm super loud about it, because going back to that story I told you just a minute ago, the report, I'm like, why is this not a bipartisan thing that everyone's screaming from the rooftop? It's because they've made everything political and you have to pick a side. I hate the idea of having to pick a side just because.
I do too. It's a bummer. And that's what I said in front of the Senate. I said, this is not a Republican issue. This is not a Democrat issue. This is a humanity issue. People are dying. We can turn our head the other way. We talk so much about war. We have lost more American lives in 1 year than every war we've ever fought in 1 year. And nobody's talking about it. And then you find out from these nutritionists and these people that are way more brilliant than me, like, you know, Chris Palmer from Harvard is explaining that 5% of our brain by weight is now microplastics, that depression, anxiety, and deaths of despair are at an all-time high, greater than that of the Great Depression. And then I look back to my time as a drug rep 20-something years ago when we launched Prozac, and how we were told Prozac and antidepressants were going to save the world. They were going to cure depression and help with all of these mental health issues. And 25 years later, where are we? Deaths of despair at an all-time high, chronic illness, cancer rates, all-time high. We are one of the sickest countries in the world, but we spend more on healthcare than ever before. Something's not working. And I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. I'm not political. As much as it's kind of become political, my thing is, like, we just have to work together, and we can't let it get captured by the right. It has to be, you know, it's going to require partisan efforts on both sides to get anything done.
It's got to be collaborative. Out of everything you've seen, what do you think is making people sick? Like, if you were to, is it the toxins? Is it EMF? Is it what to give us all?
So what's tough is, it's a buzzword, but I do go back to corporate capture. If you look at what happened, big tobacco in the 80s, as they got regulated, went out and captured big food. I I don't know if you know that. Cowley's exposed that a lot. I don't know if y'all have had Cowley on yet.
Yep, he's been on.
But Cowley does an eloquent job of laying out Big Pharma went out and essentially gobbled up Big Food. And so most Big Food is now owned by what was Big Tobacco. And the food became more processed, more addictive. You know, we in the 70s or 80s had 300 ingredients in our food. Now we have over 10,000.
And we're going to have more because Michael just read me an article that said that the food industry, the fast food industry, is creating a chemical to put into our food that negates Ozempic.
Yep.
So if you're on Ozempic and you eat a cheeseburger,
these companies,
you're going to be able to eat it fine.
What people need to understand
Which is
so messed up. So messed up.
These companies have so much money, and they're not just going to lay down without a fight. And they, they're unfortunately reporting to their shareholders. And yeah, like something like Ozempic or whatever comes out, and now they're figuring out like how do we combat this thing.
And the challenge is we've removed all the checks and balances. So where I'm going is starts at our food. Okay. We know the food's corrupt. We know it's flawed. We're trying to fix that. That's a huge bear to unwind. If we just put regulations in place that, like, that's what we testified in front of the Texas State, at the Texas State Capitol last week. There's a huge uproar from, HEB, Buc-ee's. They don't want it to be public, but they're fighting just adding labeling, just saying, hey, some of the ingredients in this food are not approved in Europe and Canada. All the Texas State is saying is we are not even going to make you remove it. What we're asking is for you to disclose it so that people can make conscientious decisions on what's best for their health, and they at least have the knowledge. Knowledge is power. There's a pushback on just that. So then you go to the health system. Okay, well, if the insurance companies are monetizing prescription drugs, which they are, they have an incentive, and Big Pharma is monetizing huge buku dollars off prescription drugs. And one way I can show you that is United Healthcare's doubled its revenue over the last 4 years. If you look at the insurance industry, the 5 big insurance companies are 4 times the fucking revenue of Big Pharma. 4 times the revenue. They are the 800-pound gorilla that nobody but me is talking about. And I don't know why. I really don't.
I think a lot of people just don't know.
Yeah. And then so you have Big Pharma, big insurance. They control when, where, and how you access healthcare. So they control if your primary care can look under the hood. If they can even do a deep dive. So now your primary care in America is corporately captured. They cannot, like I explained this, you have to start thinking of your health insurance like you do your car insurance. It is there if you wreck the fucking car, right? For something catastrophic. It is not there for preventative maintenance. It's not going to rotate the tires, change the oil, look under the hood. As much as your primary care may have the best interest at heart, they are somewhat restricted by what they can do because the insurance company is going to say, no, I don't want you to pull comprehensive blood work. No, I don't want you to get proactive and predictive. We don't do preventative medicine here, right? And when you understand the why, there's so much money in chronic disease. Why are you going to cure something that prints money for you? And then by the time you go over the ledge and you need a surgery, here's the other dirty secret. They have all the analytics on this, and Gary does a great job of Brecca does a great job of breaking this down. They know statistically that the average American is going to switch jobs every 24 months, which means you become a different insurance carrier's problem. So if Joe Bob is headed towards a heart attack,
I never thought about that.
And I can just make a bunch of money off putting Joe Bob on a bunch of freaking prescription drugs, kick the can down the road, hit my quarterly profit, look like a champ for Wall Street, knowing that Joe Bob's going to be Cigna's problem.
Because you're saying if Carson say you'll never leave me, Carson, but you're saying if he were to leave in a year, he goes to another company, they're likely with another insurer. Now he's insured by that company. This other company, the obligation's not there anymore. Now it's another company. So they just keep doing that over and over.
Most of your expenses in healthcare, like big expenses, occur after age of 65, right? Most of your surgeries and big outcomes. Well, guess what? Now you're the taxpayer's problem. Now you're on Medicare. You're typically not insured because you're not in the workforce anymore. And so where I'm getting at is these insurance companies, we've now built a self-fulfilling prophecy. Insurance and Big Pharma have to hit their quarterly earnings every quarter for Wall Street and has a fiduciary duty. Their CEO, their decisions, their choices have nothing to do with driving health span or healthcare outcomes and everything to do with maximizing profits.
So you're saying the thing that's making us the most sick is essentially Big Pharma?
it's the big industry.
Okay.
It's literally there's so much money in us being sick. There's no incentive to get us well.
Right. Let me switch. I want to switch gears a little bit here, but stay within the same subject line. I know, one of the notes we have here is that claim denials are soaring right now. Why is that? Right? Why is that happening in this moment in time?
So that's always been a challenge. What you'll see is United Healthcare, the kid Luigi, he on the bullets he wrote, delay, deny, depose. If you methodically break down what he means by that, they delay your care, like me, right? I was chronically low testosterone, miserable, gaining weight, couldn't get answers from a primary, delayed me getting in with a urologist. Then I finally get in with a urologist. They deny my blood work. So now I'm out of pocket my blood work, right? And then it's like everything's an obstructionist mindset. So United Healthcare led in denials. I think it ended up being over 30-something%, almost 37% last year of claims denied. And the sad part is only a fraction of people fight the denial, like less than 10%. So let's say that you need a knee surgery. I know if I'm the guy running analytics for Blue Cross Blue Shield, if I deny your knee surgery, there's a 10% chance you're going to fight me. So my first line of defense is deny. Deny everything. Kick the can down the road. This guy may wait 18 months and then he's another insurance company's problem or he's the federal government's problem.
Oh my
There's
God.
no money in the surgery.
So
There's
they can
no
deny
money.
for every 10 people they deny. There's only one person that's going to push
Got
back.
it. And so they'll delay it. But now here's the other caveat. If you're not getting the knee surgery, what are you getting? You're getting the prescription drugs
To manage the pain.
to manage the pain. And they're monetizing that. So there's an incentive to delay, deny, and obstruct your ability to get care. I mean, I'm just telling you what the system's built to do.
Why are
and I
there
don't
not
wanna
more
make it,
people who have worked in this system speaking up?
I mean, I definitely think they are. If you know what's staggering is so many clinicians after I did Joe's podcast, it was not like this guy's full of shit or it was overwhelmingly positive support. It was surgeons and doctors and nurses saying he's not lying. This guy's telling the truth. Like this is so broken, but they're in the system, right? And so for them, it's so hard because it's like they go, what am I going to do?
Well, also,
Right?
I can imagine going to medical school for 8 years and all the stuff you have to go through, and you get there and then you see this, and it's like, it's messed up.
Listen, it's hard
It is.
to stand up and be loud at the risk of drawing too much attention and putting your business in jeopardy, your family in jeopardy, or just getting unwanted attention.
Mm-hmm.
Think about how many people are just in private lives are just scared to have confrontation with people in their personal life.
Yeah.
Now you say let me invite that confrontation from the world, and let me add a layer of super powerful companies and government entities that don't want this information
It's hard
out
because
there.
even testifying in front of the Senate, I literally was giving a message of unity, of working together. I'm not here to represent the right. I've never even voted right. I'm here to represent people. People are dying. People like my brother are dying because of the choices people in rooms like this make every fucking goddamn day. And you're making these choices. Why? Why are you letting these people do this to the American people? And that was my message. And then the next day, the hatchet job articles come out. And we systematically, randomly a week later, Joe's like, come on the podcast again. And we did. And we broke down. We looked up articles where people were bashing the Maha Woo-Woo caucus, and making fun of us and saying that, I had no right to present because I'm not a doctor. And it's like, I never claimed to be a doctor.
I want to talk about that. I'm sure you know Next Health and Darshan. Do you know him who started Next Health?
There was a Next Health here in Texas. Is it the one in California?
It's one in California. Okay.
I'm aware of those guys because they do preventative care, and we've had some VIP clients that
I
use those
mentioned
folks.
it to you is because he started as a doctor. He became a full medical doctor at 21. Started training at 15 to become one of the youngest medical doctors, surgeon. And through that process, he realized he wasn't healthy. He just came on the show and so it's nothing new.
Yeah.
But he said in all his years as training to be an MD, nobody taught him about nutrition. Nobody taught him about how to be healthy. This was all new information to him. And so it drives me nuts when people say, you're not a doctor, talk to a doctor, because doctors don't get this kind of training that we're taught. They are taught, you're sick, here's the thing you can do, you need a surgery, here's how you do it. And a lot of times they're put down a line of a certain kind of profession or a certain kind of field. And so even him as an MD was saying, doctors don't know this stuff. And Casey's talked about that too. Like, this is not something you're taught about in medical
They
school.
don't have any nutritional training. They, let's go back to antidepressants. Their training on antidepressants is built by industry, right? Their CME credits are built by the drug companies. So they're teaching them how life-saving antidepressants are, right? Now, 20-something years later, all the statistics we just talked about, retrospective study of over 75 of the biggest antidepressant studies found that they don't differentiate from placebo. 85% of the effects are placebo. And then furthermore, 50% of people relapse that do get benefit. There's increased risk of suicidal ideation and violent thoughts. Most of the mass shooters that have occurred in the United States have been on antidepressants or antipsychotics. It numbs the emotions. There's this huge risk factor. But what they don't teach those clinicians is that exercising 20 minutes a day has double the efficacy of an antidepressant. And you don't get taught that. And it's it's not the clinician's fault. They literally are trying to navigate. They spend their day trying to get reimbursed and paid. I hate to say that. And I think most clinicians would tell you that if they're in the insurance model, they're just beat to hell.
Yep.
And they're trying their damnedest to help you, but they have to see 40 plus people a day. They have to do something that's billable. They can't go fringe and go do something that doesn't reimburse. So half the stuff we do at Ways to Well wouldn't get covered by insurance. Let's say you come in and you say, I'm depressed, I have anxiety, I have a hard time sleeping. What would you recommend? Well, step one, let's look under the hood and do a comprehensive blood panel. Step two is let's spend 45 minutes to deep dive into that and explain to you where you may have, whether a magnesium, a zinc, do you have a methylfolate detox issue? None of those tests would be covered by insurance. None of it. So you have cancer screenings. We have a cancer screening that can identify pretty much every type of cancer up to 7 years in advance at stage 0. Why would we not use this in traditional medicine? Well,
that's what he was saying. And listen, I imagine if you go into the medical field, one of the reasons you go into it is to help people and provide a service. But I think people in that field, when people are screaming gotta talk to a doctor, you're not a doctor, I think they need to be honest about what they're taught in that school. And if you're not taught about these things and preventative care and how to be healthy as yourself, then I think we're not having an honest conversation, right? Because I wouldn't go to an accountant for wealth advisement. I would go to them to figure out what I need to do to fix my taxes, right? There's different specialties. And I just think that you can't just say just because someone's a doctor that then they know everything about how to take care of yourself.
It's also siloed. And that's what's tough. They've built a system that has siloed the doctor to where one doctor just does knees, another doctor does shoulders, another doctor does GI. And so you get caught on the merry-go-round where primary care goes, oh man, that's out of my wheelhouse. You need to go see an OB-GYN. Then you go to an OB-GYN and they're like, oh, I don't touch that. I got to send you some, right? And you get bounced from person to person to person because nobody's looking at you holistically. But biologically, you're one biological life form. Everything is intertwined. And so where I go with that is it's so easy to put somebody on an antidepressant, but did you ever look at their blood work? Are they deficient in zinc and magnesium? Are they deficient in vitamin D? Do they have a methylfolate detox issue? All of these things can increase anxiety, depression, agitation. Do they have a hormonal imbalance? If they do, what caused that hormonal imbalance? Did you ever get a family history? Did you ever have the conversation? And I'm not throwing stones at the clinicians.
Sure.
They're doing the best they can, but they're set up for failure.
Gary Brecka just told me that if you are taking, and I don't want to say this wrong, but I think prenatal with folic acid in it, it actually contributes to postpartum depression and anxiety.
If you have the gene mutation.
Yeah, if you have the MTFHR.
And if you don't know that you have that and you get on a folic acid supplement while you're pregnant, you think you're doing something so great for the baby and for yourself, and then you have the baby.
Was it folic acid or folate?
I want to.
Either way.
Well, look it up. Look the episode up, you guys, if you're listening to this. I'm not a doctor.
But the point is,
I should wear a shirt that says that.
But the point is if you don't have that information.
If you don't have that information and then you get postpartum anxiety and depression, it's afterwards, and it's from that.
Well, he was basically saying if you don't have that information, do it and you get depression, it's almost guaranteed it's because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if you just had that information and knew to take a different one because you had that mutation.
When you see people's blood, because you've seen a lot of people's blood, what do you see though is crazy? Is it the metals? Is it the toxins? Is it the what do you call it? The methylated? I don't know how you guys say
it's everything. Honestly, everybody's
everything.
low on vitamin D.
Okay.
Right? We were all told stay out of the sun,
Right.
sunblock. Like everyone. I mean, a huge percentage of people are low on vitamin D. A huge percentage of people are wrongly put on cholesterol meds, which then creates a cascade effect, and they end up being on 4 or 5 meds. And as you work through what we just talked about earlier, you go, oh, now I understand why insurance is pushing this, and your doctor's reaching for the tool that's in their tool belt. And so the biggest crime committed of all is that they've obstructed your clinician's ability to provide real health care. The doctors here that are in the insurance model, of no fault of their own, can have the best of intentions, but they are going to be captured, and it's going to be very difficult for them to ever truly drive healthcare because the system's not built to do that. It's built to crank out prescriptions, grab the closest pill bottle, and solve the problem. And so it's tough for them. But versus guys like Gary or any of these facilities like Ways to Well that do a deep dive, looking under the hood and having the dialogue with the patient in itself is life-changing. Like I know y'all had Bert on, like Bert Kreischer. Look, like just him knowing his health and being able to be a driver along his health is a big difference. Like I think one of the challenges I have with traditional medicine is it is academia versus the layman, and it's very dictatorial, where it's like, I'm the boss and you do it. You're fat. Here's a cholesterol med. Well, no, let's talk about you as a person and identify what got you here and give you a blueprint, or even Ozempic. Like it's such a blockbuster drug because candidly, it's an easy win for a doctor. You come in, you're overweight, you have a metabolic disease. I'm just going to prescribe you Ozempic. It's going to get the weight off. But they don't really have the conversation. And so all the side effects you're seeing are because you're not talking about titrating up, titrating down. You're not talking about how much protein you need to be consuming per day to preserve lean muscle mass. You're essentially giving somebody a chemical straitjacket that allows chemical anorexia, and then they cannibalize muscle, you get Ozempic face and butt, and like start just deteriorating, and eventually it can even tear into bone mineral density. But that is not to say the drug is all bad or good. The issue isn't the arrow, it's the archer. Like, if you have a nuanced conversation and you explain to somebody, hey, I'm going to prescribe you Ozempic, but I want us to titrate up and down accordingly, and I want us to be slow and methodical about this, and we have to talk about diet, lifestyle, and nutrition. Because prescribing a GLP-1 or a weight loss drug without talking about diet, lifestyle, and nutrition is like brushing your teeth while eating fucking Oreos. Like, you're not going to get anywhere. It's so counterintuitive. But they're not. They're just cranking out Ozempic prescriptions, and then all these people are getting sick. And they're getting sick because nobody's fucking talking to them.
So can we talk a little bit about your approach? Because I think it's fascinating. Say I was to come in to work with you, Ways to Well. I was going to come. And I say, oh, I got this gut issue, or I don't feel good, I'm not sleeping well. Where do you guys first start with a patient to understand their story a little better? Like, what's the first few things you do?
Every single patient is unique and different. And so that's part of personalized medicine, is understanding it's not a one size fits all approach. There are basic diagnostic tests. Like I tell people, if you have blood work, as long as it's comprehensive, I don't care where you got the blood work. As long as we can do a deep dive and assess you, like that is one of the, I think, comprehensive blood work, a DEXA scan. And for those people who don't know what that is, it's just a full body scan that tells us how much lean muscle mass you have, how much visceral fat, how much subcutaneous fat, and it tells us your bone mineral density, right? And then a VO2 max, or let us tie into your wearable. If you give me those three things, I can begin using large language models to project out all-cause mortality risk, and then the goal is to drive that down. So I hear Gary talk about, he thinks we'll live to be 100 and something, and like Peter Attia talks about this. If we really want to drive lifespan today, like real world facts, you have to start by driving health span. And how do we drive health span? We drive health span by getting proactive, predictive, and personalized. We assess you at the biological level. We assess you at the physiological level, your lean muscle mass, your visceral fat, all of that. Now I have all the data I need to help you build a blueprint to drive your health. right? As you get over, like, I would treat you totally different than I would a 30-year-old or a 50-year-old, right? Because somebody in their, like, let's say early 60s, now we've got to really focus on bone mineral density, preserving lean muscle mass. Like, people are so worried about losing fat that they forget, like, one of the biggest risk factors is your loss of muscle as you age. If we can keep muscle on your body frame and keep your bone mineral density high, and that involves starting treatment early. Like, they scared the hell out of men and women with hormone optimization. With the Women's Health Initiative, they terrified women. Most primary cares in America to this day still tell men that testosterone could cause cancer. Testosterone does not cause cancer. Like, that has been debunked 1,000 times over. It is one of the most life-changing things you can do for a man over the age of 40 who's chronically low. Because if we can intervene, we keep your lean muscle mass on. We reduce your body fat, your visceral fat, your subcutaneous fat, your organ fat, all this stuff that leads to metabolic disease, heart attack, stroke, cancer, diabetes, all the things that we get, that we evolve towards as we age. And so, depending on lifestyle, age, habits, epigenetics, like all of it, like, there's a battery of tests we could do, but it also depends on budget, right? That's the big challenge. Like, if everyone could do every test, we could get so proactive and preventative. And that's where I'm pushing the government. Like, you need to give people HSA benefits and give them the autonomy and sovereignty to make their choices.
What peptides are you seeing right now that you think are really great? I know you know a lot about peptides.
Yeah, I think, well, the peptides are phenomenal. Hormone optimization is phenomenal, especially for people over the age of 40. If we had, like, let's just walk you through. Let's say we had your blood work, a VO2 max, and a DEXA. And
How much blood?
We're tied into your way. Well, the blood, it depends on what all we're pulling, but a comprehensive panel would probably be like 10 of these little vials. Yeah. And that's why, but it's a snapshot of you in time. What I'm envisioning in the future, and I'm just spitballing here, but the future is going to be every morning somebody takes a pill. That pill's sending your biomarkers, your blood sugar, your insulin level, all of that to your wearable or smartphone. And we're tracking that 24/7.
So we don't have to do any blood.
That's what I think the future will be. Today, we're taking your comprehensive blood work. We're taking a DEXA scan. I know that you've got, let's just say, 130 pounds of lean muscle mass. You could ask the AI, hey, I want to lose 10 pounds of body fat without losing muscle. It's going to know how much lean muscle mass you have. So it's going to know that you need to eat 125 grams of protein at minimal to maintain lean muscle mass.
Are you guys using AI right now? Like,
Yeah.
some of that stuff is fucking crazy.
It's wild. For the ability to assess data, and it even analyzes your blood work. So what we're talking about with clinicians, even with me, like, oh my God, I don't even know what we're at now. I have 300 employees. We have MDs, nurse practitioners, all of it. The AI is the training wheels because it assesses the blood work algorithmically and computes out different risk factors based off the more data you give us, and then helps guide the clinician on optimal outcomes and optimal behaviors based off your genetics, epigenetics, your DEXA, your VO2, your how well you're sleeping, your REM sleep, your deep sleep. The more data you give us, the better the AI is, and the better we can help drive health span. And then that empowers our clinicians to have like an extra resource. Instead of them asking, how are you sleeping? They know how you're sleeping. How are you eating? They know how you're eating, right? We can see it all in your blood work. It's so funny. There's guys that'll come in or girls that'll come in and be like, oh, I eat clean. It's like, no, you don't. We can tell. Like, it's so
like
obvious.
what shows up? Like, you can't see like a McDonald's Happy Meal, can you?
No, but you can see like a lot of guys especially don't want to admit they're on hormone optimization. It's still like this 4-letter word to them for some reason. And it's like, look, man, if you're over 40 and you're in great shape, a lot of guys are probably
I was going to
optimizing
ask
their
you, we've
hormones.
had guys like Mark Sisson come on and he's talked about this, but he says he started much later. He's been vocal about it. When, from your perspective, do you find it to be appropriate for men to think about hormone replacement?
So hormone replacement versus hormone optimization. If you're somebody in your 20s and you have a healthy hormone level, you should not interfere with that in any way, shape, or form, right? I am not an advocate for that. But if you're in your 30s and you are already chronically low because of our environment and the microplastics and our diet and our nutrition and our lack of sleep and our stress and our anxiety and social media and all these things, like I told you earlier, our testosterone levels are half of that of our grandfathers. If you've had kids and you're past the point of having children, then it's a discussion worth potentially exploring. If you haven't, there are other alternatives that don't require hormone replacement, like HCG will spur your natural testosterone production. And oftentimes with younger men, we can get your testosterone where it needs to be using HCG. The downside is it's going to increase your sperm count and you are going to be more fertile.
I've had enough sperm.
Yeah.
I can't take any more sperm. The sperm
Well,
is enough for me.
what's
It's like
funny?
a pinata of sperm.
So people,
I'm good.
people will write
That's
into
so
me and be
funny.
like, I know you're on hormone. And my thing that I respond every time is like, I'm not, but it's not a matter of not, it's a matter of when. For sure, I will do it at some point. And if now's the right time, I would for sure do it. I think
People say that to you. I didn't know that.
yeah, well, but so my whole thing is like, I know there's going to be a time in my life where absolutely for certain I will engage with these practices. I'm 30, turning 38.
Yeah.
I'm trying, I've got,
So you're still young.
I'm trying to figure out the right timing of it and also the right,
Your
when.
testosterone's good for me.
But I think it's important for like men to not be ashamed. Like, listen, we are living longer than we've ever lived before. I mean, most people in the past, you didn't make it past 40. Like that was
Well,
old
and
age.
if you optimize your hormones within physiological norms, that's what I want to be clear about. All the horror stories you're told are people pushing it beyond physiological normal limits.
Mm-hmm.
So like you hear the balls shrinking or something. That's like someone going way too gnarly.
you're doing more than what you should be doing, right? Like
So let's say you were at your age, I would say, look, if you came in and your testosterone was 200, which is low. Anything below 350 is considered low clinically.
Mm-hmm.
But in reality, you got to think in the 80s, we were walking around at 1500, right? And so now men are half of what they used to be. And as you get below 350, all your risk profiles go up. Increased risk of diabetes, increased risk of atherosclerosis, increased risk of like Alzheimer's, dementia. All these things start to go up with low testosterone. There is a correlation to these chronic diseases. If we can get you above 350 into the normal range, we drive down the risk factor of all those chronic diseases.
Yep.
We put on lean muscle mass. We protect bone mineral density. And
I
but
imagine
now,
you just feel better.
when you get higher, right, and you start going above like physiological norms, that's when you start getting acne, balding. It depends on your genetics too. Like everyone's different. Some guys may have walked around at 1500, right, in their prime. Like Navy SEALs, special operators, those guys probably had really high levels in their youth.
Why did a woman who was on testosterone tell me that she grew like a small penis, like on her clit?
Yeah. Well,
Is
that's
that-
because
yeah,
no.
he said it's
Yeah, no, you will. Women should not be taking outside of physiological normal levels of testosterone
So if
either.
a woman goes over, let me just get this straight so I can just like unpack this.
Yeah.
If a woman goes over the testosterone amount, her clit is going to grow into a mini, like it's going to look like a
It
penis.
can cause it can cause the clitoris to enlarge. And that means somebody's not monitoring that woman or prescribing a dosage that makes physiological sense. But I don't want to scare women out of testosterone because women are at a huge, especially once you reach over the age of 40, it's not just your estrogen and your hormones, your female hormones. Women have more testosterone than they do estrogen. They don't realize that. It's not what men have. You're not at the physiological level of a male, but you have more testosterone than you do estrogen. Estrogen is just the female hormone, but you still need testosterone because if you lose testosterone, you begin to lose bone mineral density. You begin to have increased body fat, all
Low
the things we
libido.
talked about, low libido.
So if you manage it right, though, I guess is my question. If it's managed right at the right amount, you're not going to grow
Correct. All those
Okay.
adverse events, all the negative things you hear are people going outside of physiological norm or people pushing the envelope.
Do you
And
like
you see
that
it a lot
pellet
with
thing?
fitness
I've
girls.
heard the pellet.
No.
That's
the
what
reason I don't like the pellet is if you have an adverse event, there is no removing the pellet, right? You have to wait it out. So let's say all of a sudden, let's say you're a man and you put in a pellet and you start getting nipple sensitivity. It can cause gynecomastia where you may start developing boobs, like because your body's producing estrogen to try and counterbalance the testosterone, or your body's converting the testosterone into estrogen. And there's no taking that pellet out. So then we
Oh
have to
my
prescribe
God.
you something to just battle the estrogen levels. But if you're a woman, like this is a true story, not my clinic, but we used to make the pellets at my pharmacy. And we had a woman who was at a practice in Houston, Texas, that got a pellet, didn't disclose to the doctor that she had a family history of stroke, right? Then got a blood clot. Doctors were terrified of it becoming a stroke, which is the risk factor. And her hormone levels were through the roof because the doctor put in a pellet that was too big of a dosage and didn't know how her body was going to metabolize it. And so she was getting huge spikes of hormones that could increase her risk of that blood clot causing a seizure or stroke. They had to wait it out and put her on like a watch and like monitor this woman. And that's where I don't like the pellets. It's terrifying because if something does go south, there's no fast course correction. You're kind of just stuck waiting it out. And so that's why I'm not to say all good or all bad to each their own. You know, we don't use the pellets at Ways to Well. We focus more on topicals or injectables that allow the patient to tailor their to their unique needs.
And but the big thing here, though, is that you're working with someone who's monitoring this stuff. And every time this topic comes up on the show, especially for, well, I guess men and women, but for young guys, I'm like, you don't just want to start getting this stuff without all the things we're talking about and doing all these things without working with a professional clinician, because that's where those are all the stories we all hear about, are things going astray, right? Which again is so much, there's so much nuance to this stuff. Is like, these can be incredible tools and resources if done right, and could be huge problems if done wrong.
You nailed it. Like everything, Ozempic, the weight loss drugs, thyroid medicines, everything is a tool in the tool belt, but a hammer in the wrong hands is a deadly weapon. Like, it doesn't mean that everyone should be doing it. And I'm not here to tell you to do or not. Everything is risk and reward. If we're going to do a pharmaceutical intervention, like, let's discuss it. Let's deep dive. Let's understand the pros and cons. And let's embolden and empower you, the patient, to drive your healthcare journey. That's the beauty of not being in the insurance model. It's a conversation. The doctor's going to sit down with you, spend 45 minutes, go through the pros and cons, and walk you through systematically why they're making the recommendation they're making. And you'd be shocked how many people, like, I hear Gary talk about this too, and I respect the hell out of it. So often it's people with just mineral or vitamin deficiencies, and it's creating this other cascade of issues that they thought they were going to need an antidepressant or an anti-anxiety. And it's like, no, you're just chronically deficient on XYZ. And if we fix these things, I think we can fix the symptoms that you're experiencing.
Before you go, tell us your favorite transformation story of someone who's come to Ways to Well and, like, they changed their whole life from getting their biomarkers tested.
Oh, man. Let me think. I mean, there's so many amazing people. Like, Jelly Rolls talked about us helping him.
No, I don't know that. Tell us about Jelly Roll.
He's just an amazing guy. I can only share kind of what he shared, but he works his ass off, man. And it's about putting wins on the board. And that's kind of where I've debated with Joe on some of this. So many people instantly think that somebody's on Ozempic. Jelly said, I don't want to do it because I don't want an asterisk next to this. I'm going to work my ass off, and I'm going to dial my hormones in, and I'm going to work my tail off to get this weight off. And he's down, I think, 85 pounds.
He said he's going to be on the cover of GQ.
Yeah, he's the man, and he's such a good guy.
We joke about it all the time. No matter, like, anyone now that does goes through a weight loss journey of any kind, and no matter what, everyone's gonna be like, Ozempic.
I know.
Ozempic.
I'm gonna give birth and lose the weight from the baby. People are gonna be like, Ozempic. You can't. I mean, that's just what everyone's gonna say.
It's everywhere. But the most inspiring to me is, and we haven't got to touch on it yet, but is truly the biologics and the cellular options. Like the stem cell space is so life-changing for people. So life-changing. I can't even
Let's talk about it for a little bit because again, I think this is another area where we've had people come on the show that have had great experiences, and then we've had people like Dr. Josh Jackson come on and he had a rough time, and then he actually finished it. He ended up turning it around with stem cells again. But if people even start to think about something, like, where do they even begin to research and find resources that point them in the right direction?
It's really tough because here, no stem cell treatments are FDA approved, right? But that doesn't mean they're good or bad. What it means is nobody's paid $350 million to run it through the FDA and get a placebo-controlled trial on a biologic that you can't patent. You can't patent human nature. You cannot patent biology. And so the reason that these products aren't all in an FDA approval process, the truth is, as soon as one has an indication, anyone else could just go and extrapolate the same exact cells, because you're taking a healthy birth, healthy mother, pre-planned C-section, and I want to explain that too. I'm not telling people to go get a C-section. I went on another podcast and people are like, this guy is telling people to. I'm telling you what the government says. This is not. I'm just telling you the regulations.
Yep.
The regulations require it to be a pre-planned C-section. They take the discarded afterbirth, which is the placenta and the umbilical cord, and within those are the goodies of life. Like when a woman's pregnant, your heart grows by 30% in the third trimester. Your risk of cancer, diabetes, all the chronic diseases we've talked about are right now at an all-time low. As much as you are keeping the baby alive, the baby is keeping you alive. Those cellular goodies, cytokines, exosomes, extracellular vesicles, scaffolding, all of these like little building blocks are flowing through your body, keeping your body healthy. That's why women have the pregnancy glow. That's why people talk about how good their skin
Do I have
looks.
it?
You have it.
Thanks.
Your skin looks great.
You're going to have to stay pregnant. We're just going to keep
But so all of those, as we age, there's a precipitous decline in all of these cellular goodies. And so if you fall as a little kid and you scrape your knee, you heal really fast. If you fall as an 80-year-old woman, you may have a scab for 3 months. You may bruise. You may never heal. It takes forever. So if we take those goodies that nature, God, whatever you want to call it, gives us, and we extrapolate out from the umbilical cord and the placenta, all of these building blocks of life, all we're doing is giving you those building blocks for a 6 to 8 week time period.
But that's if it's done like correct, right? What if it's done wrong?
So what they were worried about before, and this is where it gets super confusing. This is during the Bush administration. They were thinking that they were going to be aborting fetuses and taking aborted babies and extrapolating out stem cells. And so that's why it's got to be the pre-planned C-section stuff. And then they were saying, we don't want you cloning humans. They were worried that they were going to be cloning humans in a petri dish and that they were going to enhance the cells that way and then manipulate the cells to create super soldiers and superhumans. So I understand all the reservations 20 years ago. The truth of the matter is, and then the last caveat is they were worried that these cells would go into the body and become something, right? Oh my God, if you put billions of these MSCs, what if they go in the body and become a cancer cell? They do not become anything. That's what we know now, 20 years later. And so doctors are still struggling because they're candidly like behind. The people who know what's going on are the scientists at the bench, the PhDs that are working in the lab, that are testing these things every day. Dr. Kaplan is who identified MSCs and discovered them. And he has since released an open statement to the scientific community about 3 years ago saying, I should have never called them stem cells. I should have called them signaling cells. And so I want to tell you that because here's why that's important. We put those cells in your body. Think of it like a construction site. For you to build a building, you need the brick, the mortar, the wood, all the raw elements to build the building. But you also need the blueprint and the plan to build the building. So now as we age, we lose those ingredients. That's all peptides are. Peptides are short chain amino acids and signaling cells. MSCs, stem cells, are nothing more than birth-derived tissues that are signaling cells. So we're going to put billions of signaling cells in your body that find their way to a site of inflammation, that then signal to your body, like me, 44-year-old cells, to come to the site of injury. When my cells show up, 44 years old, tired, weary, all those things, it transfers its mitochondria into my old cells, making my cells young again for a period of time. And then those baby cells are gone. Within a few days, they're out of your system. But your cells are essentially supercharged with fresh, healthy mitochondria, battery packs. In addition to that, you're getting a plethora of all of the goodies that we've lost as we've aged. You're getting cytokines, exosomes, extracellular vesicles, scaffolding, all the stuff that's at a sky-high rate when you're a little kid. You're getting it back.
So those
for a
signal
6 to
cells,
8
like
week period.
if you hurt your knee as a 44-year-old man and you potentially use some of these therapies, and then it's able to tell those cells to signal to heal your knee the way you would when you were younger.
You got it. And it's giving you all the goodies to allow that
To
healing.
stay strong.
And that's where peptides are a great additive, like BPC 157, some of these short chain amino acids that can help with tendon strength, joint health, all of it. And so some of the most, you're not allowed to make claims. So here's when they say you can't get stem cells in the United States, what they're saying is you cannot clone, you cannot manipulate. It has to be a minimally manipulated tissue. You cannot advertise or make claims, which is crazy. So you're really limited in what you can say. So most people don't even know these things exist because the FDA has made it so hard. So people think they've got to go to Panama or somewhere else to get this. You do if you want them to clone and manipulate and expand the cells in a petri dish, but there's really no need to do that because what nature gave us works so great. Like it really does. Like that, they're so efficacious and effective at like certain types of injuries, like knees, shoulders, joints, elbows. I mean, we helped Aaron Rodgers with his Achilles.
Yeah, I saw him
He
talk
talked about that and even included us in the documentary, which was super cool of him. But if it wasn't for Aaron Rodgers and Joe Rogan, I don't think anyone would even know that anything about stem cells in this country. I really don't.
Well, I think the conversation's opening up and starting to happen more. And again, this is like why I love these mediums so much and why we do it is because you are not going to be delivered this information in a quick soundbite on a mainstream media platform that's not riling people up and angering them and making them scared. Like,
yeah,
it just doesn't sell. So like, with the rise of these platforms and conversations with people like yourself, I think people are going to start looking at this. And that's why I'm so excited about what you guys are working on, because I think for the first time, we were going down a path for a long time where I believe a lot of the conversation that we've had today would have been prohibited. Like they would have just, a lot of this stuff would have been fully shut down. Even with peptides, right? There was like getting to a place where pharmaceutical companies wanted to control a lot of that and shut a lot of that down. And I think now there's an opportunity for a lot of this to open back up.
A lot of what's happened with the cellular space, the biologic space, is, again, it's big pharma pressuring the FDA, forcing it out of the marketplace, trying to make it hard for patients to get accessibility, because it is an amazing treatment option for orthopedic-related injuries. You know, it's not going to regrow a tendon. It's not a miracle. I tell people, this is not a miracle. It's not magic. It's medicine. Right?
But I thought it was going to make me like 6'2".
Yeah, it's like within reason.
You guys can use code SKINNY for 10% off all products on waystowell.com. Where can everyone find you? Pimp yourself out in the brand.
That's fine. Ways the number 2 well is our website. And then our Instagram is also Ways the number 2 well. My Instagram is just my name, Brigham.Bueller. And that's it.
I will tell you this. You will be back on this show.
Open invite anytime.
Open invite.
Right?
Thank you. You're great. We could have gone 100 directions. We normally go an hour, and we went definitely over that. You're great. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for having me.
The health.
Well, during testimony this week, Trump administration officials said fentanyl is America's top national security threat, not Iran, not Houthi rebels hiding in apartment complexes, but fentanyl brought across the United States border through Mexican drug cartels, of course, facilitated out of China. And here's what Tulsi Gabbard had to say about it. Cartels were largely responsible for the deaths of more than 54,000 U.S. citizens from synthetic opioids during the 12-month period that ended in October of 2024, just before the election. And so how can we stop this? And those numbers might even seem kind of low if you actually include all of those fentanyl-related overdoses in this. So how can this be stopped? Well, J.C. Shepard has really dedicated his life to trying to stop this. He's the founder of the fentanyl test, which is really one of the only over-the-counter tests that you can give your children to actually see if they're involved in this horrible drug or not. And J.C. joins us now. Welcome to the show. Great to have you here.
Thank you so much, Clayton. I really appreciate it.
First, your response to seeing Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence, during this hearing this week, say that fentanyl is America's #1 threat. Did you agree with that?
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's music to our ears, first and foremost, because our goal with the fentanyl test is to pretty much go out of business. We want this drug gone. This is basically just to save Americans. And I love how you said that number might seem low in terms of the 54,000, because I think one of the only individuals on earth that's saying it correctly is Donald Trump, because I think most people have been in an inner city environment where you see how this has decimated the homeless. I mean, those people are never being autopsied. So you can add at least 150,000 to that number.
Wow. Oh, I have never heard that. That makes perfect sense. And I just got chills thinking about that. I haven't heard anyone talking about that. So these homeless, No one's footing the bill for these autopsies, and they're just dying on the streets. I mean, you see the videos driving down Kensington Avenue in Philadelphia, and it looks horrible. I mean, my home city, just seeing it looks like zombies. It looks like something out of a horror film. These people just dying on the streets of fentanyl overdoses.
Yes, we've actually. So I've talked to some Philadelphia executives. By the way, we're headquartered in Pittsburgh, PA, so we're from the same state. But it's unbelievable that the way that we approached this was, hey, we're trying to save lives, and they know that. I mean, not Philadelphia. Whether you're liberal or liberal or conservative, they're not saying that they want people to die from this. We think we should probably state that, but they basically said we can do nothing for Kensington. We can do nothing to help because these people want that drug. They seek it out. It's one of the only places on earth, maybe Philadelphia, Kensington, of course, some parts of San Francisco, some parts of Los Angeles, and Baltimore. That is really the only people on earth that are actually genuinely overdosing because they're seeking out that drug. Everybody else, and you'll always see in the mainstream media that it's always an overdose. That's not the case. About 87% of people that are dying from fentanyl are poisonings because they don't know it is in the substance they are using. So it's very rare for individuals to actually, and Kensington is just, that's a whole different ballgame, Clayton, as you know. I mean, it's a drug called Tranq, which is fentanyl and xylazine mixed together. And it's undeniably deadly. It also rots your skin, your appearance. It's necrosis for your skin. So, but when the Philadelphia government stated that you can't help, there's nothing you can do because they will still find their drug. They will not test anything. They want that drug. So it's insanely depressing.
So you said a couple of things there that I've never heard of before. So I think this is important for our audience to learn. So that is a unique situation, what we're seeing in Philadelphia. And I'm sure that makes all the videos that goes viral, of course, right? The zombies looking in Philadelphia. You said something else, that it's not really about the overdoses, it's about the poisoning. So if you've got a family watching this right now and they've got young children, like what do they need to be paying attention to in terms of fentanyl poisoning?
Well, fentanyl poisoning, I'll just talk about it from a test basis, if that's okay.
Sure.
We designed our tests for law enforcement, so they could test something, on the side of the road. They can test, any substances when they pull somebody over, right there on the spot without throwing that substance in water. So we wanted to design a test that was non-dilution based, that can test any surface or substance, including liquids, to make sure that that individual who's about to use a substance, or a police officer that's about to be contaminated with something like this, they don't have to throw that substance in water or dilute it or destroy it in any way, shape, or form. So what you're seeing first and foremost in the media, we're losing 22 children a week. And when I say children, we're talking about children under 14 years of age. Those children are not overdosing. Most of the time, it's the first time they're trying a pill, or potentially trying a different substance. Even smoking marijuana and vape liquid now isn't safe. So that's what we wanted to do first and foremost, is come up with a test to where if a parent finds a substance, or a law enforcement officer, or a drug user themselves wants to test something because they don't want to die, now they have that ability to do that without destroying that substance fully. We also have the over-the-counter test for individuals, parents, loved ones that want to test their children at home. If something is not right, symptoms wise, you can look at pinprick pupils, obviously, slurred words, trouble breathing, even if you're getting close to actually, being poisoned. But, this is something it's so prevalent in children now because, one, health teachers aren't teaching anything. They're teaching about 714 genders rather than staying away from substances that can hurt you and kill you. And, realistically, it's something that needs to be taught on that level, and parents need to actually be aware of it. And it's not happening right now. I mean, we've seen some school curriculum that they're not testing drugs anymore. Clayton, I'm in my 40s, and I'm sure you remember a story about Len Bias. That's what we were taught as a child, to stay, this person was on top of the world. They tried a substance and they didn't live. They need to bring that back, and they need to push that in schools. And parents need to bring that story up. And there's multiple stories now, unfortunately, that are just as bad. I mean, you have children dying every single day because of this. So It's something that awareness.
22 children a week who are 14 years and under is absolutely shocking and devastating. And, you know, we're in Colorado, and where they've got a, you know, big vaping problem. You hear about all these, you know, all these kids that are vaping. So what you're saying now is that this fentanyl is in pills, it's in vapes, it's all over the place, and these kids may be ingesting it and not even aware that they're ingesting it?
No, absolutely. Derek Maltz was on our last fentanyl roundtable, and he taught us a lot within his 90 minutes of being on there. And when he was still at the DEA, they were finding pill presses that would make 30,000 pills an hour. Okay. And per him, 7 out of 10 illegal pills, this is Adderall, this is Vicodin, this is oxycodone, Xanax, anything kids are thinking they're buying, 70% of them have enough fentanyl to kill that person, at least one person. Everything now is being laced with fentanyl. So it's absolutely insanely dangerous for anybody to even take a substance. I mean, I remember I'm in DC a lot, and I'm in Pittsburgh, so it's not that far of a drive. It's about 3 hours. And driving down there last time, I had the worst headache I ever had. So we stopped over and got some food, but we were in an area where there wasn't a drugstore. So I asked the Subway people. We went to Subway, and I specifically said, "Hey, do you guys have? There's a place I can get, Tylenol or something around here just for a headache." And of course, they offered me Tylenol. And knowing what I know, I said, "No, I'm not going to touch that, because that's what can happen. It is that simple that these pills and these substances that are on the street, 70+% of them are going to contain something." And I'm going to state something that is, I know people have seen graphics to where if you cover the date of a penny with fentanyl powder, pure fentanyl powder, that's 2 milligrams. That's enough to kill pretty much every single person that has a normal body mass index, BMI. But when you have polysubstances, when it's mixed with cocaine, heroin, whatever possible conjunction with fentanyl, literally 3 nanograms can take your life, which is basically 3 grains of fentanyl. So it's so dangerous, and it's so toxic to the system that that's why we created our tests.
So just to be clear, your tests, and I know you say your tests, if you go to the fentanyltest.com, if that's the correct URL, way cheaper than going to like a drugstore. And you've got 2 different tests. So one where you're actually testing the urine of the person to see if they've ingested it, and another test to see if like the Tylenol has fentanyl in it, correct? I just want to be clear on that.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. The harm reduction was designed specifically for harm reduction is the test strips that test surfaces and substances, but those were designed basically again for law enforcement, but they can be used in the harm reduction community. Every test out there right now, before ours, Clayton, required that drug user who just bought that substance to dump their substance in water. Now, I think common sense shows that people who just spend money on something or they're sick in withdrawal, they're not going to destroy their substance before they use it. So that's why we created something that they can actually test without altering that substance. And also for law enforcement, when they destroy the substance to test for what it is, they lose the ability to prosecute on the weight that they threw in that water. So we designed that in that realm. And then the probation officers and parole officers right now, they're still not testing for fentanyl. And that's because before our test, you had to send these off the labs, which are $350 to $700, to the taxpayers. And you can get ours now for under $10 if you're government, and you can now start testing your wards in prisons. I mean, prison deaths are up 800% due to fentanyl being, brought into the prison system. And one thing you did say, Clayton, did you know fentanyl is legal to carry in Colorado? Were you aware of that?
No.
It's the only state.
What?
You can carry multiple lethal doses on your person in Colorado. It's the only state in our great union that you actually can do that. So it's almost like Canada. Canada also, it's legal to carry. So, but yeah, you can carry, I believe it's up to 2 milligrams of fentanyl. And that is enough if it's mixed with other substances that can kill up to 10 people.
It's devastating. I mean, how is this getting to our children? Can you just real quickly kind of walk me through how it's coming across the border through these cartels? And then I also know that there's really a demand for it as well, right? So we've got to stop the demand for it as well as cut off the flow of it.
Yeah, I mean, once you touch fentanyl, if you have a highly addictive personality, which it seems like most individuals do nowadays, you are going to be hooked on that. You're going to go back to that dealer and say, "Hey, can I get another one? Can I get another one of this?" Or more of whatever substance you're doing. But as far as the way things are coming across right now, first and foremost, there are no more creative people than cartel drug dealers and addicts that actually want to get the substance in their body. So they will find a way. But traditionally, this has been coming over either the chemicals to make it in Mexico to bring across the border, or they bring the chemicals and press the pills here. But the cartel doesn't care about killing people. I know that's a question a lot of people have: is why would a dealer want to kill their customer? You want them to come back to you. Cartels don't care, and China wants to supersede everything we're doing here in the U.S. They want our farmland. They want pretty much everything that we have. So it's legitimately a war upon us. But you'll see that's the reason why they're disguising this as Skittles and Smarties and candy to come across the border, because they don't care if it gets to kids. I was so concerned last Halloween because I think a lot of people, especially in the cartels in China, really knew that Trump was going to win. So they ramped up their production to get that across the border until he could start doing something until January 20th. So it's unbelievable, Clayton, and this is probably going to scare people, but I think people really need to be scared. There is enough fentanyl here, and this comes from Derek Maltz. It comes from multiple DEA agents and border security. There's enough fentanyl to kill each and every one of us Americans 20 times over here right now.
I mean, I hope this is a wake-up call for people. Maybe it's not as sexy as saying that Iran is about to bomb us, which they're not. But it's a clear and present danger. It's here in the United States. It's already here, and it's killing tens of thousands of Americans already. Like, how much more of a wake-up call do we need? So I hope that this is a wake-up call. And parents out there who want to take advantage of getting these tests so they have them in their home, or people who have struggled with addiction who, are trying to get off of that and want to make sure that they're not also poisoning themselves as they're trying to remove themselves from this painful life. Go over to the fentanyltest.com. Like I said, we're not affiliated in any way. I just want to promote it as much as I can so people can take advantage of this and try to stop this. JC, we appreciate what you've been doing, and thank you for educating us all about this. I learned a lot today. I'm sure our audience did as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Clayton. I really appreciate it.
Look, I think first, if you look at EVs in general, right, the pendulum swung too far over the last couple of years. So these manufacturers went, had all these crazy proclamations, right? We're going to do X amount of EVs, or whatever, X percentage of our production will be EVs in sales. And the problem was that EV demand simply was way behind.
Yep.
So like Ford was the prime example, where they were kind of producing all these vehicles and people didn't want them. Right now, demand has been growing very consistently and linearly. Like, it hasn't gone exponential. Like, demand is still growing if you look at simply, how many EVs are being sold. But relative to the supply that was produced and what was out there, it didn't make any sense. So what happened? Well, all these crazy incentives started happening, and all the legacy automakers started to sell all their EVs. But again, they didn't sell it because there was the demand out there was, oh, wow, this is such a great car. I want it. They sold it because, wow, the price is so incredible. This is all I can get. Or maybe this is simply the cheapest monthly payment in the market. I think we forget like how, consumers are practical, right? Like, I have a budget and I need to fit into my budget. And if an EV is going to get me within my budget, I will consider an EV. I don't care. Like, the average American doesn't care if it's an EV or a gas or it runs on freaking water. Right? They need to be able to afford something. So I think that's kind of what happened in the big picture over the last couple of years. Now, look, there's no doubt about it that Tesla has some of the most incredible technology. I don't think that the actual interior is anything, extravagant. It's actually pretty basic and in many cases subpar, but the tech is incredible. The driving is amazing. I love driving Teslas, and I know that many dealers that I personally know drive Teslas themselves. Many do it just because they want to see what it's like. Others just do it because they genuinely enjoy it. And so I think that the EV market has been very volatile. It's the swings have been very just very rough up and down. I can't say like I'm too concerned long term. I still think that it's going to continue rising very slowly. I think dealers that put focus on it and make the investments to serve more EV customers will do well. Obviously, it's market dependent. You know, if you're in the Midwest, it might be 10 years behind because they simply don't drive as many EVs out there. But in general, I think it's still a smart investment. Tesla's stock price is just, it's so hard to know, right? Because like, what is even driving that? Is it like the Elon political, like, like overhang? I mean, there's so many factors going into that price, the price of that stock. And so it's really hard to tell what's next for it. But I would sort of kind of, quiet out the noise. And I still think that EVs are going to continue rising, albeit a lot slower than anyone has predicted and expected, because that's just how, consumer adoption takes time.
All right, I'm sharing my super secret hummingbird recipe, and I hope my neighbors don't see because I stole all their hummingbirds. So what I do, this is the easy cheating way.
All right, Rob, what are we looking at with this?
This is the world's greatest hummingbird feeder. They're made out of polycarbonate. What that means is they don't break. They come with a lifetime guarantee. They'll never break, not even the handle, or will replace any part. A traditional hummingbird feeder has a bottle on top because they're gravity fed. Ours don't. Ours, if you like, you can go like this. You can take and put sugar in here, fill it all up. 1 cup boiling hot water on top of it, pour it on top, and shake it, dissolves the feeder. Quick, easy way to make nectar. Or make it in advance, pour it in here, but don't fill it above that line. Put the cover on it, put the hook on it. Before you hang it outside, put clean water in there. That is an ant moat. Hummingbirds don't like ants. Ants go down, they drown, but they go right back up. Because you filled it to that level right there, the space is left over from there to there is almost an inch of air. Hummingbirds feed with tongue, not with their beak. Their tongue is twice as long as their beak, so when they feed, the beak goes in there, but the tongue will squeegee along the bottom, get every drop of liquid out. What that means is only a hummingbird can feed from our feeder. No bees can reach that liquid, no wasps, no hornets, no yellow jackets, no squirrels, no bigger birds.
All of you that don't have a clue what's going on, I'm going to explain something to you. And I hope and pray that you listen. 2017, Trump's inauguration speech is where it all starts. He came out and said, "Today we are not transferring power from one administration to the next, or from one party to the next, but we are transferring power from Washington, D.C., and giving it back to you, a lot of people." What he did that day, a lot of people don't understand. He eliminated the entire Act of 1871 right there. He had military intelligence on one side of him. They monitor everything, they record everything, emails, text messages, phone calls, etc. He had military tribunal judges on the other side. And he told you for too long A small group of people have reaped the rewards of government while the people have bore the cost. And he said that stops here. That stops now. That stops today. Right after that, he did an executive order, 13818 13903. The 13903 was arrest all involved in human trafficking worldwide, seize any and all property of anybody involved in human trafficking worldwide. That took out all your royal families, all of your government officials right fucking there. It took out presidents through other countries, ex-presidents, actors, rappers, country singers, etc. Okay. Then, Executive Order 13818 was put in place to protect we, the people. Inside of that, it tells you property blocked for human rights abuse and corruption. The corruption part's easy. All your federal, state, city, county, local laws, all your state statutes, all of your fucking gun laws, including background checks for guns that don't exist. And they haven't since 2017. The human rights abuse part is this. Go to look up Universal Human Rights Declaration Act, Articles 1 through 30, and it tells you right there, you were born free to live free. You were never supposed to be charged anything to live freely. In other words, you're not supposed to pay your rent, your mortgage, your loans, your credit cards. You're not supposed to pay for any damn thing. That is backed up by Abraham Lincoln's executive order, the promissory note. A lot of you guys don't understand that. Okay. In 2020, COVID happened. Okay, COVID, it doesn't exist. It was the vaccine that people ran to the hospital to get. Okay, that vaccine was a bioweapon. It was made to kill people. You'll find that out. However, Trump's warp speed stopped them from actually putting a lot of black and poison in that shit. You'll find that out. Moving on. A lot of people don't understand. On November 2nd, 2020, Trump signed the Proclamation Act of 1776, bringing us back to constitutional law only. He already gave us the power back, made us a sovereign country. Okay, now, moving on. July 4th, 2020, he did a second Declaration of Independence nobody knew about. You'll find that out. Moving on. December 9th, a lot of people don't know this. He signed the Insurrection Act because the government was trying to steal the country back from we the people by stealth. We thought there was supposed to be an election. No, nobody caught on to what he said in 2017. Once he gave power back to we the people, there is no fucking election. There was no more government right there. Gone. The Act of 1871. Bankrupt, dissolved, gone. Bye. Get over it, okay? Because now you're seeing a bunch of federal, state, cops, all kinds of people that are in power and control over we the people being arrested on federal indictments. It's going to get worse. They came out and said that all law enforcement officials will be arrested for operating illegally in the United States Republic. All attorneys will be arrested also because they are a British accreditation registry. It is a foreign organization operating illegally in the United States. Now, everybody thought Trump left in 2021. Okay, no. You need to go look up Executive Order 13961. It was never a transfer of power. It was a continuation of government handing full authority and power over to the United States military through the Insurrection Act on January 9th of 2021. On January 11th of 2021, Trump signed an Emergency Declaration Act for D.C., resulting from the problems with the 59th presidential inauguration. They faked an inauguration so that it would never cause a civil unrest. He stepped to the side and shined the spotlight on your real criminals, which was your government. Now, it makes their job a lot easier because people understand that the government was so fucking corrupt, they were so fucking sick, ripping people's faces off, all for a thing called adrenochrome, human trafficking children through fucking federal court systems. Yeah, your judges are fucked. Every single attorney has been enforcing illegal unconstitutional laws since 2017. However, we've been common law since January 17, 1963. Problem is the government never wanted to uphold that law because they knew if they did, they would lose power and control over we the people, and they would not ever have any control over us. We don't need a government to babysit us. We can govern ourselves. We don't need to be enslaved by landlords, corporation, company, organization owners that are enforcing federal, state, city, county, local laws, policies, company policies. Okay, all that shit is gone. Eviction notice is gone. Okay, March 4th is gonna be anything but normal. That's all I can tell you. Okay, I'm not at liberty to tell you what's fixing to happen, but there's a reason they're giving you guys the $5,000. My suggestion to you is this: do not spend it on any bills. You need to buy food, water, supplies for at least 3 weeks. You better take me at my word. I'm dead serious. Your government is being dismantled little by little right now. And they have been for a long time, actually. It's called the devolution plan. 90% of your government is gone, but you still have corrupt attorneys out here. You still have landlords. You still have company, corporation, and organization owners that are still enforcing laws that don't exist. And those people are the ones who violated that Presidential Executive Order 13818, which, by the way, it has been extended 4 times. Inside of it, it tells you property blocked for personal and private gain. If you think you've seen anything yet, trust me, you haven't seen nothing yet. When Trump said worldwide military leaders in that room with him, and this is the calm before the storm, you better understand what he said. A lot of people don't know that there is a secret weapon that they have. It's not a regular weapon like what you think. It is an actual court case done by United States Supreme Court, the highest court in the land. You don't get any higher than that. And when Trump said that we are the law and order, and that everything will go by the law of the land, that is exactly what he meant. Take my word for it, folks. Don't spend that shit on your bills.
Adolf Hitler didn't kill himself in a bunker in Berlin as the Red Army closed in. I think that's, we all know that was a fabricated story, or if you watch the show, you probably understand that. Hitler actually fled Germany weeks before that using a group of underground tunnels that led to an airstrip. And that airstrip was flown. He was flown from Berlin out. It took submarines, or multiple submarines that were used, U-boats that were then sent to Argentina. In other words, Hitler lived for nearly 2 decades more in Argentina, along with vast numbers of the Third Reich. Well, now Argentinian President Javier Milei has just ordered the release of all remaining documents on all of those Nazis who fled Germany and moved to Argentina after World War II. Basically, it was almost like a second base of operations in Argentina. If you're not familiar with that, like basically the Third Reich operated out of Argentina and Germany. And many of them, including Adolf Hitler, lived in Argentina well after 1945. Most people know that Hitler lived out his days in Bariloche, Argentina, until he died there in the mid-1960s. Yes, you can read the CIA documents about this. The FBI documents also about sightings of Hitler in this area. They knew about it. Of course they knew about it. It was largely facilitated, I think it's safe to say, by the United States and its allies. Operation Paperclip, anybody? Quid pro quo?
Also, if you look into this, the skull that is held in Russia that was supposedly the remains of Adolf Hitler with a bullet wound in it is female.
Yeah.
So when you look for proof that Hitler did in fact kill himself in the bunker, you are going to find a lot of dead ends.
Yeah, and all you need to read, you can read a great book on this called The Gray Wolf. It's a great book. There's many books written about this now. But yeah, the skull, the fragments, they ran the DNA tests on it, and the Soviets allowed them to do this testing. And even Stalin openly talked about that Hitler lived. That he was not there. So Stalin even knew about it. It's widely known in Argentina, by the way, well known, that Hitler sired 2 children while he lived in Argentina.
So if misgendering someone is an act of violence, then what do we call DMing someone that you hope they off themselves because you disagree with their political opinions, or swatting people because you disagree with their political opinions, or calling for the assassination of the president because you disagree with his political opinions? Oh, you got me messed up. Let me just get this straight. You went around and paraded around destruction and rioting and looting and criminal activity in the name of a lying organization called BLM. And you called it peaceful protesting. But now you want me to come to your defense and call it violence when somebody looks at your gangly barnyard ass and can't tell what mental illness they are looking at? God, like what happened to the days when it was actually a goal of trans people to pass in the gender they were trying to be? Now you get to just wake up on any given day and decide that if anybody doesn't play along with your schizophrenia, they are a racist, Zionist, transphobic. If you were actually reasonable once in a while, we wouldn't mind being on your side, but you have cried wolf so much that we just don't care.
We're doing some shit wrong with our Navy. We could be way more intimidating with this shit. When they talk about a ship and its class, they're like, oh, the Los Angeles class. Nobody knows what the fuck that is. They don't know to be scared of it. There needs to be like a Marlboro Red class, like a Hulk Hogan. America that shit up, dude. We're in an age of technology where there is just no need to paint them the same color as the sky or the ocean so that you can't see them as good. Ain't none of that shit flying under the radar anyway. Go ahead and put a big number 3 on the side. Get sponsors. Have like a big peanut M&M ship. Home Depot. Make it look like an old Winston Cup race. That'll show them fucking Russian. Holy shit, there come number 3 boat. The number 3 boat is an Earnhardt class destroyer, sponsored by GM Goodwrench, and it is fucking intimidating. It's equipped with 4 fucker-upper 8000s, and they launch surface-to-ass missiles. Fly right up in your shit. The DuPont boat's just like a little dinghy with one asshole just paddling. Hey guys, come back. I'm ready for this.
Well, the wait is over. Israel's stranglehold on American politicians is finally being exposed. And of course, who would be exposing it? None other than Candace Owens.
So we discussed yesterday how we all kind of know who JFK, but we keep doing this weird song and dance in America, like no, it's awkward. We don't want to like say, well, like things are adding up, and we've always known, like we weren't really waiting for the release of these files to vindicate us. It's very clear. Why else would you lock something down for this long? Very clear who was involved. And the weirdest song and dance and all that we're all doing at the moment is pretending that RFK Jr.'s unflinching loyalty and quite frankly, his fear of saying anything negative about Israel is not bizarre.
This administration is fully compromised. I noticed as soon as he appointed Marco Rubio, I was like, what is going on here? That makes no sense. And then he went and criticized Thomas Massie and called for him to be primaried. That was a huge red flag. Then you have Kennedy coming out and saying that October 7th was a Holocaust. This crazy deporting students, legal immigrants, because they're critical of Israel, because they're writing op-eds against the genocide? Like, no, this is crazy. This is an Israel first platform. This is not what we voted for. We were against war. Now suddenly we're fighting Israel's wars. We were supposed to end foreign aid, and instead we've canceled all foreign aid and given Israel more foreign aid than ever before. And for what reason? Because they're our greatest ally? What have they ever done for us? What has Israel ever done for the United States of America except trick us into going to war in Iraq for weapons of mass destruction that weren't there.
There is no question whatsoever that Saddam is seeking and is working and is advancing toward the development of nuclear weapons. No question whatsoever.
There were no weapons of mass destruction. They said there are weapons of mass destruction. I was against the war.
Believe that a clear connection between Saddam and September 11th must be established before we have a right to prevent the next September 11th. Well, I think not.
The Iraqis did not knock down. It was not Saddam Hussein that knocked down the World Trade Center. Okay, and nobody really knows why we went into Iraq.
The more victories you amass, the easier the next victory becomes. The first victory in Afghanistan makes the second victory in Iraq that much easier. The second victory in Iraq will make the third victory that much easier.
Going into Iraq may have been the worst decision anybody has made, any president has made in the history of this country. That's how bad it is, okay?
If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region.
We have spent $2 trillion in Iraq and fighting Iraq. $2 trillion. $2 trillion. Thousands of lives. We got nothing.
My whole life, I have watched Netanyahu manipulate the American people and our politics.
Democracies don't go to war easily, and they usually debate and argue before they do. Sometimes they have to be bombed into going to war. Here's the diagram. This is a bomb.
I want to show you one thing. It's a new memorandum that's coming out today on combat arms standards. You see, for far too long, we allowed standards to slip, and different standards for men and women in combat arms, MOSs, and jobs. That's not acceptable. We need to have the same standard, male or female, in our combat roles to ensure our men and women who are under our leaders or in those formations have the best possible leaders and the highest possible standards that are not based at all on your sex, if you're a man. So we're signing this, I'm signing this memorandum today. The services will review, and soon we will have nothing but the highest and equal standards for men and women in combat.
This got to be the most horrendous display of defense I have ever seen in my entirety of living. I could understand not blocking a kick after the first or second, maybe the third, but we ain't even 10 seconds into the match She done already took more kicks than she got toes. Listen to me, it's not like she not telegraphing. But the way she kicking your ass, it look like she calling spots in the ring. Look, fake low, I'ma kick you high. Whack, flag him, look. Boom, bop. Come here, the way she putting these feet on this lady, I just know she love the way she play defense. Come here, let me kick you in the face again. You like playing defense with your face, don't you? I'm talking, it look like she probably giving her a pedicure with them teeth the way she tasting them feet. Wow. Look at this, dodge the kick, what? Dodge the kick, what? Yeah. Bro, she is kangaroo Pam. Damn, she is kangaroo pouncing around. Look, feet, just feet, all feet, just feet. You wouldn't even been able to bribe me to stay around for the arm raise. I don't know why she ain't gone.
I just want to understand something clearly. Donald Trump was found liable for sexual abuse in a civil court. He's been accused by many women. You don't believe any of that?
I think the most serious thing I've heard about him has been the E. Jean Carroll allegation that he sexually assaulted her in a Bergdorf dressing room. And I don't believe one word of that.
There's
Not
many,
one word.
there are other women who have said.
I know, I've interviewed some of them. But look, the things I heard were included things like he got handsy on an airplane. Now, I don't know whether that happened or it didn't, but do I find that a deal breaker for a possible politician? Not really. At least I reported on their stories and did them the courtesy of bringing them to air in front of millions of people and let the audience make up its mind. My problem is more with these Democrats who will bury these allegations against their candidates or their candidate spouses and then play holier than thou when they're looking at Donald Trump.
Do you see yourself as a journalist still? Or would you not describe yourself like
I'm
that?
still a journalist. I mean, I break news all the time. And when I sit with Trump or anybody else in the administration, I ask tough questions. I mean, as recently as September of 23, I interviewed Trump and he got so mad at me. He didn't talk to me for 6 or 7 months. So it's not, look, it's a tough job to do. You have to be able to hit the people you admire. And I do. You know, I've hit them all. Right before the election, I ripped on Trump's Madison Square Garden rally as too brotastic and got specific about why. You have to understand, like, if you haven't sold your soul, you have to be willing to criticize the people, even you, that you admire on your, quote, side. And my owning my bias by going out there on stage with Donald Trump and saying, I'm voting for him and you should too, is a bonus when it comes to my credibility. Now, everybody has zero doubt about where I stand, and they can filter everything I say through the appropriate lens. What typically happens in journalism is they say they have no bias, and then they just work it out in the printed word or on their shows without owning it. But the audience knows it, and it creates a distrust and a divide. When it comes to Trump and me, no, my own personal opinion is most of the allegations against him are much more complicated than the mainstream media would have you believe. And I don't think Donald Trump is a rapist or a sexual assaulter. I do think he's taken inappropriate liberties with women and gotten handsy with them in a way he's owned himself. Okay, years ago when he was a celebrity, and it is what it is. That's the past. But it's just about so much more than that. We are talking about how many people dying at the southern border because of the invasion that we've suffered under Joe Biden. We're talking about Laken Riley, whose killer was let in under Biden. We put him on a taxpayer flight down to Georgia where he murdered her. I don't give a shit about Trump getting handsy with somebody 20 years ago. I want someone who will close the border, which he has. I want someone who will keep boys out of my daughter's sports, which he has. I want someone who will stand up to the insane DEI policies so that white kids will stop hearing in school that they're born with some original sin from which they cannot recover, which he has.
How many container ships come to the U.S. every day, roughly?
Probably 200 to 300 across all sizes.
That's every single day, right?
That's every single day.
And of those, how many of them are tied into lodging?
100%, except for the U.S. flag vessels, which aren't very many. We have 179 vessels under the U.S. flag. Pretty much every other ship should reasonably be assumed with a high degree of confidence that they're tied into lodging.
Okay, so this is what's called burying the lead, Ross. We're talking about shipbuilding and when we should really be talking about logic, right? Because I mean, this is incredible on both sides of the equation. One, it's incredible that China has access to this much data, and that system that it is set up is not. It's not simply, I like Microsoft or as my operating system, or, I'm a Windows guy versus an Apple Mac person. This is literally, they have backed up logic by owning so much of the industry that produces not just the goods that are being shipped, not just the containers that they're shipped in, but the very ships that they move on. So they're in a position to dictate to all of these people that you use their operating system, which is piped straight into the People's Liberation Army of China, which is the enforcement arm of the military arm of the CCP.
That's right. And into the Ministry of State Security.
Mark Leto, welcome to the show, my brother. How you doing?
Thank
you. We were talking off air just to catch the audience up, but I'm such a huge fan of what you're putting out into the world. It's so original and it's so direly needed, giving a voice to the voiceless as you are. So I just want to celebrate you and everything you're putting out. It's so special.
Oh, thanks. I get that kind of reaction from a lot of people, which is, you can make sense of that, but also I'm surprised by it all the time. Because when I started this thing, I literally thought, I've told this story before, like I thought I'd have maybe 15, 20 people watching because it's so dark and so sad. And so it was a reaction to, I come from advertising. That's what I did my whole life. And advertising became very slick and very fake and everything's retouched and perfected and everything is just magnificent. Just everything's perfect. And I was really good at that, but it just gets under your skin after a while. And I wanted to do something that was a reaction to that. And Hollywood is also very much like that. And I just wanted to do something that was raw and real and ugly as real life can be sometimes.
It's amazing. How would you describe Soft White Underbelly for somebody who's never experienced it?
It's just people being very vulnerable, telling their life stories. And sometimes it's drug addiction stories, sometimes it's mental health issues, sometimes it's gangs, sometimes it's sex workers, sometimes it's I also enjoy some of the talks that are just regular people like you and me. But even people like you and me, if we're a good storyteller, we'll have an interesting story to tell.
Yeah. I mean, everybody has a story, but the stories that you're able to unearth are, only like fiction comes close to the kinds of stories that
I recognized early in my life, long before I was ever doing anything close to this, that there's something about my personality that makes people open up and relax. I don't know what I do. Like, I'm not thinking of like, what can I do I just recognize that. Like, I remember I was doing I forget what I was doing, but there was this biker dude that was around. He just like took a liking to me and started telling me like all this crazy shit that was going on in his life. And I'm like, why the fuck is he telling me this? And I've experienced that many, many times in my life. And I don't know what the hell it is about me, but I'm not judgmental. Like if you're like, I've interviewed a lot of sex offenders, child molesters. I'm not going to sit here and say, man, you're a fucking creep. You're like, what the fuck? What's the matter? I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to sit back, listen and learn and try to see things from his perspective. Like in the comments, sometimes like when I'm interviewing a sex offender, I'll read comments like, how did, like he raped her, his daughter or whatever, young daughter. And the commenters are all upset because I'm not reprimanding this guy for being or whatever he is, predator. I'm just like trying to get him to open up. So I'm going to like say things that he might be the way he sees it. Because all I'm trying to do is get information so that maybe we can use it towards trying to figure out how to prevent this in the future. But if I just came out and said like, dude, you're a creep. What's the matter with you? We're not going to learn anything. He's not going to open up. We're not going to learn anything. And we're just going to be like, all right, there you go.
Be hard to find new interviewees too.
Yeah. But the same thing with the Ku Klux Klan or a pimp or whatever. I try to, what's the word? I try to just make it appear like I'm on their side. I'm not on anybody's side. I'm like, I think for myself, and I'm not on anyone's side. But with a person like that, you're not going to get any information unless you really get them to relax and open up.
Do the stories, because it's hard to tell because you're not on camera when you're asking questions or reacting to like what you're hearing from these interviewees, but to what degree do their stories like get under your skin? Because
I mean, I used to think that they don't, and I've done over 9,000 now. There'll probably be 10,000 this year sometime, later this year. So I've certainly done more than my share, and I used to think, like, because I'm operating 2 cameras, I'm by myself, I'm just a one-man band. So I'm operating microphones, cameras, thinking about the next interviewee, thinking about this, that. My phone is going off, I'm getting text messages. Like there's 14 things are going on all at the same time. And I'm trying to ask you a question about whether you had kids. And you just told me you had kids 7 minutes ago. And I'm like, well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear everything. I didn't absorb everything. So I used to think that I would go through these talks and not really absorb it, because I'm trying to do so many that I'll get one. I post every day of the year, and by doing so many, I'll get one that's worth using. So you're basically curating all these stories, and these are not professional storytellers. These are just people. I mean, now I'm doing a wider variety of people and not so many homeless people. But whatever the case, you're not guaranteed of getting a great storyteller or great speaker. So I have to do a lot of them in order to get those really good ones, the gems. But I would do all these talks and think that I'm pretty resilient and they won't really get to me. But after doing it it's been 6 years of doing it every single day now, I think my body has just started. There's a book, I forget the author's name, but The Body Keeps the Score. Yeah. And Gabor Mate also says the similar thing, that your body will pay a price for all of that trauma. And I'm not living it. I didn't get molested by anybody. I didn't get beaten by anybody. So, but I am hearing these stories, and so in small doses, I'm getting a lot of that. Part of it is I'm really good at moving forward, and I don't really dwell on the past too much. So you tell me a story, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I get it, delete and move on to the next one. So I'm not really soaking them in too much. But a really good storyteller will really get me worked up. I get emotional sometimes.
Have any of them ever felt like too much to bear? I mean, I could tell you off the top of my head. I mean, there's a few that, like, your channel is one of my favorites on YouTube, and
thank you.
There was one that I was watching. Was it Ashley? Who, I mean, she had been blinded in one eye.
That was one of the ones that really got to me.
Insane.
Here's this beautiful girl, obviously got involved in drugs, and she's on Skid Row. And what is the term that dabbing? Is that what it's called?
I think so, yeah.
Dabbing, where the addict will take like a hot pipe, I think it is, and touch it to something to get the smoke out of it, and they'll inhale that smoke. So apparently she was passed out from her fentanyl or whatever she was doing. So she's passed out, and they open up her eyelid and they dabbed her eyeball. So take a a red hot pipe and touch it to the eyeball, and they blinded her in one eye. Like, somebody did that to somebody I know, they wouldn't be alive. I don't know how I'd handle that. Just a crazy story. And it's like, and she was just kind of, you could tell that she was just numbing herself of that.
Totally.
Just getting high, and like, I don't want to think about it. She hasn't seen a doctor. Just really a terribly sad story. So some of these stories do horrify me. But, I really believe that I'm doing something that might be helping our society somehow.
What was that transition like for you, going from
advertising?
Yeah, advertising.
It was advertising kind of changed over the decades I did it, and it turned into something where the client was dictating pretty much all the creative decisions and how things were shot, and Norm from Iowa is telling us how to do our jobs, and it just became no fun anymore. The money was okay, but it just wasn't fun. So that lack of freedom really kind of built, and you were just a plumber installing a sink that the housewife bought. That's all I was by the end. So I quit that in about 2018. And I just kind of drifted around, didn't know what I was doing. Had just gotten a divorce. My mom had just passed away. Like a lot of things were just upside down in my life. Gave up my career and all that. And I said, and I was selling a house, and the house sale was going to be my retirement plan. So I wasn't going to have to do anything except just live off the proceeds from that house. What am I going to do I was building a spec house, so that was going to take a few years. So what am I going to do for those few years? And I figured I remember I had a studio on Skid Row many years ago when I was doing advertising, and I enjoyed shooting that stuff. And that's when I started doing the interviews, but I stopped it after a few years. And I I got another studio downtown, and I started doing those again. And I just really enjoyed it. I just got in a groove, and I just kept doing it every day. And the channel took off, and within a year, I think I had 1 million subscribers. Just took off.
What is it about you, do you think, that attracted you to?
And so to answer your question, the freedom that I have now, I can interview whatever the fuck I want every single day of the year. If I want to interview a pimp, I interview a pimp. There might be some commenter saying I'm tired of these pimp interviews, or the sex workers, or the drug addicts, or whatever. I see those comments, but I'm not doing it for the audience. I'm doing it for myself and what I believe is the right thing for us to be aware of as a society. And if some commenter somewhere doesn't like a sex worker, like, fuck him.
Yeah,
he's not smart enough to know what's really going on in this country. When I post a video of a 13-year-old prostitute, I do it for one reason: to show us how fucked up we've gotten. That there's 13-year-old runaways selling their ass on the street. That's right. That's cool. We're all good with that. We're all just going to sit back and like watch a video and just like, okay, see you tomorrow. Apparently, I don't know.
No, definitely.
I just think making us all aware of this is going to be a great first step in terms of solving the problem. Because I can guarantee you, before I started doing these videos, nobody knew there were so many. There are thousands of 13, 14, 15-year-old girls out there selling their ass right now. Run away from home, not living with their parents. Same thing with the drug addicts and the dealers and the gangs and the pimps and the prostitutes. All that stuff, like no one really understood the how much of it was going on and what it really looked like. And now we get to learn by what's causing it and all kinds of stuff from my videos.
You learn a lot about trauma from watching your interviews. I mean, just how the depth of the wounds that these people often have.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, more often than not, like they there are so many interviews that you've done that start out like with the subject. I had a great childhood.
Yeah,
and then,
that happens a lot.
Yeah,
I had a great childhood, and then they start going into it, and like, yeah, my stepdad molested me when I was 8, and like, what part was great? Yeah, it's crazy.
It's like a cautionary tale, like for how to.
Yeah, it's a Scared Straight program.
Yeah,
for parents, for kids playing around with drugs and weed or whatever. It's like you talk to every single drug addict, they all start like I started smoking weed when I was 10, and then it all unfolds after that.
It also makes you realize how difficult the homelessness problem is, like, because a lot of your subjects, at least initially, were down like on Skid Row, which for those who don't know, it's like a city in LA.
It's like a city.
It's like the size of a city.
Yeah, it's a city adjacent to downtown LA, which is basically a home for homeless drug addicts.
I don't know what interview it was with you, but you were saying something like, when you have a wound that size, whether it's you were molested by your parents or whatever, there's like a deep-seated sense that you don't deserve any better.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's really kind of the little nugget that really got me wanting to learn. I'm doing this to learn, and I'm sharing what I'm learning. But I was really curious about what is it about, like we all have, you, me, everybody has a tendency to self-destruct or self-sabotage, whether it's our relationships, our careers, our health, or whatever. And I'm just fascinated, like, why would we do that? I mean, alcohol is the best example. Why would you fuck your life up and your career, lose your family, lose your house, lose your car, lose your everything, just to drink it away? And your health is going to fall apart and everything. It's like, why would, or gambling is a fascinating addiction. But what is it that drives us to do that? And where does it come from? And sometimes I'm not, even after 9,000 interviews, I'm still not 100% clear. It's probably a mix of a little bit of genetic this and some of the trauma of childhood and not being loved unconditionally as a kid. I'm sure that plays into it somehow. It's a complicated problem.
This episode is brought to you by Shopify, the platform that makes it ridiculously easy to start, run, and grow your own business. Whether you're building the next big health and wellness brand or finally launching that side hustle you've been sitting on, Shopify is your ultimate partner in making it happen. I mean, let's be honest, we all know somebody who's thinking about starting an online store forever, right? Consider this your sign to stop thinking and start doing. Shopify gives you everything you need to sell online, in person, on social media, wherever your customers are scrolling or shopping. It's what some of the biggest brands use, and it's built to grow with you. They make it way less intimidating too. You don't need to be a coder, a web designer, or someone who yells optimize every 3 seconds on a business podcast. Shopify handles all the hard stuff, payments, inventory, shipping, so that you can focus on what you do best, creating something meaningful. And right now you can get started for just $1 per month during their trial period. That's it. No excuses left. Sign up at shopify.com/genius, all lowercase. Again, that's shopify.com/genius to take your retail business or that dream you've been sitting on to the next level today. That's shopify.com/genius. Let's make something great together. Enjoy. This episode of the show is also sponsored by Fatty 15. Most of us never think twice about where we're getting certain fatty acids, but C15, a compound naturally found in full-fat dairy, is emerging as an interesting area of research. As more people move away from traditional dairy products like milk and cheese towards plant-based alternatives, some scientists are questioning whether we're unknowingly missing out on a molecule that may support cellular resilience. While your gut bacteria can produce small amounts, diet and gut health play a role in how much you can actually get. Well, Fatty 15 offers a way to supplement C15 in a pure, bioavailable form, and emerging evidence suggests it may help strengthen cellular membranes and support longevity pathways. It's worth exploring, especially if you're curious about the intersection of nutrition and aging. I even had Dr. Stephanie Van Watson on episode 433 of the show to break down the science, and it is a must listen. If you want to check it out for yourself, you can get 15% off of your 90-day subscription starter kit at fatty15.com/max with code MAX. Again, you can get 15% off of your 90-day subscription starter kit at fatty15.com/max using promo code MAX. Enjoy. What is it? What has Soft White Underbelly taught you about resilience? Because despite the trauma, despite the ongoing suffering,
there are people who have been through all of that and still climb out of it and do great things. You know, it does happen, and I've done a few of those stories lately. I don't, you know, it's just like you either, like if you have a terrible parent or a terrible home life as a kid, you either fold and try to bury the pain of all that trauma, or you rise to overcome it. And both those stories are fascinating to me.
Yeah, I've joked in the past that, like, you know, the trauma that I feel like I experienced with my mom, as sick as she was, particularly in the last couple of months of her life when she died due to pancreatic cancer. And that was like to see the person you love most in the world go through that. I mean, it's traumatic. It wasn't trauma happening to me necessarily, but I have joked, like in the aftermath of that, in the years since, that like I'm kind of shocked that I didn't come out on the other side of that with an alcohol problem or,
right.
You know, so it's just the degree to which people are resilient.
Well, for me, like my personal experience of something like that, like, you know, I've had a pretty problem-free life and childhood, but when I got the divorce and I gave up my career as an advertising photographer and I had to sell the house that I really didn't want to sell, and just my mom died, and all these things fell apart in my life. And I was 58, 59 years old, and I recognized this is how men start falling apart, and you start drinking, and that's when things, you've seen guys like that. And I recognized right then and there, the door is open for that right now, right here. And I just instantly said, fuck that, I'm going to do the exact opposite. And I just got myself in the best shape I've ever been in at 58, 59.
Wow.
Yeah. So is that resilience? I don't know what it is, but I had a good childhood, so that gives you the grounding to, like, I can handle whatever comes at me.
Yeah.
At least it did for me.
Yeah, I had a great childhood as well.
People hate us for it.
Yeah.
You don't get much sympathy when you tell people that.
No, we're very lucky. I mean,
very,
yeah,
super lucky. No, I credit that childhood I had for everything that's good in my life.
Hmm.
And really, what I want to do with these videos is show people the value in that, how important that is, because these stories are what's going to happen to your kids if you're not a good parent, if you're not in your kids' lives, if you're not setting a good example, if you're not a good role model.
What does it tell you about what it means to be a good parent? You're a parent.
Yeah, I have 2 daughters in their 20s, early 20s. I don't know if there's any lesson that I really learned. It's just like, you want to be a good person. You want to be a person that your kids will look up to and say, man, I turned into my dad. I got a little bit of my mom too. The artistic part of me is from my mom. But in terms of the hardworking, focusing, just shut up and get it done thing, that came entirely from my dad. So your dad could tell you, do this and don't do that, and do this and don't do that. That's not how it works. What happens is the kid sees what his parents do, what her parents do, and that's what you turn into.
Hmm.
They set an example.
Yeah.
Bishop Don Magic Wand, who's a pimp, who has I forget, I'm sure the number's wrong, but I think he told me in the first interview I did with him, I think he has 19 kids. And he goes, I'm a good parent. I'm always telling my kids what to do. And I'm just like, no, dude, you got to be there in your kids' lives to show them how to do things.
I mean, the idea of good parenting is something that, I feel like as long as you show your kids love, but conversely, I mean, it's like, I can't imagine what it takes for somebody to become such a monster. Like, some of the stories that I've come across on your channel, it's like, it makes you really believe that evil exists in the world when you hear some of these stories about it.
It's hard to believe in God.
Yeah.
Hard to believe in God when you've heard so many stories of little innocent kids, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, getting taken advantage of. It's like, I get emotional just thinking about it. But what was God doing? God's busy. If he's so powerful and all that, what's he doing? It makes it hard to believe in anything.
Do you ever get emotional while you're recording the interviews?
Yeah, it's happened a couple of times recently. Didn't happen so much when I was on Skid Row doing 7, 8, 9 of these a day. I'm just speeding through them, not paying attention to how many kids they have and things like that. But now I'm doing fewer and I'm being more selective about who most of the interviews I do now, I end up using. Whereas before I was using 1 out of 4, 1 out of 5 that I did. Now it's almost everything I shoot gets used. So they're more powerful speakers, and I'm more present when I'm doing them. So I did an interview recently with a man who lost his son to suicide. I think his son was 21, up in Vancouver, and that story got to me. Because I have 2 daughters that age.
I can't imagine. I mean, just watching through the screen, it's hard for the stories not to get under your skin and affect you. I mean, I share them with my brothers all the time. I mean, me and my brothers, we watch your channel religiously, and
it's not disturbing.
No, I mean, it makes you appreciate what you've got, and it makes you appreciate that you've come out on the other side of childhood without any major scars.
That's what it's done for me. It's made me so great. I was grateful before I started this project, but now I see how lucky I was, and my daughters are lucky to not have had that kind of trauma in their lives. And I think a lot of the audience sees it that way. A lot of the audience, it makes them feel better to see these other people that are going through hell. It's also a scared straight program, and other people just can't handle it. They just say, I can't watch that stuff. It's too dark. It's not. As I said in the intro to my channel, it's like, this isn't for everybody. I knew that going into it. This channel is not for everybody.
Yeah. It also makes me feel really grateful, and it grounds me because I can be, which I'm grateful for, because I could be prone to nihilism myself. Like I recognize that I'm, I mean, I hate using the term privilege because I feel like it's been so weaponized, but like, I grew up in New York City. I grew up to parents who loved me, and they were affluent during my childhood. And, but nonetheless, so despite recognizing that, I see life as being full of suffering, no matter who you are.
Really?
Yeah. Just the fact that you have to watch your parents get older and get sick, and what I saw in my mom. And
she suffered. Was it only pancreatic cancer?
She had dementia for.
Yeah, I remember hearing that your mom had dementia.
Yeah,
in one of your videos.
Yeah, from a young age, from like 58, she had Lewy body dementia, which is very hard. It's thought of as being one of the more difficult dementias. Robin Williams had it.
How many years did it go on?
8 years.
8, yeah, it's long.
Yeah, and she was acutely aware. Sometimes like with Alzheimer's disease, sometimes I don't have as direct experience with Alzheimer's disease beyond just what I have read over the years about it. But, the person with Alzheimer's disease isn't always aware necessarily that they're suffering from dementia.
Especially when it's more advanced.
Yeah.
I remember my mom who died of that saying to us, "I think I'm losing my mind." Wow. And we were all in denial. I'm like, no, you're fine. It's like, it's just part of getting old or whatever. And it's like, you don't want to think that your mom is losing her mind. It's like the most horrifying thing.
Yeah.
Sure enough, that's what it was.
Yeah. My mom was acutely aware of her decline, like as it was unfolding in real time. And then Labor Day of 2018, she was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, which just began this 3-month clock to the end. And it was the most brutal thing I've ever, experienced. Like pancreatic cancer is just like, cancer robs you of your dignity. It ultimately robs you of your ability to eat, to drink, So, yeah, I mean, I see, and I'm also very empathetic, like you are. So when I'm driving around Los Angeles and I see people who are decrepit or homeless or mentally ill, there's a saying that I love: "There, but for the grace of God, go I." It's like I see these people and I'm like, well, a few things happened differently in my life. Maybe I won the genetic lottery.
That was the title I was considering for my channel, was Grace of God. Wow. But I'm not a religious person. I just felt that wasn't quite appropriate.
Yeah. Wow.
Too limiting.
Is there a particular interview or character that has stuck with you? I mean, you've done so many, but maybe stuck with you the most or changed the way you see the world in a more significant way?
I mean, Jerry, the gentleman that was in Skid Row, he got shot in the face with a shotgun. His level of forgiveness for the stranger who did that to him. If that doesn't change the way you see things, like nothing will. That was a really powerful story. That one probably hits me the hardest. He was such a sweet dude. Just nothing but kindness came out of him. It's amazing.
I recall.
I mean, he lost half his face, his vision. Yeah. He's just basically, he was crippled.
To be able to forgive the person who did that to you.
Well, I mean, honestly, forgiveness is like the number one thing that I think my channel hopefully will teach people, because understanding, like whoever does, they rob you or they steal your car or hubcaps or whatever the fuck they do. There's a reason they're doing that. And if you understood the whole story of why that person did what they did, you'd be able to forgive and forget and understand that, like, they're coming from a really tough situation and they just need some money really quick, and your car happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Those kind of that kind of understanding, when you hear these stories, as you do on my channel, you hear the whole story, and from birth until today, you get to find out basically their whole story. It helps you understand, and that understanding gives you forgiveness. And what it hopefully will do, and it's done with me, is when you meet somebody, it's a stranger, you don't know what their story is, but you can see they're behaving a certain way. And after hearing all of these stories, you'll know that there's something that went on with her that is making her behave that way. And I don't even need to know the details, but I can tell you it's probably something along the lines of this, or this, and you'll forgive and forget. And that forgiveness gives you peace. Gives you peace of mind. It just makes life better for you. And that's all I want. I want to put my head on my pillow at night and have peace of mind. So that understanding helps give me that.
It's hard to hold a grudge after you witness somebody who's had half his head blown off, and he's able to forgive.
Yeah, when he's able to forgive and forget, like what the fuck's the matter with me? I'm angry about some whatever, you know.
Are there any types of interviews that are like more difficult for you to conduct? Like, is it children? Is it?
I mean, somebody who's not a great communicator. You know, there are people who it's like pulling teeth just to get the information out. And what I really look for are people who are just great storytellers, who can weave a little bit of like humor or poignancy or just something into their story to make it. I just did a really great interview yesterday with Brandon Novak, who was, I'll probably be posting it in the next week or so. He was on that show Jackass years ago, and he got really heavy into his drug addiction, alcohol and drug addiction. And he's just such a great speaker, just a great speaker. Mike Dowd, who's a corrupt cop from New York City, just a great storyteller. Just the best, one of the best storytellers I've ever heard. Because he weaves in like what he was feeling personally while this was going on. And then he weaves in some humor and it's just a magnificent talk. I'm so proud of that. I'm so happy that talk is on my channel. There's another, probably my other favorite video is an FBI agent named Giovanni Rocco, who infiltrated the New Jersey mob, you know, which the TV show The Sopranos was based on. That real actual family is who he infiltrated and just became part of the family. Like he was one of them. They were going to make him a made man. And the way he tells that, it's a 4-hour talk. So that's a super long video for my channel, which I aim for 30 minutes or so, maybe 45. This is a 4-hour talk, but it's probably one of the best talks I've ever heard.
Wow. The
way he just tells that story and even takes on the personalities and the accents of the people he's having conversations with. It's magnificent storytelling.
Yeah, your channel isn't just prostitutes and drug dealers and hustlers. Like you've
no, if you're intelligent enough, you realize it's just great storytelling sometimes.
You brought correct me if I'm wrong, but you brought James Sexton to the world. Also,
well, I mean,
one of my favorite interviews.
Not his mother.
No,
but yeah, I made him a big star, I guess.
Yeah. What was that? For people who haven't, this is one of my favorite interviews that you've done.
Yeah,
but that's about like monogamy and marriage and divorce.
Yeah, which is kind of different for me. Even James, when I first contacted him, he goes, "What are you talking to me?" Because he was a subscriber to my channel, my subscription channel. He was already a subscriber when I first contacted him. He goes, "What do you want me for?" You know, his assistant like relayed the message, and then he calls me right back and says, "What are you interested in me for? I'm not a drug addict or anything." I told him what I'm doing.
Well, how do you discover him? I mean.
I was just looking for a divorce attorney to give their insight into what makes marriages fall apart.
And you stumbled on him.
And I stumbled on him. He had been interviewed by somebody, but it wasn't like what I'm doing. It was just a simple interview. But he's got that electric personality. He's a great speaker. Like the same thing like Mike Dowd. James Sexton is just so electric and like you can't stop watching. He's magnificent.
Wow. Yeah. There was you had him on with a therapist.
Orion Taraban.
Yeah, he's great too.
I love Orion as well. Orion has a great mind. Now, I think I got a lot of shit from a lot of people because I'm such a fan of Orion. I've had him on my channel now like 5-6 times. And his views are very controversial. A lot of women especially hate his views on relationships. And what I find interesting, like everything in life, at some point we'll talk about how exploitive my work is because people will claim it's exploitive. And yes, my work is exploitive. It has to be in order to unearth these stories. But like anything, there are good aspects and bad. I'll get to Orion here. I'll weave back to him. And the analogy I like to use is Christmas. Is Christmas a celebration of the birth of Jesus Christ, or is it a marketing extravaganza for retailers so they can make 80% of their revenue a year? Which one is it?
It's the latter.
It's both. It's both.
It's
both. It's both. It's a good thing and it's a horrible thing all at the same time. And if you don't understand that everything is going to be good and bad like that, then you're just delusional. And some people just see it negative. They choose to see life negatively. So they'll say, "Oh, these videos are exploitive," or you know, when a beautiful woman marries a wealthy man instead of her high school sweetheart, like she just married him for the money. Or you could see it as like, no, it's true love. Like, which one is it? Is he marrying her because she's a hot piece of ass, or is she marrying, and is she marrying him because he's wealthy and can provide a better lifestyle? Or is it just true love? It's both. It's always both, you know, and Orion gives us that cold, hard view of love that is part of the whole story. It isn't the entire story, but it is definitely a part of how love and relationships work. And if you discount what he's saying, you're working at a disadvantage, I believe. It's not the entire picture, I don't believe, because I'm a romantic, so I believe in romance and things like that. But I'm also a realist, and I know that what he is selling holds water, and it makes perfect sense. But it can't, if it's your only view, and if everything is about a transaction, his thoughts on relationships are very much about how they're transactional. There's an element of transaction in every relationship, but it doesn't mean that's the entire story.
Right.
Yeah, but I just think he's a genius.
He is. Yeah.
But he's also way over here, you know, and other people are way over here, and it's good to incorporate both those sides.
100%. Yeah, you don't have to.
But it applies to everything: Christmas, relationships, buying, you know, moving to a different city. There's going to be positives and negatives to every move you make, every house you buy, every decision you make in your life.
Well, I'm a filmmaker, and I made a film about my mom and what, you know, her suffering and the science that her journey inspired me to advocate for. And you could argue that in a way that it's that my film being a commercial
venture
was in a way exploiting her story, but I don't see it as that.
No, of course not.
As an artist, I see it as using turning pain, something that would otherwise be incredibly painful.
It's going to help somebody else.
To use it to help others, yeah.
Yeah.
You guys know that I'm a huge fan of Kettle and Fire. It's been one of my go-to bone broth companies for years, long before they ever sponsored me. I was buying their stuff on the regular because it's one of the easiest ways to get in high-quality protein, collagen, and other nutrients. And now they've dropped something completely next level, a brand new collab with Maui Nui to create what might be the cleanest, most nutrient-dense bone broth they've ever made. This isn't just any bone broth. It's made from wild-harvested axis deer from Maui, which roam freely and graze naturally, giving this bone broth a unique nutrient profile that you won't find anywhere else. We're talking 20 grams of protein per serving, plus collagen, amino acids, and minerals, all in a light, smooth, and slightly buttery broth that's nothing like your typical gamey flavors. I've been sipping this stuff in the morning, after workouts, after the surgery that I had for recovery, and even using it in recipes, and I love knowing that every purchase helps restore Maui's delicate ecosystem, which has been thrown off balance by these non-native deer. And the best part, you can grab Kettle and Fire Maui Nui venison bone broth right now at Whole Foods stores across the country. Again, it's a brand new product, but you can find it nationwide at Whole Foods. Make sure to look for it in the soup aisle, throw it in your cart. You will not regret it. If you're looking for a delicious and easy way to boost your protein and upgrade your nutrition, this is it. Enjoy.
No, that's what I see. What I'm doing too are my videos exploitive? For sure. Because when I take Marianne and put her in that stool and interview her about her childhood and her dropping out of high school and then getting involved in drugs, and now she's on the streets and she's sucking dick to make money for her fentanyl. She takes the hit, makes her look really, that's not her best day. So am I exploiting her? Absolutely, I am. But while I'm exploiting her, that's the negative view. The positive view is I'm making the world aware of how dangerous it is not to have parents that are loving their children unconditionally, how important it is to protect your children, how important it is to maybe stay in school, to maybe stay away from drugs, not fall prey to all these terrible things that Marianne fell into. So it's like a Scared Straight program. It's also entertainment that kind of it's disguised as entertainment, but what they really are lessons in how to live or not live your life.
Well, it's also journalism,
and
right?
All that.
I mean, you sometimes see comments on social media when somebody documents with their phone, like something going on, like a robbery or whatever. I mean, this has occurred throughout history where the comments will be like, well, rather than filming what happened, why didn't that person go up to the starving child that they were documenting, you know, for the NGO or whatnot? But But yeah, you were helping in the sense of like that. As a journalist, you're helping bring greater awareness to these stories, which is going to have a ripple effect, hopefully.
Well, some situations are different than others. If somebody's being robbed or raped or whatever, you could stand in, you put down your fucking camera and step in and try to help her. In my situation, like I don't really believe I could help Marianne, who's deep into her addiction. Hey, honey, let me take you to rehab, and you know, I might be able to talk her into going, but she'll be gone tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it's like that's not the solution to the problem.
But you do help. It's like
yeah, I help too much. I've basically I make a ton of money doing this project, and literally every penny of it goes back into the streets that I'm shooting in.
Yeah, it's always interesting. I'll be watching an interview, and the subject will like be talking about the hotel room that you put them in or something.
Yeah, I do. It's ridiculous. My accountant is just like, he wants to have an intervention with me.
Some characters,
his favorite line, my accountant's favorite line is, because when I first started doing this, I'm just paying out so much money to pimps, prostitutes, gang members, dealers, gang members, all this, drug addicts, and he goes, "You're not getting any receipts for any of these things. Like pimps don't give receipts." And he's years later, he still gives you that line.
Damn. How do you prevent it from like being too much of an extension of yourself? Like, do you have are there boundaries like that you have in place, or it's just like if your heart connects,
No, I mean, I tend to, from my advertising career and my other personal projects, which were very similar to Soft White Underbelly. Like I'm very good at compartmentalizing. Like my work is my work, and my personal life or romantic life, whatever, they're very separate. They don't really kind of overlap much. So I'm pretty good at keeping them separate. And I knew when I started Soft White Underbelly, like I'm going to be interviewing prostitutes and strippers and all kinds of stuff like that. And at some point, there's going to be opportunities for something to kind of happen. But I know that there'll be a serious price if that ever did happen. So that's why it's never happened. Even though I get accused of it all the time in the comments.
Do you ever feel unsafe?
Had a gun pulled on me in one of the interviews. But it was during an interview. Nobody's going to shoot you in the middle of an interview. This guy named Victor pulled a gun on me, but I think it was just a mental illness thing. I've been robbed in Skid Row. I've been robbed a whole bunch of times.
Wow.
So that's not cool.
That's not cool. Skid Row, do you, because I know you began on Skid Row, you had a studio down there.
I still do.
You still do?
I don't really go down there much anymore.
Huh.
I just can't take it anymore. See, like when I started this project, as I said earlier, like I'd just been through a divorce, and my mom had died. I gave up my business. I was selling a house I didn't want to sell. I thought I was going to live there forever. Like all these terrible things were happening in my life all at the same time. And I was in a really, really depressed, dark place. And Skid Row kind of worked for me. Not that I was living there or anything. I would just go down there for, during the day and do a bunch of interviews. But that whole scene kind of worked for me somehow, strangely. And then as I did this project and it kind of gained some success and started like making my lifestyle better because I could, afford to live in a nicer place or drive a nicer car or whatever. It just made my life better. Just the success of the project. I found myself less able to deal with Skid Row. And like 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, I got a studio in Santa Monica, which is a very, very, very different scene from Skid Row.
So do you...
Very, very, very safe, very clean, very, nobody's hustling me for money.
But how do you conduct the interviews from Santa Monica?
So I'll Uber. I have people that are finding them for me down there. They'll call me. I'll Uber them to my studio, and I Uber them back.
Oh my God.
So it's more expensive, but it's just easier on my mind and body.
But you're giving it they know where the studio is. Like I'm sure people.
Well, Uber they just jump in an Uber and they show up. It works flawlessly.
Wow.
It works like a dream. When I first started doing it, I'm like, this is like shooting fish in a barrel.
Wow.
Because the people that I have finding people for me, I've shown them how exactly what kind of people I'm looking for. And then they put them on the phone. They send me a photo, and it all just kind of unfolds.
How does Skid Row differ from I mean, I know there are two different places.
South Central?
South Central, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question. South Central is it's Black, African American, and Mexican, pretty much exclusively community, large, big. It's a huge part of the city where the gangs are super strong, active gangs, like full tilt all the time, lots of murders, all that stuff. Skid Row, and that's where the prostitution is, and that's all those kind of stories are coming from South Central, Figueroa Street and all that. Skid Row, which is probably 15 miles away, there's drugs in South Central, but the drugs on Skid Row are just everywhere. Every block, you can get any drug you want. You can't walk 10 feet without finding another dealer. There's drugs everywhere, and everyone's living in tents. And there's prostitution, but it's a $15 blowjob, whereas on South Central, it's a $100 blowjob in Figueroa Street. So it's a different level of dysfunction.
Wow.
But South Central is much more dangerous.
Is it?
Because the gangs are active.
Mm.
Yeah, you have gang members in Skid Row too, but they're mostly ones who fell out of their gang and got involved in drugs.
Mm.
There's only one reason to be on Skid Row. That's the drugs.
Wow.
There's only one reason.
And it's largely homeless encampments, right? Like
all. I mean, they're starting to put them in housing now. So now they're building these high rises, and there's homeless people living in high rises now.
Hmm.
The city is just like putting a Band-Aid on cancer, basically.
100%. That's why, I mean, I'm so empathetic to those who are homeless. But like watching your channel, it gives you a really sober perspective on the unfixability of the problem.
I don't think it's fixable. I mean, there are people who do climb out of it. I've interviewed 9,000 people, and I can probably name 10 of them that have done it. But for the most part, the reason I'm doing these talks is about prevention, so that maybe the next generation of children can not fall into the same traps that these people did. And maybe we can do things to keep them safe from that. But trying to fix these people, when I first started, I was trying to, Jimmy, let me help you get into rehab and all that. It's like I got conned and played so many times by so many people, and I just wasted so much money. So I'm not saying no one is fixable. There are some that are, but the ones that actually do it on their own. They just disappear one day. They get fed up with their own bullshit. They hole up for 6 months or whatever, and then you see them again, and they look like a healthy person, and they're like, "Yeah, I got clean," and they have a story to tell.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know more about those 180s that you've seen.
Yeah, I've posted them, but they get a quarter of the views.
Huh.
People like the train wrecks.
Wow.
They're on my channel. They're on there, but look for the videos that have the least views. That's the feel-good stories. Human nature.
Yeah, anybody who's familiar with your channel, no doubt, is familiar with Rebecca. I've watched, I can't even tell you how many.
Rebecca's a star.
One of the stars of your channel, yeah. What's drawn you to that character, and why do you think
we just kind of click? I mean, we get along. We used to get along. Sometimes I think he's getting tired of me, and I'm getting tired of her. Sorry. For those that don't know, Rebecca is a homeless transgender, crystal meth addicted trans woman from Egypt. From Egypt, yeah, Cairo. But I've tried to get him housing, I think 2-3 times, and he botched that up badly. I made him a star, so now he could easily just be doing a podcast or doing some kind of show about entertainment or celebrities or fashion or music or all of the above. He'd be an instant millionaire if he did this. He just cannot get it together. I've given him phones, he loses them within hours. He just cannot get it together. Last, like a week ago, I got in contact with his best friend from childhood, and I was willing to fly her out to L.A. to meet with Rebecca, and Rebecca was all excited on the phone, and then the same thing with his dad. So I have Rebecca's father's phone number too, and I was gonna put them all together, but Rebecca just disappears.
And she's in her 20s, right?
27.
Wow.
And it's raining right now in LA. I can guarantee you Rebecca is shoeless, walking around in the cold, wearing a shred of fabric for clothing.
What do you think it takes to I don't know, like...
It's a mental health thing. It's not just drugs. Drugs are certainly a huge part of the story, but there's a mental health problem too. And I'm sure the family must know about these videos by now. How could they not? And even if they don't, the fact that we made this connection recently, you would think they would just jump on that, but they've probably been through their share of BS from Rebecca. I've been through tons of it, and I'm not even
must be so frustrating.
A family member. It's super frustrating. Super frustrating. There's video. I don't want to throw Rebecca under the bus, but like the most embarrassing bad fuck ups you can ever have.
Well, she's obviously brilliant. Like
brilliant.
Yeah.
Like unbelievably funny, tuned into music and fashion,
pop culture
and movies and all that.
Yeah.
Like unbelievable. Super talented. And such a fun personality when he's sharp and somewhat positive. Even when he's not, when he's negative, it's also kind of snarky and fun. Just an amazing personality, made for like being a huge success. But it takes more than just talent. He's got tremendous talent, but he has no discipline at all. So super self-indulgent, like self-indulgent to a point where you just can't deal with him anymore. I was letting him sleep in my studio for a couple of weeks, and there's like 2 separate weeks he would just sleep on my sofa, and there was literally a pile of cigarette butts and just wrappers and crap all around the sofa that he was staying in. I won't.
Yeah.
It was pretty horrible, and like no effort to like clean or do anything or help in any way. But it's a mental illness thing, and drugs too. Because if he wasn't on drugs and maybe got his brain chemistry stabilized, he'd be a lovely person. There's a video I did with Rebecca. It's my favorite. He doesn't like it. She doesn't like it, but I do. I think it's the 3rd video I ever did with Rebecca. She had just come out of a hospital, and maybe they put some drugs in his system that mellowed him out, but he was such a likable, kind-hearted human being. It was just beautiful to watch. That's the Rebecca I still have in my head that I am hoping will emerge one day.
Well, you have to want to change, right? Like,
you have to want to change. And Rebecca has zero desire to change.
Zero desire.
Zero. If I even bring up drugs, like that, new topic, doesn't want to talk about it.
Is it just because for a drug addict, it's just like Skid Row it's like a wonderland?
It's a wonderland. The cops won't stop you. They'll just cruise right by. You'll see a cop car like sitting at a light, and there'll be 5 people smoking 4 different drugs right there, right in front of the cop, and nobody's even shy about it. It's crazy.
Why do you think LA attracts? I mean, obviously we have really great weather here, but
yeah, it's the weather.
Is it the weather?
I think. Well, I mean, that's why they're not in Minnesota.
Was it your channel? I feel like maybe there was somebody on your channel talking about how the rehabs here, like the resorts, they incentivize people to come from all over the...
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of that going on too. And then there's the body brokering where the rehabs work with the insurance companies to just get more money for each addict that they bring in, and then they just churn them out and they bring somebody else in, and they're basically just rotating.
It's like an assembly line, and
it's an assembly line, yeah, just so they can make money off the insurance.
Wow.
And then even the homeless problem, there's a tremendous amount of money that's put into all the organizations, all the financial organizations that are trying to help. Those are just financial institutions that are worried more about the money that they're being paid, because these people are making hundreds of thousands of dollars to do these jobs. If they've solved the actual problem, it's kind of like, I think it was on a video I watched on your channel, like medicine. Like you would think doctors are here to make you healthy, and it seems very often that doctors are here to just make money. So rather than helping you with your diet and your exercise and your lifestyle and all that, they're just going to give you a medication, and you're going to be using that for the rest of your life, and everybody keeps their bills paid.
It depends on the doctor, but yeah.
No, there are exceptions for sure.
Yeah.
For sure there are doctors who are doing things for the right reasons. But I ran into some stories recently, like, Jesus, like unbelievable.
Oh yeah. I mean, certainly there are many doctors that just essentially function as drug dealers, but there are also some that, I mean, I just had back surgery and it was a miracle for me. Super grateful for that. Have you ever sat down with like one of these like politicians, whether
I stay away from politics.
Yeah.
And religion.
Smart.
Yeah, I just find those conversations don't ever go anywhere.
But I feel like you would have such valuable insights. Like who knows that the
well,
landscape?
I mean, to me, the problem would look like something like, look at South Central LA. There's all these people in these communities that are just strapped to make money. The fathers are out of the picture. The moms are trying to support if they can. And the kids are usually kind of very often in gangs or in trouble or whatever. And it's like, you know, and the people in the wealthy parts of town are look at that and like these, you know, they just, nobody wants to give those communities money so that maybe they could give these people more hope and better education and more prospects for helping their future. It's just, I don't know what the solution is. Human beings are just greedy.
Yeah. I haven't yet seen your documentary. You just put out a film, right?
On Figueroa Street.
Yeah.
It's called Fig.
Fig.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet. But
I love it.
Yeah?
I love it. It's the best thing I've done, I think.
Tell me about it.
Well, it's I kind of wanted to do something like this, and right around the time where I had the idea, I got lucky and a couple of girls came by to do interviews with me, prostitutes on Figueroa Street, and they were just magnificent talks. Like, oh my God, this is exactly my idea, and I just got 2 of them. If I can get a couple more, then I'll be all set. Now there's 5 of them. The 5 best interviews of prostitutes on Fig that I've ever gotten, I think. And I put them all in this video. They're not on my channel. They're on my subscription channel now because I just put it together and finally edited it and released it. But there's a lot of other footage of the street and what it really looks like out there with music and some other stuff. And the whole thing is I'm really proud of it. It's really fun.
I want to watch it.
Yeah, it's fun. Like if the stories are sad, the 5 women who share their stories, they're 5 very different stories, and each one is sad in a different way. So it's not a feel-good story, but there's a lot of humor in this thing. You'll be laughing.
Wow.
As well as crying.
I'm sure. I forget what video of yours compelled me to do it, but I went on to YouTube and I just like tried to find just footage of Figueroa Street, like to see what it's like.
Oh, this Fig documentary is the best.
Or like South Central in general. Like it
I mean, there's other people on YouTube that have shot things like during the day. All my footage is at night, but there's footage of Figueroa Street out there somewhere on YouTube. I've seen it.
You just took your car down there and started shooting?
I took the front end off my car and I hid 3 cameras in the front end of my car so that I could cruise by at about 1 mile an hour and get this really beautiful footage of what's going on the street. And I would just cruise around up and down the blocks. And that's how I would get that footage.
Damn.
Because they don't like you filming them. And I'm not really showing any faces, so nobody's really freaked out and saying, "Oh yeah, that's me." It's not about that. It's just I was trying to get this footage without anybody reacting and running away or doing it like that. So it worked really well. But people ask me all the time, "What happened to your front end of your car?" That's the dedication.
Oh my God. And the drug use down there, it's comparable, I would assume, there to
not Skid Row. Skid Row is like everybody is a drug addict. Literally every single person.
What are the drugs? What are the kinds of drugs?
Fentanyl is a really popular one. When I first came down there, it was heroin, but the heroin got replaced by fentanyl, crystal meth, and crack cocaine.
Fentanyl is so powerful that I feel like just being in the same room with it.
If you and I had fentanyl right here, we'd probably be passed out.
Wow. And
probably dead eventually. And you see people passed out all the time.
You know, I know very little about fentanyl, but I was just like chat GPTing and I was so curious about like what kind of patient is typically prescribed a drug as powerful as fentanyl. And it's actually pretty horrifying. You know, people with like amputations or crazy cancers, burn victims, and things like that. Like, it's the most powerful narcotic, analgesic that exists.
And these people are just doing it willy-nilly.
They're just doing, yeah. It's wild.
No, I mean, I have seen many people pass out, like on their way to death. And you call 911, and you had to give them CPR, and you keep them alive, and they give them Narcan, and they wake them up. And now I carry Narcan in my studio there, but you'll see people like dying all the time. They get saved very often because Narcan is everywhere, but it's a horrible drug.
And you see people contorted. It's
like
referred to as the fentanyl fold.
They're arched over like shrimp, walking like a boiled shrimp.
I mean, how are you not horrified? Like, I've driven on the proximity of Skid Row a handful of times, just on the odd occasion.
As a photographer, you kind of develop a thick skin or something. I don't know what it is, but you just can handle pretty much anything. I mean, look at war photographers, what they're enduring. That's super impressive.
Wild.
Yeah. Photographers do crazy shit.
Yeah, clearly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm assuming you don't do any more like commercial stuff.
No, I'm having so much fun doing this now. I really enjoy it every day that I can't see myself doing advertising anymore.
How do you process like all this stuff? Like, do you have I know self-care is pretty important to you. Like,
yeah. I take care of myself. I sleep really well. I have really great people in my life. I don't think the stuff really hits me that deeply. I'm really professional. I'm really focused on the camera angles and the focus and the microphone and the wardrobe and the background and the this and my mind is on 30 different things while they're doing their talk. And I try to focus on all these things at the same time, and then I move on to the next one, then the next one, then the next one. So I don't really, if you ask me about part of a story from 3 interviews ago, I don't remember. I don't remember.
Man, it's such a public good that you're doing. Do you feel that way?
I don't really think of it too much. I hear that from a lot of people. I get a lot of emails from people saying, thanking me for doing this and all that. And that's, I really appreciate those kind of comments, but I just enjoy the people that I interview seem to really enjoy sharing their stories and just giving them a little bit of positivity in their day, because they don't get it. They don't have anything good like this happen in their lives or days. And I'm kind to everybody. I treat them with respect. I pay them, especially on Skid Row, I pay them. Or on Figueroa Street. They get treated nicely, and they're not being taken advantage of. I'm not like, there's a reason after 6 years and 9,000 interviews that there's no reports back of me doing anything shady with anybody. It's because I don't. By now there'd be some kind of story about, oh, he did this or he did that.
Yeah. Well, but you do. I mean, the Appalachian family, like, didn't you help create something to help get them some
a GoFundMe?
Access to resources?
There is and there was a GoFundMe just to help them.
For people, the Whitakers.
The Whitakers, yes.
The Whitakers, yeah.
Yes.
See, I'm a fan. I'm like a true fan. Tell me about the Whitakers. Like, what,
They are a completely destitute hillbilly family from West Virginia. Their mother and father, it's complicated. There's a video, I didn't create it, but there's somebody who created a video on their bloodline of the Whitaker family, and it explains how these 2 twin brothers married these 2, I think, sisters, and they're basically inbred. And not everybody in the family has these deformities, but it seems like about half of them do, where the eyes are going in different directions. There's no teeth. There's no ability to speak. Ray just barks, and Timmy just he barely speaks, and Lorraine doesn't speak. And it's like,
the one who barks is my favorite.
Yeah, everybody loves Ray. Ray's pretty damn lovable. But then, so I did these videos, and they were, I think that first video I did of them got like over 40 million views. So it's very popular.
This was like years. I think I saw your initial video with them like a decade ago.
No, probably
No?
about 4 years ago.
Huh.
I think it's 4 years old. But I've done other videos since then, and they all are really popular videos, and the audience loves them, and they were a sweetheart little family in West Virginia, and everyone was happy to donate to them and help them out. So they got they put a new roof on their house, new windows, new siding. They bought some cars. They spent a lot of that money, made their lives better. But eventually, like anything, humans fuck it up. And Larry, who's one of the brothers, his daughter, who's on fentanyl and crack, started getting involved.
Oh, no.
And then the money started disappearing.
Oh, no.
And they needed more money and more money and more money. Like, what the fuck do you guys need all this money for?
I think it was going to drugs.
Yeah. Yeah. Not a lot of it, but enough of it that it was like a serious problem. And then, the behavior of a drug addict is insane, just insane. There's a video I did where BJ, Larry's daughter, is telling me through text or phone calls that her dad passed away. So her dad passed away and she needs money for a funeral.
It was bullshit?
It was bullshit. She made it up. And I have my contacts, and I know I have people who will do some homework for me, even though I'm across the country. And I found out very quickly that wasn't true. And I said, this is a fucking wonderful opportunity for a video. So I hopped on a plane. I think I took a red eye that night and flew there. And I'm talking with BJ on the way up to their place. And she's thinking I'm back in California, but I actually showed up like an hour later.
Whoa.
And she pulls up in her car with her dad driving.
Oh my God.
She runs into the trailer and wouldn't even talk to me. And Larry gets out of the car and I go, man, you look awfully good for a guy that's just died.
God.
It's a pretty hilarious video.
Is this West Virginia?
This is the very kind of southwestern corner of West Virginia. Super backwoods.
Is it?
Everyone is broke and on drugs.
Wow.
Not everyone. There's exceptions, of course, but a lot of drugs there.
Wow. So that family is like kind of archetypal, like, or would you say?
Well, I mean, they're a pretty extreme case of what goes on there. There are other things similar, but they're probably one of the most extreme cases I've ever heard of.
Damn.
And they're like celebrities because of my stupid videos.
Not stupid at all. I can't tell you how many of your videos. I mean, me and my brothers are sharing them all the time.
Well, I mean, what I love about my channel, it's not just like I post every day, so that I think, I'll get 100,000 or 200,000 views on a video in a day, and that's great. But what really is great is people come to my channel, watch one video, and I hear this all the time. They'll binge watch, and they'll watch 6 or 7 of them. And you spend hours watching all these videos.
Yeah.
So my channel is really healthy. It's doing really well.
Have any of your, and for good reason, have any of your videos garnered like a reaction that was surprising to you?
Oh yeah, that happens a lot. Certain ones I think are just duds, do really, really well, and other ones I think are just gold or just will flop. Doesn't happen a lot, but it has happened.
Interesting. Like
Johnny Chang, who is this Asian gang member who, make a long story short, found the Lord and his life has changed. I almost didn't even use it because I typically stay away from religion, but he's a good-looking dude and he's a good storyteller. So I decided to use it. I figured somebody would enjoy the story. That sucker's got like 7 million views now.
Wow.
Yeah. I haven't checked, but it's a lot. And that kind of surprise will happen from time to time. Where it's like, I think it's just going to be another 100,000 views or something, and boom, it'll just take off. It's hard to predict sometimes.
There was a really profound video interview where you were talking to a detransitioner. It was maybe 1 or 2 years ago.
There's been a couple of those. Shapeshifter, is that her name?
I don't recall. But it was profound, particularly in light of all the conversation that's now happening about, gender dysphoria and, transgender people. But it was a story that I felt like needed.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Cause I mean, like so many of these people who have transitioned or are detransitioning, I'll ask them, is this just body dysmorphia? Which is what I suspect it is. And almost all of them say yes. I'm doing a couple of talks. I just did one yesterday or day before yesterday, and there's another one, I think, in a week. One of them is with a guy who he had three kids. A guy in central Illinois. He and his wife divorced. She took the daughter up to Minnesota, and shortly after that, and he had a good relationship with her. Everything was cool. She claims that he molested her. So he loses his job. He loses his friends. He lost everything. Spent 6 months in jail because he's now a sex offender. Wasn't convicted. It was just the court process took a long time, and they found out that she made up a story. It was all just like a kid, just maybe a little bit of direction from mom, and he is now trying to rebuild his life, trying to get a job back, trying to get anything, just to rebuild his. He's got a scarlet letter on his forehead now. And then there's another one that I'm doing, I think, next week, with a guy whose son, who's staying with the mother. The mother decides the son is trans.
The mother decides.
Yeah. And the boy doesn't. I haven't heard the whole story yet, but the way I think it's going to go is the son wasn't wild about being a girl, but the mom decided he's going to be a girl.
Wow.
Yeah. And this guy's unable to fight it. He's going to have to do prison time because he did some things where he was trying to get his son back, and he couldn't do it. So the son is going to be a girl now.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and there's been a bunch of stories like that.
Yeah, and usually when it's like there's a lot of trauma involved, and
there's a lot of trauma everywhere you look.
Everywhere you look.
Everywhere you look. It's horrifying. I used to think that everyone's family was perfect. Now I'm thinking that's an extreme rarity.
What's like the craziest interview you've done? I mean, getting a gun pulled on you. That's pretty insane.
There's an interview very popular on my channel with a girl named Juliana, or Diamond. She goes by on Skid Row. And she was doing all kinds of crazy drugs. Crystal meth for sure, but then rat poison. She was smoking rat poison.
What?
Yeah, smoking other drugs too. And yeah, I would see her every day. I'd see her all the time. And she was a character. But this one morning, I pull up my car up to the studio, and she's just standing waiting at my door. And she goes, "Hey, Mark." And I go, hey, Diamond, what's up? And she goes, "I want to do a video." I'm like, "All right, come on, let's do it." So I set up, and she was just lit, just on fire. Great, kind of like Rebecca almost, with that like just crazy, very, very different than Rebecca, but just like so entertaining and so silly and fun. And I don't know if she believed the things she was saying, but it's half comedy, it's half sad, it's a little bit. That's what I love about art, is when it's poignant and happy and sad and funny, and it takes all the emotions, and they all. Like in one movie, if a movie can have all of these things in one, that's my kind of movie.
What are some of your favorite movies?
I've said, people have asked me before, Jabberwocky, which is the Terry Gilliam movie.
I've seen it.
I've never heard anybody say anything great about it, but to me, it's a magnificent movie because it's a beautiful movie. First off, beautiful to look at. It's set in medieval times. Jabberwocky is a story about a guy who fights the dragon and saves the village, I think, or gets the princess or whatever. And Michael Palin is I think he's just a little goofy guy who ends up, I think he slays the dragon or something. I forget the whole story, but it's a funny, poignant, beautiful, well acted, just a masterpiece. I've watched it many, many, many times.
Wow, Jabberwocky.
Beautiful. And then, of course, I love The Godfather, and I love Francis Ford Coppola is magnificent. And there's so many great movies.
Yeah, I mean, your channel proves that truth is often stranger than fiction. Like, as you're talking, I mean, I'm like being flooded by just like memories of like shock and awe from watching various videos of yours. And like, I just remembered I was watching an interview where it was like a couple, and the guy was what's the proper term? Coprophagic. Like, he enjoyed eating his girlfriend's excrement. Was that on your channel?
Yeah, that's my channel.
Yeah, of course it was.
I never heard that term before, but he I've interviewed some like people. Sometimes I'm like frustrated or just mystified by how people don't seem to understand what they're watching when they're watching my channel. Because like I've done videos, like when I'm interviewing a married trick on Figueroa Street, a guy who's married, his wife doesn't know that he's seeing prostitutes, and he comes to talk to me. I have to pay him a lot of money to talk, but he's willing to do it. I tell him that your wife is going to find out. I got 6 million subscribers on Facebook, which is mostly female. I've got 6 million subscribers on YouTube, which is mostly male. Your wife's going to find out. He goes, that's why I'm doing it. So I've had this happen more than once where these married men come on and say, yeah, I see prostitutes. My wife doesn't know about it. She's at home. When the fuck are you going to find that? And the viewers are just making these stupid ass comments. Like, you don't understand what you're looking at. I mean, to me, it's like these are diamonds. Everybody I interview is a diamond of some sort to me. I look at them all as these like little diamonds that I found. And I'm just like, I'm in awe of all of them. I love them all. And so like, what was the one you were talking about? The guy who eats
his girlfriend's shit.
He eats his girlfriend's crap. There's a term for that. Scat. Yeah. So he likes to eat his girlfriend's excrement.
That is a fascinating interview to watch.
It's a fascinating interview. And he talks about it, and he explains as well as anybody can why he does it. And it kind of makes sense if you just get over the fact that he's eating crap. And then the same thing with the cuckold couple from Memphis. I just did a second interview with them. It's a white couple in their probably 20s or maybe 30 years old. And he admits on camera that he has a micro penis, very, very small. And she likes guys that are endowed nicely, and she finds all these
size queen.
She likes black dudes, and she will line them up. She has a tattoo on her chest that says something, Queen of Spades. And apparently if you have that tattoo, that's like, it's on. Black guys, some black guys will know that if you have that tattoo, and she'll go in the parking lot and take care of the guy, or she'll do whatever. And she does this all the time. And her boyfriend watches. And they've been together for like 9-10 years, I think.
Yeah, you're wondering how they managed to stay together. So they must love each other.
They seem to really love each other. Like I've seen them on camera and off in these 2 interviews. They seem to truly love each other. And they have really good communication. And he gets it and she gets it. Like, who am I to say that they're not happy? They're happy. They seem to be happy, happier than a lot of married couples I see. You know?
Yeah.
But I mean, that to me is the magic of some of what I'm doing is, where the fuck are you going to find these kind of talks anywhere? There's nowhere else on planet Earth that you can go to find these kind of talks.
I can't believe you were able to get, or like they were willing to go on camera. The couple where the boyfriend enjoys eating the girlfriend's shit. Like they've got to have social lives. They've got to have jobs, right?
Yeah, they have jobs.
One would assume.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying, like, people in the comments don't even understand or appreciate what they're watching. They just want to place some judgment on, like, dude, if you really understood what you're watching, you wouldn't leave any comment. You would just fucking learn and just shake your head the rest of the day.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, some of these things are insane.
Have you ever had issues where you'll interview a subject and after the fact they're like, I don't want, like, maybe that was a bad idea, like trying to get you to not upload it, or do you have them sign?
I have everyone sign a release saying that I can use it. But if anybody ever comes to me and says, "Hey, I've had like prostitutes," it's like they did the interview, they got their money. I pay everybody, like especially on Figueroa Street, I pay them, and then she says, "Oh, I'm going to lose my kids with that. I didn't realize that I'm going to get in trouble with CPS and all this, so I have to delete the video," and that's a drag. But that happens. It hasn't happened a lot, but it's happened a few times, or for other reasons. I've had everything you can imagine.
Wow.
If you think about how unstable these people are.
Oh, yeah.
Like, yeah, at one point I realized, like, I've interviewed thousands of people now. I'll bet you probably less than 0.5% of them have paid taxes. Like, nobody I'm interviewing, especially when I was on Skid Row, there's nobody paying taxes that I've interviewed. Now that's changed because I'm doing much more respectable people. But early on, it was like a bunch of derelict.
At this point, you must get a lot of inbound, though, right?
I get tons of it, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, I have Noelle, who's my assistant. She just fields all the emails, and we get tons of messages on Facebook and Instagram, but mostly the emails are how we field them.
Is there anything
And
that
we get gold? It's like a treasure trove. Every morning we come in, like, oh, look at this.
Wow.
It's great.
Is there anything that you won't platform for whatever reason?
No, but like certain things, you know, I get gang members saying I'm the baddest motherfucker there ever was, and I got a story that's going to blow up the internet and it's going to go viral as fuck, and those I just don't. I steer away from. They never work out. I maybe early on I did a couple of those, and it's like whether they're fake or not, the audience just perceives them as fake. And they just go, oh, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. And when you read enough comments saying this is bullshit, like nobody's really going to watch it. And the whole experience is just unpleasant. You know, I've done plenty of videos. I mean, a lot of people say, oh, these stories are fake. They're not fake. There are some that are not told well. And when somebody tells I had a guy who worked with the cartels. He was in the Midwest. I didn't give his location. But he was working with cartels. I think he became an informant. And he wanted to do a talk, so I paid him a lot of money to do this talk. He wore a mask, and he talked about what it was life. And he was not a good storyteller, but that doesn't mean his story wasn't true. And then he was murdered like I think a week or two, like 10 days after I posted the video. Not because of the video. I found out I was horrified that it was because of the video, but I found out it was not. But there are plenty of comments saying this is fake. It wasn't fake. And there have been plenty of other videos. I get literally every video I post, there's some comments saying oh, this is bullshit. I try not to post bullshit. I posted a couple. Will, a war vet, is totally a lie, but I think I even explained that in the either in the pinned comment or in the beginning of the video. There's another one of a girl named what's her name? I forget her name. But she's a fentanyl addict, and she had this story about how her kids died in the house fire and all this, and it was all fake. It was all made up. But it was just interesting to hear somebody making up these lies. And you know, I think I had a disclaimer or a little warning at the beginning saying this is all untrue.
What's your most popular video?
The Whitakers.
The Whitakers.
And then the second one would be Azraya, this prostitute who's on Figueroa Street. Very, very pretty girl, but she has face tattoos.
Oh, I've seen
that. And it's just something about that video just triggered everything and everybody. She got 5 marriage proposals. She still get to this day. I got an email last week from some guy who says, I want to take care of her. Give her my number. I want to take care of her.
Would you comply?
Well, I don't really like doing that because somebody's going to get murdered or something bad's going to happen. So I try not to be a matchmaker. You know, you have to be careful with what you're doing and who you're connecting with who.
Absolutely.
You don't know who owes money to who or who's got some gang affiliation and somebody wants to kill somebody or like, I just don't try not to make those kind of connections.
Is she still in the streets?
I don't know. Everything that comes out of her mouth is kind of a lie, so I don't even know what the truth is. Whoa. I just find her fascinating because she's this interesting character. She's super interesting and she lies constantly. Sometimes she's being prompted to lie by her brother, who's the father of her kid.
What?
That's a whole nother conversation.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It's a hell of a story.
Her brother's the father of her kid.
Her half-brother is the father of her child.
Jesus.
And he's a con artist to the nth degree. Just like, that's all he does is BS. They're a crazy couple. But you know, initially everybody loved her. And now that he's part of the picture, they kind of hate them, especially him. Social media is crazy.
Crazy.
The amount of hate is it's insane sometimes.
Yeah. Is there any insight that you have maybe on like what mediates a person being able to lift themselves out of these kinds of patterns? I mean, is it like finding God or like a spiritual experience?
See, I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but I can see how for some people it did or does.
Yeah, I'm not religious, but like I can understand.
I mean, there's something about being resilient or understanding the benefits of delayed gratification that none of these people seem to grasp. They're all very self-indulgent. And if you're going to be self-indulgent, good luck. You're not going to make it very well in life. You're not going to thrive. Most of these people are super self-indulgent. But there are people who are they're just tough and they're resilient and they climb out of this shit. I don't know what quality that is, but some of us have it and some of us don't.
Yeah. What's next for you and the future of Soft White Underbelly? I mean, obviously you got this documentary. You're gonna be doing more documentaries.
I may, I just wanted to get that one out. Now that it's out, I'll kind of like see what comes to me. I'm not going to force it. I'll just like, if an idea comes to me, then I'll do it. But I like branching out and doing more like regular people, not so much a fentanyl addict on Skid Row or a prostitute on Figueroa Street, but could be anybody. Could be an insurance agent, a dental hygienist, a school teacher, plumber, doesn't matter. But if they have an interesting story and they can tell it, I'd be interested.
Yeah. Well, I'm super grateful for your work, and it's an honor to now know you in person and also to have you on the show. I know you don't do many of these. So.
No, I love your show. You're a super good interviewer and you're super intelligent, which is a great combination.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that means a lot.
Your show's awesome. I can't believe you don't have millions of subscribers, but you will in time.
Yeah, we don't yet on YouTube, but we're trying to get there.
Yeah, that's how you do it. Like I never aspired to having anything more than 100 subscribers, but it's just if you keep plugging away, I think it builds.
Well, it's hard in my space to gain traction, especially on YouTube, without being sensational and making crazy claims and taking the high road.
Yeah,
as we try to.
No, you're taking the high road for sure. Every once in a while, I'll post a video that just does really well, but I see that I'm kind of bending my rules a bit, and I'm doing something that's like, well, I know this is going to be triggering for a lot of people, and it's like, let me just put it out there. And I'll play that game once in a while. I try not to do it, and I'm somewhat ashamed when I do, but it does help.
Yeah.
But I would not recommend doing that. I think just taking the high road, and eventually the quality will come out.
Yeah.
Because you're a good interviewer.
I mean that really means a lot coming from you. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm not a good interviewer. I'm just a good photographer.
No. I think you're great.
I'm good at getting out of the way.
Yeah. Which is what makes a photographer great.
I'm just treating everybody as if they're, like I said it before, like a diamond. Like the way I would interview or photograph the president or the Queen of England or whatever is exactly how I'd interview a homeless person on Skid Row. I treat them with respect. I'm kind, I'm patient. I let them do their thing. I photograph them well. I'm respectful in the interview, and that's it. It's really just treating people with respect.
Yeah, and that's apparent. I mean, your fans see that. Like I see it in the comments all the time. Like
it would be nice if people could understand that or adopt that just kind heart, because I'm a kind-hearted person, and people aren't used to that. They see me with all these sex workers, and they assume I'm sweet on all of them. I'm just being kind. They don't seem to understand the difference between kindness and sexual attraction. They're different.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean I'm trying to get in anybody's pants. I'm just being kind to her, making her comfortable, giving her a compliment. So she, because she's clearly trying to put on a show. So like, hey, look how beautiful I am. So I'll give her a compliment to make her feel comfortable, like she's doing something right, rather than just sitting there and like, not being warm or friendly. And I'm a guy and they're female, so there's a little bit of flirtation going on sometimes, but it never leaves the ground.
No, well, it's also you're meeting them where they're at. You're speaking.
Yeah, I mean, they're selling their ass on the street.
Yeah. Oh man, well, I really appreciate you. And
cool. This was fun.
Yeah, it's so fun. The channel's amazing. I highly recommend all you guys, if you haven't come across Mark's work already, Soft White Underbelly. It really is incredible, and it gives you a new perspective. No matter where in life you are, it's just such a valuable resource that you've created.
It helps you understand how life works, I think, sometimes.
Definitely. Definitely.
I'd like to do more positive stories.
Yeah, well, you've got plenty of time.
I do.
Yeah.
I'm not going anywhere.
No. I've got one last question for
Yes.
you, but before we get to that, where can people, I know you've got a bunch of books out, you've got this documentary,
Yeah, so the documentary and my subscription channel, which has some extra videos, I try to post some extra videos here and there. And I post the day before they are on YouTube, so you get the videos earlier and you get some extra videos and you get this FIG documentary. It's $10 a month, and that's at softwhiteunderbelly.com. And then there are 2 books. I just came out with the second book of portraits. It's basically just the best portraits from my all these thousands of interviews I've done, and that's at softwhiteunderbelly.org.
Love it.
That's it.
What does living a genius life mean to you?
Jesus, I don't know. I don't know if I'm a genius. I'm just I'm an idiot with a camera. No, but I think I can probably answer that this way. I have always thought for myself. Like, I'm never a follower. Like, I remember being back in high school and seeing everybody doing, like, here's a great example. I remember when I moved to California in '86, and a couple years later, remember the movie Urban Cowboy? You might be too young.
Never saw it.
John Travolta was in it, I believe. And it was a very popular movie. It was so popular, in fact, that like in big cities, New York, Chicago, LA, San Francisco, not just Dallas and Houston, but everywhere across the country, everyone was going to these cowboy dancing bars. Like, my bank closed and turned into a line dancing club where everybody's dressed like a fucking cowboy and they're going to, like, this is LA, and they're dressed like cowboys and everyone's going to line dance. The fuck? I remember saying to my friend, like, what the fuck is going on here? This is the dumbest shit I ever saw. And do these people not understand that this is only going to last for 9 months and then it's going to be embarrassing? And that's, of course, exactly what happened. But like, I'm able to see that when everybody is doing something, to question it and just think for myself. And I've always done that. I don't know where I learned that, but being able to to recognize what's bullshit and what isn't is just requires some thinking. It's very, very easy to judge and say, oh, this is this or this is that. You need to think. You need to process and think for yourself and figure it out, rather than just doing what everybody else's reaction to it.
That's an incredibly valuable skill today.
I think it is. It's
now
very
more
helpful.
so than ever. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, thinking for yourself is a key.
It's huge. Well, again, thank you so much.
All right, Max, thank you.
You're the man. Thank you guys for listening. Share this episode with friends and loved ones that you think may benefit from it. And please check out Soft White Underbelly. It's incredible. I will catch you on the next episode. Peace.
But now, out of Dev Group SEAL Team 6 in Virginia Beach, their main headquarters, I had this directly from the Navy SEALs, like face to face today, that in ICE raids on the Sinaloa cartel and MS-13 and the big one out of Venezuela, that they've gotten their phones, they've gotten their data, that they are there surveilling not just Dev Group, SEAL Team 6, but other SEAL teams around the country, San Diego, the list goes on, and that it was a whole list of key MAGA people, not just them. And so they've got the cartels out, literally going to their houses, tracking, checking addresses, and creating hit team databases on special operations people loyal to Trump. It is Sunday, March 30th, 2025 in the evening. I just finished my syndicated broadcast, and at the end of the show, I broke some exclusive news. But there was one big point I didn't finish up with that was most important. You'll see my full 35,000-foot overall view about the Democratic Party allied with Iran and Venezuela, escalating domestic terrorism ahead of this summer with a plan to try to overthrow the U.S. government and plunge the country into a civil war. Now, talking to my source in the Navy SEALs with SEAL Team 6, they got information today, or actually last night, that the feds busted very serious cartel drug dealer members with databases of Navy SEALs, including SEAL Team 6 and other prominent people in government, in national security type areas. And that specifically, the point I didn't finish up with, is that they were gathering the intelligence for Iran and for Hezbollah that we know has major sleeper cells here inside the United States in case Trump actually goes to full war with them. then they've always said they would activate those here in the United States. And we know from past cases that have come out that Venezuela works with Iran heavily, and that Venezuela, that's so oil rich, is financing so much of the drug dealing operations here, previously working with the CIA and the Mexican drug cartels. But now that Trump's declared them terrorists and is going after them and is really cutting off their funds, you have kind of this legion of doom, the deep staters, the Democrats, the Venezuelans, the Iranians, and others that are doing this. And just like I predicted they would try to use someone trained in the U.S. or from the U.S. trained in Ukraine to try to come kill Trump, then they tried it at Mar-a-Lago. That's another big group we can look forward to engage in domestic terror attacks, because we've seen some of the international forces that have been involved in Ukraine shooting and wounding in the case of FICO in Slovakia and others that didn't go along with the war as well. So you have to look for the Ukrainians as well to be involved here domestically with terror attacks. But General Flynn, of course, a few weeks ago got high-level intel that he didn't mention himself, but later on he was on there as well, that he and myself and others, it had been farmed out internationally with drug cartels, and that we were being targeted. Also got that from a major household name journalist who also saw the intel. So this is very, very, very serious. I'm obviously being targeted as well, Trump, the Trump family. But now, high-level intel, Navy SEALs have been told by law enforcement and given the information that the cartels were following them, watching them, finding out, indeed, do they live at these addresses. I had a famous Delta Force member on a few months ago that said that his folks in Florida had drug cartels coming to their houses, tracking them where they were at before we even knew about this information. So this is really, really, really serious. And it's ahead of the left planning major uprisings this summer. Think their Hollywood production, Civil War, they put out last year to pre-program all this. So now I'll take you into the last 5-6 minutes of the show tonight, where I got into kind of some of the other big picture information, but this is hardcore intel directly from the sources. And the good news is that these plots have been discovered, are now being exposed. Trump needs to take the gloves off now. He already has, with these cartels and their leaders, and with the Democrats like Nancy Pelosi, who famously, said, "Oh, don't talk bad about MS-13. They're God's children too." So the Democrats are up to their eyeballs, the human trafficking money, the money laundering, the drug dealing, the sex slavery, all of it. And this is their desperate activity. They don't just have their Tesla minions, anti-Tesla folks out burning down Tesla dealerships and burning down Republican headquarters in Albuquerque. They're going to bring in, with all that smoke and all their little minions, really, really serious operators. And I've been warning about this for years, and now it's really moving towards go time. So God bless you all. Here's the full report. Be sure and follow me on X, Alex Jones. Everybody be safe, and God bless. They're gearing all this up to make it look like it's grassroots terror. That's just the cover for when the real thing hits you. They can say, "Oh, this is just a populist uprising." And you got the movies that have come out last year, $300 million budget plus, Civil War, where there's uprisings everywhere. People with American flags are blowing up innocent migrants. And so there's an uprising. Same script they now say is going to happen in the real world. And then they're going to target patriot governors, attorney generals, key military leaders, their homes, their families. What did General Flynn get the key chatter NSA that he didn't want to talk about himself, but I've now learned it's him, with the order going out to the cartels that we're on the main target list. But now, out of Dev Group, SEAL Team 6 in Virginia Beach, their main headquarters, I had this directly from the Navy SEALs, like face to face, today. And I've been shown, I'll leave it at that, just like when I had the high-level whistleblower FBI Seraphin in last week. He was showing me the FBI headquarters information, showing me about the Epstein files that have been distributed now that they got when they raided 3 weeks ago the FBI headquarters that was hiding. I'm not just being told this, I'm being shown this. Shown this right here. Shown this morning in this building. People coming to visit. At 7:30 in the morning, I'm working for you because I'm a target, working for myself. We're all in this together. That in ICE raids on the Sinaloa cartel and people always say, "Oh, that's the nicer, more professional one." No, that's the CIA's one that it uses to go after the others. And then they'll rebalance. And then sometimes if it doesn't do what it's told, they'll use the other ones against it. But it's just an enforcement group, and MS-13 and the big one out of Venezuela, that they've gotten their phones, they've gotten their data, that they are there surveilling not just Dev Group, SEAL Team 6, but other SEAL teams around the country, San Diego, the list goes on, and that it was a whole list of key MAGA people, not just them. And so they've got the cartels out, literally going to their houses, tracking, checking addresses, and creating hit team databases on special operations people loyal to Trump. So they're gearing up for the communist move, as I told you. We already knew this was happening. Then I got some good news from our TSA high-level source. The illegal aliens are now using buses everywhere. Used to, they could just go in there with a fake ID or those little NGO manila envelopes and fly. Now they're told, we'll direct you to a destination out of the country. Or if they don't do that, they arrest them on the spot and ICE comes and gets them. That's going on at the Austin airport. I then got more information from above that individual that they've been given alerts that the Mexican drug cartels are responding by trying to do surveillance on critical infrastructure to hit it. So I'm getting multiple, I got that information yesterday. So I'm getting multiple hits all over the place, but I got this directly from SEAL Team 6 this morning, information. And I had General Flynn come out with the 3 hits, and I had a very other famous journalist, very well known, had a top TV program. I'll leave it at that. 60 Minutes. And they got the same information, and they're I'll leave it at that, highly hooked in. So this is all known. Trump knows, our family knows. Flynn and I are on the hit list at the highest level except for Trump. There's one level that no one had ever been on except Trump's family. I am now, and I'm kind of proud of that, actually. It means I'm effective. That's why my John Hancock's so big on the Declaration of Independence here, this modern one. But this is their big move. Like when they tried to raid us with the Justice Department in May of last year, I said, this isn't about me. They don't even have a court order. They're trying to shut us down ahead of trying to kill Trump. And you saw what happened in July. And then again, a month later in Mar-a-Lago. So they're making their move. This is the plan. They're catching them. And they're badly coordinated, but it's dangerous, and they can't help it. They're going to go with their move, I believe, right now, unless they get rolled up really fast. So that's the big exclusive there. Cartels tracking top Trump supporters, infrastructure, other conservative leaders, and processing special operations individuals. And they said, we haven't conferred yet with the Army, but we're sure they're being targeted as well. And remember, I had that former Delta Force fell on a few months ago, one of the most famous, and he was on the show explaining that they've been going to their houses in Florida, the cartels, and that was the first ping on that, the known drug cartels. So this has already been going. That's what he thought it was. So this is serious. All right. Chase is coming in. I'm going to air my big report first on where the missing kids are, and huge news from the U.S. Senate in the sex slavery. That's coming up. Start of the next segment with Saturday Night Live. Stay with us. Share the live links. We're all shows right now. Chase guys are coming in. And remember, we have the very best pharmaceutical grade methyl blue that you're hearing RFK Jr. and everybody talk about how amazing it is. Great energy, great focus, great clarity. It's not a stimulant. It's incredible. It goes great with the CMOS, great with the turmeric, great with all of it. But this is next level compared to anything we've ever put out. I've never seen anything like it. The clarity, the focus, the energy, it is insane. It's going to sell out soon. We'll have more in a few weeks. But if you want yours now, it's in stock at thealexjonesstore.com. Get your ultra blue, methyl blue, pharmaceutical grade, made in America, the very best, and it funds the operation at thealexjonesstore.com while you still can. Methylene blue is all the rage. But for my listeners, we've been talking about it for decades. But finally, they've got factories. They've got laboratories that are producing medical, pharmaceutical, USP grade. And so our sponsor, thealexjonesstore.com, has it right now, the very highest quality. And I've taken USP grade before, and they claim it's USP grade. It works great. Massive energy, clarity, focus, no letdown. This is 10 times better. I'm actually scared of this because I've seen Robert F. Kennedy Jr., take 3 droppers on Air Force One. I took half a dropper and I'm bouncing off the walls hours later. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the very best methylene blue I've ever had at the lowest price, and it funds the InfoWar, a total 360 win. So get your ultra, and it is ultra, methylene blue right now at thealexjonesstore.com.
So the president of Argentina, the crazy looking dude that gave Elon that fucking chainsaw for chopping out fucking corruption, he's getting on the declassification party. He dropped a bunch of classified documents from Argentina that show Hitler didn't die in World War II. No, he fled to Argentina, lived there until the 60s, had 2 daughters. Yeah, and the CIA knew about it, and so did the FBI. Yeah. They were down there recruiting Nazi scientists because it wasn't just Hitler. A fuckload of Nazis escaped to Argentina after World War II through the rat lines, facilitated a lot by the Catholic Church. Yeah, how about that? You know, because everything you were taught in school, it's all bullshit. You don't know fucking shit. If all you know is what they taught you in school, you're just a programmed fucking moron. That's what that is. Yeah, even the skull that the Russians have that they claim is Hitler's, they tested that. It's actually a female woman's skull. It's a woman's skull. It's not even everybody fucking knew. Everybody fucking knew, and they fucking lied about it. Why? Because they wanted German scientists. That's where our space program came from. All the top motherfuckers at NASA, all Nazis. All of them. They're all fucking Nazis. They even say that's why we were obsessed with fighting communism after that, was because a lot of the Nazis, that's what the Nazis were fighting, was communism. And where did communism come from? Now we're getting somewhere. What was the Bolshevik Revolution? You know, that overthrew the czars of Russia? Yeah, go look up what religion the majority of the Bolsheviks that murdered all those people were. Yeah, that's gonna shock you. Little Star of David. People, nothing of what you know have ever been taught is the truth. It's all bullshit. It's all fucking bullshit. This is a new day. Oh shit, dude. The Epstein fucking files. 16 terabytes of information is now being gone through by the DOJ. Yeah, they're gonna get to the bottom of that shit, they say. They got a whole task force on it. That's why they couldn't release it, because they found way more evidence than they thought they were going to find. And with hundreds and hundreds of child victims, they are saying. Michael Serafin released that today. All confirmed. DOJ, FBI is digging deep into it. Gonna get us some accountability. People, welcome to reality, because everything you know and have ever been taught is fucking bullshit. Good luck to you all, and long live this beautiful republic.
It is what it is. Like, it's like anything in my life. I mean, if you read the book, you'll be like, transitioning from Disney to this was fucking easy. I don't know. Getting molested from your 6 to your 14 seems like way harder circumstances, or being physically abused all the time seems like a much more difficult situation than fucking have paparazzi following you since you were 12. I don't know. I was still being molested when paparazzi were still fucking following me. So it's pretty hard in my mind to think about these big flashlight photographs and everyone thinking they know me and talking about me, but having no idea the type of mistreatment that I was still dealing with at that time, that everyone around me saw and did nothing. So I don't know. You tell me what's so hard. Because that, to me, way harder than any other of this other shit that I do on a daily basis.
Somebody just said goosebumps.
Here I am yet again to explain to you guys something that is common sense. I wish I could say that I was shocked by the lack of common sense. However, this is the same group of people that voted for the Biden presidency. Because your inability to take a joke is just as bad as Biden's inability to ride a bicycle does not mean that the government is responsible for how you feel. Do not have enough common sense to realize when just simply stating a joke like, oh, I don't know, when we made the clear joke that war plans got sent out in a text message to the Atlanta failing, may I need to say that again? Failing press? No, you guys don't get it. You can't take a joke, can you? You can't buy a Tesla.
Funny joke, because there's no dudes in there. Dude, a bunch of cackling hens going. Ah! Laughing revival. Okay, here we go. Here's some more of this 90s shit right here. Kenneth Hagin, laughing revival. Watch this. Here we go.
Hey, everyone.
The anointing. Can you get the anointing, friends?
It's for $36.
don't know. I'm starting to actually get into this. I kind of like the laughing revival. I might have to join one of these churches now. All right. So I'm trying to scroll back to your super chat. Here we go. Let's see. Jordan says we got to look at this. He's going to debunk us. So he's sending so much money. I got to do it though. All right. We're making our way gradually up through these goofballs. All right. Now my computer's going to freeze up. Damn it. Y'all got the anointing? I mean, if this doesn't convince you that like all of this is complete bullshit, like nothing would convince you, dude. Like you might as well just give up, dude. Just go, I don't know, man. Go enter the military or something. Like your life is over, dude. If you can't see through this, maybe I'm catching that spirit. Like I feel like because I'm starting to crack up, maybe I'm getting this evil spirit. You know what I mean? Could you imagine believing this? Like, I'm just like, what are these boomers and these people thinking? Because this looks like about a 90s thing, right? Look, the whole line of them boomers went down. I feel like I've gotten Kenneth Hagin's anointing by watching this. This is not whole. This is just laughter. Okay, so before you try to clip this and expose me, like I'm not getting anointed. I'm just laughing. This shit's too funny, dude. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, wait a minute. So a dude is trying to evangelize Orthodox people as an idiot.
When you smile and wave at them, they back off because of Greek Orthodoxy in these United States. Tarpon Springs, Florida.
Dude, first of all, look at this dude's mega boobies. If you've got boobies bigger than or equal to, like, I don't know, I mean, they're basically the same size as a Pamela Lee Anderson boobies, but just flat. Nobody should listen to you.
We are here at the center of Greek Orthodoxy in these United States, Tarpon Springs, Florida, for the great Greek Easter ceremony.
Look at this dork, dude. What the? See, he looks like he thinks he's trying to be a wrestler, right? Like he's got the chops of like Hulk Hogan, or like what the heck is going on? Florida man of God, Baptist. And by the way, where did he say Tarpon Springs, Florida? I mean, how is that the center of Orthodoxy in America? I've never even heard of that. King James Bible preacher. Oh no. Yikes. I like it though. This guy's funny.
At the Greek Orthodox temple right yonder. So as you can see, we got these beautiful Bible verse signs. Hey, because I'm
beautiful Bible verse signs. They're like printed out at a local print shop. It's beautiful.
You know that the reprobate ex-fundamentalist trendies are gonna blame us for right now.
Dude, if you have boobs, you're immediately discounted. Don't even waste. I'm not even like. Don't even be on my screen. If you look like bitch tits from frickin'. You look worse than bitch tits from. Whatchamacallit? Meatloaf. Bitch tits. I'm going blank. He's on the Tavistock diet. Dude was like bitch tits from Fight Club, but worse. Dude had engorged milkers. If you're a man with engorged milkers, okay, showing up in Taylor Marshall's dreams, get off of my screen. You're immediately not listening. I'm not listening. Immediately discounted, opinion discarded.
Glory to God. Hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah.
Look at that black dude like, ooh. You see that black dude's face? Watch this black dude.
Hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah.
Watch the black dude.
Glory, hallelujah.
This is way more entertaining than that fat Baptist dude. This is great. What are y'all talking about? Keep playing the other dude. This